Safety and quality healthcare. We are H focus. Your healthcare radio. Standing by side.
Good morning and welcome to the 9th edition of CAHOTECH 2024. Today, we gather at the prestigious J.N. Tata Auditorium in Bangalore to explore how technology is redefining healthcare. The theme for this year's event is Technology as the Catalyst for Change, and we are thrilled to have such a distinguished lineup of speakers and participants joining us. CAHOTECH is a two-part event connecting healthcare and technology. The first part, held yesterday, spotlights startups pitching innovative healthcare solutions to investors and partners, fostering collaboration between clinical professionals and health and tech innovators. The second part is a conference featuring panel discussions and expert talks from Indian and international thought leaders exploring trends in healthcare technology. CAHOTECH not only accelerates tech adoption, but also builds lasting connections to advance the healthcare industry. To begin the event, I would request Dr. Devi Shetty, Dr. Alexander Thomas, Dr. Uma Nambiar, Dr. Vijay Agarwal, Dr. Lallu Joseph, and Professor Navakant Bhatt to come up on stage to declare the conference open.
Good morning, friends. And on behalf of CAHO, the Consortium of Accredited Healthcare Organizations, we really welcome you to this 9th edition of CAHOTECH. And I invite our organizing chair, Dr. Devi Shetty.
Thank you. Thank you so much. On behalf of the organizing committee, I declare that CAHOTECH is open today. Thank you.
Moving on. Accelerating the adoption of innovations in hospitals is crucial to improving patient outcomes, enhancing operational efficiency, and ensuring that healthcare keeps pace with technological advancements. To hear more about this, we are honored to have Dr. Devi Shetty deliver the keynote address and Mr. Kalyan Sivasailam talk about accelerating adoption of innovations in hospitals in our first session. The moderator for this session is Dr. Alexander Thomas. Dr. Alexander Thomas, President of AHPI and Founder President.
Good morning to all of you, and once again, a very warm welcome to all of you to this beautiful city of Bangalore. Excuse the traffic for the time being, but I think in all other respects, it's a wonderful, beautiful city. So welcome on behalf of Karnataka, on behalf of Bangalore, on behalf of the organizing committee. It's so nice to see all of you gathered here today. I'll take a couple of minutes to start with a brief story about two remarkable individuals. The first was a medical student in India. He trained in India, and after training in India, ventured abroad, returned to serve our nation. Today, he's a household name, not only in India, but all over the world. I think his mantra is provide affordable healthcare to all. And all of you know that person. It's Devi Shetty. Incidentally, Devi is also the founder of CAHO. I think as time goes, we should not forget that he's the one who actually gave us the boost to start off CAHO. So I think Devi needs a round on that. The second individual is a young man, Kalyan. He's not a doctor, but he has embraced technology in innovative ways to benefit the common man, following the footsteps of Devi Shetty. He has founded an internationally recognized and acclaimed company at a remarkable young age. I still remember Kalyan's dad, Mr. Shivselam, one of our dynamic health secretaries. He's a close friend of Devi and myself. And I think after he finished his studies, he said, I'm sending him to both of you. Please take over. So when this guy walked into my office, this was 10 years ago, I was wondering, this guy he looks like he's just out of school. What's he going to do? But he's proved us all wrong and done a wonderful job. So welcome to you also, Kalyan. It's very clear that he has big dreams and the determination to achieve them. And I'm very privileged and proud, especially today, to share the stage with both of them. And without much ado, let me hand over the stage to Devi. Over to you, Devi.
Can I have the first slide? Good morning. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to interact with all of you, especially this beautiful auditorium from Indian Institute of Sciences. And I also want to congratulate them that soon they will be building one of the most technologically innovative hospital in our part of the world. . CAHO started a few years ago to bring all the hospitals together. And I see it maturing to be one of the outstanding organizations working on every aspect of healthcare. I would like to briefly talk about evolution of technology in India, especially as a healthcare provider group in India and outside India trying to make a difference. I want to give our journey of pain and suffering and excitement of building one of the a large digital platform for healthcare called Atma and the analytics tool called AI. I want every young startups to know what it takes to reach where you want to reach and the hardships and then the fruits of success. Our journey started 20 years ago. It took 20 years for us to build our platform called Atma. Today, Atma, as you can see, has 20 million transactions happening every day. And they have over 10 million patients' health records. Just want to let you know that 16% of the heart surgery done in India is done by our group across the country. This is just one part, about 30% of our work. So we have access to large number of patient data. And we every day just go every healthcare provider. And we have covering about 8,000 hospital beds, and there are over 7,000 concurrent users. And we spent over 500 crore rupees in the last 20 years. It's more than $60–70 million. It is something which is unthinkable. If we knew it is going to cost this much, we would have spent that money in building a 1,000-bed hospital with that money. But 20 years ago, we took the decision, and halfway through, it was irreversible. Why it costs so much of money to build this digital platform? It's because this digital platform cannot be created by regular software engineers. We have over 200 software engineers, 220 software engineers who have spent their entire professional life only building digital platform and EMR. And when you interact with them, as a doctor, when a doctor comes to our software development center and starts interacting with them, most of the time, they end up believing that all of them are doctors who are software engineers. No, they are software engineers who know everything about the doctors. They have learned over a period of time how to deal with the doctors. The greatest complexity of building software for doctors is the difficulty in convincing doctors that this is important and this is the way to go forward. Because as doctors, we are the most egoist professionals. These are our current clients. We have quite a few clients in India and overseas. Next slide, please. Sorry. This is another platform we developed called Medha, which is for analytics. They have 180 analytics products. All of you are excited with the ChatGPT, which came only just a year and a half ago. Our analytics team was giving us a risk score of patient in the ICU nearly 8 years ago. So analytics are not new to our company. So they created all these product, Medha, and these are the clients. They have 140 facilities, 20 million patients, and 2,000 end users, 30 plus integrations. This is the 25 terabyte data, 600 million medical records. And their clients are starting from Fortis to Aarti and Narayana, ClearMedi, Microsoft. One of the MIT US, where my second son graduated, this is one of the case studies in teaching the business school students. So this happened only because of the extremely talented software engineers we have in India. This is unthinkable for us to build a product like this without the passion of the software engineers. The greatest talent they have is the humility to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner with the doctors virtually every day. Take all our curses, all our criticism, and still stay on, because you'll be surprised to know the attrition rate of a software company in India is very high, and our attrition rate is less than 1%. It is unbelievable. That means they are very, very passionate. So I'm not boasting about the money we have spent. I'm talking about the passion of these engineers who made it happen. Now, let me talk about the brief journey of where we started and where we are today. Our journey started 20 years ago. We worked with virtually all the big software companies in this part of the world. And we worked with Microsoft for 2 years. We tried to build something which we all as doctors can use. But after spending millions of dollars, we were not reaching anywhere. Then we started a startup both in US and India, and we spent huge amount of few $1 million. Nothing happened till my son graduated from Stanford. My oldest son, he came back. And the first statement he made was, we are not going to reach anywhere unless we have our own software company. And I tried to convince him that we are not a software company. We can't do it. There are enough software companies, and the people who run those companies are our friends. We can always talk to them. But he said, if they can hire people, we also can hire people. And that is the first decision we took. Then second important decision we took was, when 16 years ago, we used to think rain was only bringing the cloud. Cloud was just coming to India. We were the first corporate entity in India to put our data on cloud, believing that cloud will work. That made a huge, huge difference. And the third decision we took, which made all the difference, when every EMR company in the world invested on desktop as the medium for EMR, we took a decision that we have to have an approach of mobile first. Why mobile first? Because doctors look at the desktop or a laptop 5 to 6 times in a day, but they look at the mobile phone 200 times in a day. Desktop is good for businesses where people sit on a chair and do their business, whereas doctors are always moving, nurses are always moving. So it is important that we shifted from desktop to mobile first. It works in laptop, but the approach was mobile first. That made a big difference to what we have today. Our doctors love using it because it's in their hand all the time. The third important shift, I'm just giving you these tricks why we made it, because we don't want you to waste your money, hard-earned money, in going through the same journey and making the mistake. And the third important decision we took was adopting the chat platform for EMR. Normally, EMRs are developed like applications. So you just convert the paper into a digital platform, a digital tool. But unfortunately, doctors do not look at the patient and doctors do not treat the patient by the way technologies think. Doctors treat the patient by talking to each other, chatting with each other. Like as a heart surgeon, if my patient has a problem, kidney failure, I'll discuss with nephrologists, I'll discuss with the cardiologist, I discuss with intensivist. In a busy hospital, it is very difficult to bring a nephrologist, the nephrologist, cardiologist, intensivist, everyone together in the same platform. Whereas in a virtual chat platform, we can bring them anytime we want. And that made the difference. So when you look at our EMR, it doesn't look like a EMR. It looks like a WhatsApp where each one is expressing their opinion, somebody is criticizing, somebody is giving the advice. But when it comes to the question of medical data, it goes to a separate column called progress notes. So in the court of law, somebody is going to see it. They don't look at each other accusing and screaming at each other, but they see only the progress notes. So essentially, all these technological changes we adopted over a period of time, and more than anything else, why we believe that this is far advanced than anything what you could buy for billions of dollars from US and Europe, is predominantly because when we started developing this platform, Facebook and all the tools, social media tools, created fantastic platform for our team to adopt. And the next decision we took, today you go to any of the US European hospital, they have best of packs, they have best of lab module, they have a best of lab inventory module. But these modules, if you get it from top vendors and try to stitch it together and work, they will never work in synchrony. We have tried with all the possible most expensive pack system, most expensive lab system, it never works. So our software engineers decided that they will build everything themselves. So every component of electronic medical records, what we have, is built by our own team. So all these efforts we have taken made a huge difference. Now, other major decision we took was to create everything like an app. There is an app for the inpatient, for doctors to treat patients called Adi. There is a separate app for the nurses called Nama. There is a separate app for the patients called NH Care. And there is a separate app for the doctor administrators called Aham. So essentially, and another analytic tool called Meda. So why it has come as a separate application? As a doctor, if I have to see an application which is built for the doctors, nurses, technicians, administrators, it will be very, very crowded. We can get those information only if you want to. That made a huge, huge difference. Now, why nurses need to have a separate application? In a hospital, it is not the doctors who are caregivers. Doctors are decision makers. Execution is done by them. They deal with the patient 98% of the time. So by creating a separate application for their function, it will make a big difference. And another major switch we are doing is we tied up with Honeywell, one of the US biggest technology company, mainly into sensors. The idea is to develop a patch which will give continuous ECG, blood pressure, all the recordings, everything. The reason is the largest growth, the nurses in the ward do not enjoy their work because they come for shift in the morning at 7 o'clock. They go to the first bed, check the blood pressure, temperature, respiratory rate, and they enter into the sheet of paper. That takes about 10 minutes to 15 minutes. They go to the next bed and they do the same thing, and the next bed. By the time they finish 30 patients, it's a time for them to start it all over again. It's a very boring job. But the worst thing is, at 2 o'clock at night, when a nurse goes to a patient and starts recording the blood pressure, patient wakes up. And the first thing patient does is to scream at the nurse. In the process, whatever medical records you see in most hospitals, starting from England, my good old days in England and in India, most of the records which are entered after 10 o'clock till 6 o'clock in the morning by the nurses, a lot of the time cannot be relied upon. Because we have created a system for the nurses to lie because they don't want to be cursed by the patients. So if you put a patch, when I used to work in England, maximum number of cardiac arrests used to happen between 4 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock in the morning. That is the time, because at night patient doesn't get monitored. Instead, you put a patch. We have done the pilot. A patch will give continuous recording of ECG, blood pressure, temperature, restlessness of the patient. And in front of the nurse's station, there is a TV with the patient's name, with the 3 color flags flying, green, orange, and red. Nurses will only go to the patient when that flag turns orange or red. So that will dramatically reduce the workload of the nurses. And our desire is not eliminating the cardiac, our desire is not reducing the incidence of cardiac arrest in the hospital. Our desire is to eliminate cardiac arrest in the sudden cardiac arrest in the ward. Because if the patient is unwell, we will be shifting him to the ICU, and cardiac arrest can still happen. But the revival rate in the ICU is much, much better than in the ward. Because 6 to 10 hours before the cardiac arrest, there are subtle things start changing in the patient's data points, which human eye cannot detect. Their pulse rate starts going up. Their temperature starts going down. They become restless. The respiratory rate goes up. So all these things can be sensed by the sensor, and the risk score will go up, and then we can take necessary action. So essentially, technology provided on a strong digital platform. Like in our hospital, every day morning, 1,000 patients need to stand in a queue for registration. Today, we have reception without receptionist. Patients register themselves in the NH Care, or if they don't have a phone, they register in a kiosk. There is no queue. So essentially, the future hospital will have reception without receptionist. It will have intensive care unit without intensivist. Intensivist will be at home, and the scenario will be different. And I believe this transformation will happen in India, because we are truly blessed in having some of the most amazing software engineers. Now, whatever tool we have developed, 80% of the hospitals across the world do not have electronic medical records because they can't afford it. It's very, very expensive. We are very, very happy to give it to the hospital, any hospital in any part of the world, and give it to them at a price what they can afford, or if they can't afford, we will give them free of cost. This is the beauty of converting atoms into bytes. We have spent 500 crore rupees to build this application. And by giving it to me, like Sai Baba's hospital is using our application, we have given it to them free. Skada Hospital in Tamil Nadu is using it. We haven't charged them. This is the beauty of converting atoms into bytes. We spent 500 crore rupees to build the application for our use. I can give it to you, and you can still have what I have. I still have what I have. By giving you, I haven't lost anything. And this is what will change the world. Thank you so much. Most grateful.
Thank you, Devi, for that inspiring speech. I'm just reminded of two things. I've worked in mission hospitals, still connected with them, and I think Devi has given one of this software to a mission hospital in Tamil Nadu. And I'm in touch with them. It has been an amazing change for them. Queues which were earlier 3 hours, people don't wait. So thank you, Devi, for that. And thank you for all that you do. First of all, thank you for that inspiring talk. Thank you for all that you do for the country, and especially for CAHO and our sister organizations. So thank you once again for that inspiring speech. I'm just reminded, I think Devi, I won't mention names, but a very senior, very eminent personality. I visited him yesterday, 83 years old, went to NH. He had a cardiac arrest, and it took 1.5 hours, right, to resuscitate him. He was in the ICU with ECMO for a month, and apparently the oldest patient in the world to be on ECMO. This was about 6 months ago. Yesterday, I went, I had a cup of tea with him, back to normal. I think a tribute to your care and technology. So I think it's fitting after that to now ask Kalyan, who has proved that age is no barrier to helping patients, and he has proved it. And over to you, Kalyan.
A gross oversimplification of the way an LLM would work, right, is that words that mean or have similar semantic meaning are together, right? So sun and hot, Bangalore and traffic, right? So these words are stored with each other. And that's what allows an LLM to predict words more accordingly. I'll give you two sets of words that are not near each other: cardiac surgery and factory. But there is somebody on the stage, Dr. Shetty, who has literally made the cardiac surgery factory, something that AI can probably never do with the inspiration, sir. Thank you so much. That was fantastic. I think on a light note, I think Kaho has made a mistake, because it should be Dr. Shetty who should be talking about health AI in a 10 trillion economy, and I should be pitching my product. But it turns out that it's the other way. And so I am going to give it my best shot. We're all, of course, there are doctors, there are entrepreneurs, there are admins, there are so many various types of people in this audience. But I think all of us at some point in time have been patients and or caregivers. And my story starts with a personal one, which is that when Syed, my co-founder, who's somewhere in the audience here, and I wanted to start 5C, Syed actually had a sudden and an emergency care situation where he was admitted into a very large hospital in central Bangalore. And I saw something happen at that point in time, something really interesting. Few weeks before that, Syed had thousands of problems, right? He had to, his children were going to school. He was thinking about buying a new car. He had to travel somewhere to, with his wife for a holiday. He had these issues. We were thinking about what to build in 5C, and then something happened. All of a sudden, he didn't have 1,000 problems. He had one problem. He had a health problem. And so, unfortunately, if you have a health issue, you don't have 1,000 issues, right? You can have 1,000 problems in your life until you have a health problem. And at that point in time, you have only one problem. And I think all of you will kind of, vibe with this. And that got me really thinking about how as a society, as a culture, and as an ecosystem of health, how we think about when healthcare is going to get better. And I think that needs some rethinking, right? This is the current state of, if you listen to all these fancy economists, they're going to tell you that a bigger economy will lead to less poverty. I think there are clear studies that show that every 1% growth, GDP growth every year takes something like 1 crore people out of poverty. There's some stat like that. Please check that. But a bigger economy will lead to less poverty, and less poverty will lead to better health. This kind of makes sense, right? This makes a little bit of sense. But I think it's completely wrong, and it is insidiously wrong, because the order of this thought process is completely incorrect. And I think there needs to be a better way, and there is a better way to think about the structure and the order of these three things, which is we first need better health, and better health leads to more productivity, and more productivity leads to a better economy, and then we're able to create this cycle. And I think at a personal level, I can totally understand this. When I'm healthy, when I'm well, I'm far more productive, and I'm actually able to contribute. And not that it changed the GDP or anything, but Syed and I were completely out of operation for a few weeks when Syed was admitted into the hospital. It just goes to show that without health, the economy means nothing. And so in our quest as a nation to go and try to get to this 5 trillion, $10 trillion number, I think the thing that we really need to start thinking about is better health and better outcomes. And that is the fundamental change that I wanted to first talk to you all about, which is that better health will not come with a better economy. So as India gets richer, we will not get healthier. I think the US is a case in point, 17% of their GDP being spent for pretty poor health outcomes. So better health will not necessarily come with a better economy, but a better economy will surely come with a better health. And I think all of you will attest to this. And so I am a developer of healthcare AI. And I'm sure all of you are thinking, what is this guy standing here pontificating about this, and what is the role of healthcare AI? And so for the next few minutes, I'm going to talk to you about the role of healthcare AI in actually achieving this virtuous cycle. And it's time for some theory. In 1963, a famous economist called William Baumol theorized something which is now famously called Baumol's cost disease. It's a fundamental concept for us to understand the power of AI in any process, and specifically in healthcare. And William Baumol used the concept of shoemakers to really attest to this fact. Now, Baumol's cost disease states that wages increase when productivity increases. Now that makes sense, right? Wages should increase as productivity increases. And Baumol's cost disease comes and bites us when wages increase while productivity doesn't. And I'll give you a couple of really, really good examples, right? If you look at the cost of building software, software engineers have gotten more and more productive, and they're really, banging out software faster than anybody else. Dr. Shetty will attest the kind of stuff that they've built at Atma at such speed, right? And wages of software engineers has increased as productivity has increased. Another great example is that if all of us here were sitting in the 1850s, probably very few of us would be wearing shoes, because shoes were a service. You had to go and get shoes made specifically. And what has changed is that the service of shoemaking from 1850s to today has become the good of shoe. Today, you can go buy a shoe. Yes, you will, compromise. Sometimes you may not get the exact size, but the service of shoemaking has become the good of a shoe. And that has significantly reduced the cost of a shoe. If anybody here is without shoes, I would be very surprised today. However, if you look at healthcare, and I can talk about at least radiology specifically, and Dr. Shetty, I'm sure you can probably validate, the productivity of a radiologist from the early 2000s has not really changed. 2004 versus 2024, maybe a radiologist can do a few more cases. They're much more learned, they're much more specialized. But in terms of pure productivity, the productivity of a specialist doctor broadly is not too different from productivity 20 years back. But of course, wages have increased, rightfully so. And so that is the problem of Baumol's cost disease, where wages have increased without a corresponding increase in productivity. And the beauty about AI is that AI is this tool that can literally has the potential to take the service of healthcare and make it the good of healthcare. To take the service of reading a radiology report and make it the good of reading a radiology report. And that is the fundamental premise around which there is so much hype. There is a lot of hype around health AI. But the fundamental premise is that health AI can convert the service of healthcare into the good. And that is a profound change. The service of shoemaking became the good of shoes, and today everybody has shoes. The service of healthcare has the potential to become the good of healthcare and really bring costs down. I think the theory is taking a long. There we go. I'm going to give you 3 examples of where health AI is already making a difference. Number 1, productivity, right? Doctors using AI can and will be significantly more productive than doctors not using AI. I was in Australia as a part of a Government of India delegation just last week. And in Australia, health scribes are used, AI-based health scribes are used so that doctors are not spending any time on typing and just spending more time on patients. They have also realized that doctors are now 37% more productive using a health AI scribe than they were without it. Another example is my own home field of radiology reporting. A doctor can maybe read, a guy who's pushing hard can maybe read 100 X-rays a day. We have radiologists maintaining high accuracy at 300 to 400 X-rays every day. And while, of course, maintaining patient safety. Faster outcomes for patients, better outcomes for hospitals, doctors being able to earn more. Productivity is a huge opportunity in health AI. Access. So many places that don't have fundamental access to a doctor could get access to a specialist health AI. I'm sure my friends at Dozy are working on something very similar, where there is basically an expert nurse or an expert intensivist at every bedside, not just the big hospitals, but across the country. There is, by converting the service to a good, you're making it transportable, and access is a huge opportunity in health AI. And finally, prevention. We talk a lot about, of course, hospitals are today built for sick care, but that's changing with people like Narayana One coming into the play. This is changing. Prevention is the name of the game. And I can give you an example of, there's a diagnostic center in Indranagar called Medray. And if you go there, Medray will do a massive panel of blood, urine, cardiac CT, and a full body MRI screening, and give you a generative AI tool that can proactively help you manage your health. This is not fiction. If you go right now to 12th Main Indranagar, you can walk into the center and get this test done. And this is powered significantly by a well fine-tuned generative AI engine. So 3 examples, right? There is productivity, access, and prevention. Health AI, guys, is not a pipe dream. I'm not talking, about a pie in the sky, about a vision. Like, it is absolutely in the deployment pipeline. And from my own experience, I'd like to give you guys a few examples of actual deployments of clinical health AI in the clinical workflow, managing outcomes. This is a dashboard that we have built for the largest hospital chain in the country, who send us over 1,000 cases a day. 1,000 cases a day to be read autonomously by an AI. And what this can do is, of course, this dashboard will tell you how many cases are there and how many cases are completed. But it'll also triage what are normal, what are abnormal. And it'll also tell you if these abnormal cases are potential surgery or emergency candidates. And it'll explain to you why it thought that this current case is a surgery case. Now, this hospital has been able to massively scale their radiology and ensure that patient experience is phenomenal. Now, literally 10 minutes in, the radiology department knows exactly where this patient needs to go. And again, this is a live dashboard. This is not a Canva or a Figma production. This is literally just a screenshot of a live dashboard at India's largest hospital. Another example that's very common and very prevalent on 5C, we use AI to automatically triage cases in radiology, flag them to the radiologist in advance, and even write out a draft report. And the amazing thing is that this whole product is also CDSCO approved. So in India, and Dr. Shetty mentioned that India is one of the best places to build healthcare technology in the world today. For multiple reasons, we have the best doctors, we have the best technologists. We today also have a regulatory regime that is extremely proactive in supporting technologies like this to actually hit the ground. Right? This is just a live screen grab of something that happens on 5C thousands of times every single day. And so I want to repeat that health AI is not a pipe dream. This is not a pie in the sky. This is not something that will happen in a few years. This is something absolutely quotidian, absolutely standard in hospitals, in multiple hospitals. Today, we are deployed across something like 2,000 plus hospitals and diagnostic centers in India. Basically, each one of them, in some form or the other, is significantly touched positively by AI. So what can hospitals do? And of course, hospitals are, at the center of this whole, of the healthcare ecosystem. And the first thing that I want to tell all the hospitals here is that Google and Amazon and Microsoft are not going to solve problems for India. Right? I know there's a lot of fanfare around some of the work that big tech is doing. And I will make a controversial statement on the stage saying that it is more a PR exercise than an actual exercise in the clinical workflow for big tech. If India needs to solve its problems, its massive problems in healthcare, we need to build and deploy our own solutions. I think I'll pause for the dignitaries to come
in. Kalyan, with your permission, I just want to welcome
Of course.
Honorable Health Minister. Thank you, sir. And a warm welcome. Let's give you.
So as just to quickly conclude, the opportunity for health AI in hospitals is immense. For all you hospital leaders, administrators, I want you guys to think through how you can actually experiment at least with AI in the clinical workflow. Because a lot of this stuff is not as far as you think, it is much more accessible. So I would suggest uh, tons of excellent vendors out there. Talk to them, understand what AI can do in your workflows. And today, there is a clear use case for not just better clinical outcomes, but genuinely better ROI using AI. And so finally, the future is here, guys. It is just unevenly distributed. Health AI is already here. And I invite you all to join in this revolution. And I hope I sent you away with some thoughts today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalyan, for that excellent talk. I think India is very, very fortunate. We have seasoned leaders, we have ambitious youth, and the combination of this will do very well for our state, sir, and also for the country. So I don't think we have time for any questions. We'll hand over to the MC and go ahead with the program. Thank you once again, Devi, and thank you once again, Kalyan.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Neha Pradhan, a student of IHMR Bangalore, and I'm honored to be one of your guests for today's event. So to begin with, we have with us Dr. Alexander Thomas, President of AHPI and Founder President of CAHO, to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Vijay Agarwal, President of CAHO, is a pediatrician and strategist instrumental in advancing healthcare in India, including the Pulse Polio program and centralized waste management in Delhi. A founding member of CAHO, he has helped expand it nationwide to promote patient safety and accreditation. He has held leadership roles in major healthcare institutions and received several honors, including the Lifetime Achievement Award from IMA and the Quimpro Platinum Standard Award 2019. I request Sir to kindly share insights about CAHO and CAHOTECH. I would also request our esteemed dignitaries, Dr. Devi Shetty, Dr. Alexander Thomas, Dr. Uma Nambiar, Dr. Vijay Agarwal, Dr. Lallu Joseph, Professor Navakant Bhatt, Shri Dinesh Gundu Rao to come forward for the traditional lighting of the lamp, symbolizing knowledge and the start of this special event.
So friends, briefly, I think you all are experiencing what CAHO is. You all are experiencing what CAHOTECH is. CAHO has been an organization whose DNA is to promote patient safety and quality across the country and now even beyond. And we feel that CAHO today is not merely an organization, it is a movement. It's a movement where everybody has to come together. So far, the concepts of patient safety and all, if at all, were being talked only for the hospital administrators or doctors and nurses. But it is now very clear that everybody in the healthcare, whether it is the housekeeping, the pharmacists, the rehab specialists, the nurses, doctors, everybody have to come together. And that's where we feel that all of us have to come together to promote patient safety. And we welcome you all to this great event. Thank you.
I now invite Dr. Uma Nambiar to introduce our chief guest for the day.
Good morning, everyone. It is an absolute pleasure and a delight for me and for the Indian Institute of Science Medical School Foundation to have as our chief guest today, Shri Dinesh Gunduraoji, the Honorable Health Minister for Government of Karnataka. The best thing about him being here today is that he is an engineer by profession and he's the Minister of Health. So I don't think that we could have anyone better than him to inaugurate this event today with us. And in keeping with his passion for use of technology in healthcare, he has already made tremendous advances in the field of healthcare in Karnataka. And just to tell you briefly, he has launched Griha Arogya scheme on the 24th of October. He has also started the Dr. Puneet Rajkumar Hriday Jyoti Yojana. And we all know, all of us in the medical profession, the importance of golden hour. And for him to advance that scheme in Karnataka to ensure that no life is lost within the golden hour, that I think, sir, is a tremendous step. And I think it's one of the first states in this country to take this initiative. Other than that, he has launched many clinics, super specialty cardiac hospitals, and he also has endeavored to put an AED or the automated external defibrillator devices across the public spaces in the state, which again tells us the importance that he accords to use of appropriate technology at appropriate places to save lives in the state. He has also taken a lot of steps to push the use of telemedicine across the state. His initiative to ensure that in all hospitals, we will use only single-use dialyzers tells us the importance of understanding of the infections as a problem area in the healthcare arena and to save lives from the scourge of hospital-acquired infections. I would like to invite him, sir, that, in addition to that, I would tell you about the programs that he has taken in prevention of cancer screening. And I think the bold initiative that he has taken on banning hookah in the state, again, to prevent lung cancers. So, sir, it is my privilege to welcome you today to address us and inaugurate and really to encourage the startup community, because he in Bangalore has invited all the tech startups to partner with the Karnataka government. And I think in the medtech space, I would like you to encourage all our startups and help us. Thank you, sir.
It gives me great pleasure to be here for the 9th edition of the CAHOTECH that is being conducted at Indian Institute of Science. And there are extremely important and more knowledgeable and people who got greater, information and more expertise to share on the dais than me from the Indian Institute of Science, our Srimati Umaji is there, Dr. Devi Shetty is there, Dr. Alex is there, Mr. Agarwal, and I don't know all the names on the dais. I just came in and I'm just like trying to just figure out who all are there. So, and of course, all the participants here who are or people who've come to be a part of this wonderful event, which brings in, people, the tech providers and the startups and the people who need this kind of services to be deployed in their hospitals and health centers. So bringing people together, sharing all the knowledge and figuring out what is out there and what really works well for us, and of course how it can be deployed. I think the tech world, there's so much advancement happening all the time, and there are numerous solutions that are being found out and being discovered, and various new developments are taking place. So it becomes very difficult, I think, for people who want to use these new solutions. What is the best one to use? What is the one which really works? And what is it that can be really be made scalable, and what is cost effective? All the combination of everything. So I think it's the digital world is a fast and rapid evolving world, and it needs, I think, some sort of shared experiences so that we can figure out what is the best way forward. And I think for people to learn from each other, I think sharing that information, sharing the knowledge is the way forward. And I think having programs like this helps in figuring out what the consumer wants, what the management people want, and what are the tech solutions that are available. Of course, the advancement of artificial intelligence and all the machine learning and so many new things that are happening. It is really, I think, transforming the medical sector, the health sector in a big way. And I think it's got a very transformative capacity is what I feel, because so many times technologies are useful for many things. But in, I think, health sector, it is really can become a process by where we can bridge many gaps, especially as talking as a Minister for Health. We see that uh, our our expanse is huge, our areas are huge. So Karnataka is a big state, and to be able to provide good services to the people who are in the remotest of areas, who are in small towns, villages, small talukas, who do not have immediate access or good access to modern or cutting edge health solutions. I think that this development is really bridging the gap, can bridge the gap, and it can revolutionize, I think, healthcare not only in India but across the world. And this is happening, actually. It's already happening. And I'm glad to inform you that our department also in Karnataka, we are already using many aspects of AI and information technology to bring these kind of solutions to the ground. And just now, Srimati Uma, she mentioned about our scheme, the Puneet Rajkumar scheme. And this is a scheme that we launched, and we've got about 74 or 75 hospitals linked up to this institute, this company that is working with us, which any person who comes to these hospitals with any sort of chest pain or any dizziness or whatever, their ECG is taken, and that ECG is immediately read using AI in Bangalore, and any markers or anything that is seen on the ECG, if it's a STEMI or if it is any other issue, that is immediately diagnosed, and then it is referred, if it is a serious issue, it's referred to a doctor. The doctor immediately looks at it, gives his input, And then whatever the taluka level hospital, MBBS doctor, or even a staff nurse, what they should do immediately is informed to that person. And this entire process of the person entering the facility and for this final diagnosis is done within 7 minutes. 6 to 7 minutes, this entire process is done. And sound like a virtual clap. So this is done in 7 minutes. And we have also provided at these hospitals this injection called tenecteplase, which is about 25,000 to 30,000 rupees per injection, and we give free of cost. And if it's, I think many of the doctors will know what STEMI is, I think, which is an imminent danger is there. So the person is prescribed, I mean, is informed to give the injection. And like what you all are very well off, the golden hour period. People pass away by the time they are getting a heart attack or an imminent heart attack. By the time they reach the hospital, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, going to a specialist hospital and all that. So they pass away or they have severe heart damage. So this has worked so well that I just got some data, I was just checking today, so that we have been able to, test about the people who came. Around 2,69,091 people have undergone this ECG in the 72 talukas. And then within 5 minutes, they were given this treatment. 2,363 people were given this treatment. And out of this, 849 people were afterwards had to undergo angioplasty. And using the injection, 245 people's lives were saved because they would have either passed away on the way or it would have been too late for them to reach the hospital. So 245 people's actual lives were saved. So I think this is just an example I'm just saying is how technology has helped this happen. Otherwise, earlier, the doctor at the taluka level would not have known what to do. He would have just said something and then say, okay, now you go to the district hospital and just go and yourself check there. So, these things happen. So I think technology is going to play a huge role in understanding our data, understanding, what are the vulnerable areas, which diseases are more prevalent where, finding out that information becomes important. And of course, managing our hospitals, managing our the way to make it more efficient, and using of digital technologies, AI technologies to diagnose, to treat people. All these things are definitely revolutionizing. And for us, what we look at is how we can make these technologies scalable. I think anyone who's got good ideas here, which can work at a mass level, because whatever we need to do, we need to be able to implement it across populations. It cannot be that I can do one specialist care center and being able to do it in one particular place. For us, the requirement is always to be able to take it across the populations. And I'm sure that a lot of ideas will be put forth here, will be discussed here. And any such good ideas, if you people feel, definitely we can work on that in our department. And we are already working with many people. There are so many companies who are working with us already. In terms of scanning digital X-rays across the state. We are scanning all the digital X-rays for lung cancers and for TB. So any X-ray that is taken in any taluka will automatically be scanned using AI, whether they are TB or lung cancer. There's so many different things that they look at, and that is also being done. So there are many solutions like this available, I suppose. So we are open to that. And I'm sure these kind of programs will not only help the private sector in making their own hospitals and healthcare facilities better, but also I think should play, I think the main focus or the main area of need is, I think, in the public sector, where technologies can transform things. And that's where I think we look forward to such ideas coming from you people who are over here. Who've got innovative thinking and new ways of looking at things, and see how we can implement them. So I wish this conference the very best, And I'm hoping to see that some of your ideas over here or some of the technologies that are being showcased here will be also made applicable to the people of Karnataka. So thank you very much for this opportunity given to me. And I wish this program all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's we have had, just to inform everyone here, that we had 107 applications of medtech startups for this event. And out of which, of course, I mean, awards can only be given to 3 or 4, but each one of them was very relevant. And a lot of them work with deep tech. Some of them work with smaller problems. Some of them can be scaled up to an enterprise level. And the fact that you have offered to help us is definitely a great step forward. And I think all the list of technologies that we have, I am going to coordinate with your office, and I'm going to ensure that you have a list of all of them. They get to present to your team that you will please let us know which your team is, who will work with us. And we will be honored to deploy those for the state of Karnataka and maybe then scale it up to the national level and take it forward. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for spending your time with us. And yes, thank you. I would like to invite Dr. Devi Shetty to felicitate the Honorable Minister of Health.
It's a unique letter.
Moving on. Integrating with the national digital health ecosystem is crucial for streamlining healthcare delivery, ensuring seamless data exchange, and improving patient outcomes. To understand more about this, we have Dr. Pramod Verma speaking on building and adopting digital public goods for healthcare. Mr. Som Mittal will be the moderator for this session. About Mr. Som Mittal. Mr. Som Mittal, former chairman and president of NASSCOM, brings over 30 years of experience in the tech industry. He currently serves on the boards of Apollo Hospital, EXL Services, Sheela Foam, Tata SIA Airlines, and Vodafone India Services, along with several NGOs. About Dr. Pramod Verma. Dr. Pramod Verma, former chief architect of Aadhaar and India Stack, has played a pioneering role in India's digital identity and infrastructure initiatives. Currently CTO at EkStep Foundation, he supports digital public infrastructure for education and skilling. Welcome to the conference.
No, we needed to change. Oh, yeah, right.
So I thank you, all of you, for coming here. And today we're going to spare you of any PPTs. And this is going to be a discussion, so just focus on what we have to share here. Disclaimer, neither Pramod nor I are doctors, right? But we are both very deeply engaged with the health industry. And I think that's why we are here today. Just by show of hand before we start, everybody has an Aadhaar card?
Sure.
Right? How many of
I don't
you
think they have a
don't
choice.
How many of you don't use UPI?
Okay, don't use UPI. Surprising. In Bangalore, not
So
using
we have
UPI is
one.
very surprising. 1%.
Do you all
Okay.
travel? Do you use DigiYatra? How many of you use DigiYatra? There you go. The reason I ask you this question is, who enabled this? What happened? And here was a new program which is so unique in the world that got started here in India, which is called Digital Public Goods. And I'm going to be asking Pramod to share more about it. The whole purpose is that while every one of you in your own hospitals are doing this great work, you heard Dr. Devi Shetty speak about the great work that's happening, many of the startups that are doing work. But this country is large, and I think we have to integrate all of it. And I think that integration needs these amazing platforms that have got developed, which actually have proven in a very short time. I remember I was in NASCOM in 2008 and the Aadhaar got formed 2009. And see where we are in a very, very short period. In a country where digital literacy has actually preceded literacy, right? And Dr. Devi Shetty spoke about the mobile phone and how it's being used. I think there's a big change happening. What we are going to be sharing today and talking about is how these digital public goods and infrastructure that's getting built, all of us can leverage and should leverage, particularly in a place like healthcare. I remember the earlier speaker had spoken about you're having 100 problems, but when it comes to health, all the 99 are gone. That's the one which remains. And I think if that's the case, healthcare becomes very important. So Pramod, thank you for being with us. And
No, pleasure to be here. Yeah.
He has been the person, the think tank behind this. I'm going to be taking liberties that you're going to be asking you questions on areas that you're not responsible for, but you know a lot. Right.
I will definitely try my
So
best.
why don't you tell us all, what is digital public good? Can we touch, feel it? What happens?
Yeah, so I think the term, we need some taxonomy or vocabulary to communicate with each other, right? So while India was actually building the pieces of the puzzle, starting in 2009, as you said, with Aadhaar, I've been the chief architect for it. And then we wrote, I helped architect DigiLocker, eSign, and UPI in same year, 2014. And this was, in 2016, all this got launched, right? 2015, 16, everything got launched. And I don't think we created a name for this to communicate what we are doing. we had different ways to communicate as set of digital building blocks, enablers, innovation. How do you deal with innovation and inclusion at scale, at a billion people scale? But I think when G20 came, I think that's when India's leadership in G20 brought together many countries on the table to discuss the idea that, and the term used are not digital public goods, it's digital public infrastructure. And that's subtlety, is a little subtle. And that subtlety is important to understand. What Devi Shetty, for example, Dr. Devi Shetty is doing, or the startups, we talked about a few startups whose logo we can see, they're all actually implementing solutions, remember? Or it's like Phone Pay, Google Pay, they're all solutions. But for them to build solution and to scale that solution, there are only two ways to do. One, just one company scales for the whole country and solves all healthcare problems for us, which is not going to happen. Maybe shouldn't happen. There's other monopoly issues and so on we'll have to deal with. But if the assumption is that there are many companies, many institutions, many hospitals, many labs, many startups, many NGOs, many government institutions will all actively participate to create a vibrant health or digitally enabled health ecosystem, then the question should be in terms of the underlying infrastructure. On what infrastructure, digital infrastructure, will they build on? Why? Interoperability and portability become an essential component of doing healthcare or financial inclusion or agriculture across hundreds of institutions. If hundreds of institutions means companies, startups, institutions, to be able to cooperate, coordinate, transact, and knowledge share, you need interoperability and portability of the underlying pieces of the puzzle. Who will define this? No individual company will have the incentive to define it. So the idea was that someone neutral, typically a government blessed or regulator. In the case of UPI, it was a regulator, RBI, pushing for that, to create the underlying interoperable rails, digital rails, on top of which many institutions and many innovations can actually create an interconnected but a coherent. Why? Because you and I are not going to be in Karnataka all the time. You and I are not going to be visiting Narayana Hridayalaya all the time. You and I are not going to be using the same tech company all the time. So as an individual or as a company, in the case of financial inclusion, for example, we need portability. We need interoperability, because you might be in Mumbai when something hits you. And then you can't say, oh, okay, there is no 7-minute access to golden hour problem in Mumbai. Or you don't have your healthcare records for the Tata Memorial, maybe in the hospital there, to be able to look at you. Now, that's a problem. So the digital public infrastructure idea is to create the underlying infrastructure pieces of the puzzle, not the actual solution, not the actual apps and so on. Pieces of the puzzle solution that fundamentally puts user at the center and provides interoperability and portability. UPI was a rail that allowed you to control your money and move your money and pay anyone, anytime. And Phone Pay is an app. Google Pay is an app, right? So they all build apps on top of it. So digital public infrastructure, while many countries are doing it, Brazil's Pix story is brilliantly successful, or Thailand's Prompt Pay, for example. But they're all limited to payments, sometimes identity. But India seems to have a method to this madness. We seem to be doing this not only horizontal layers like identity, data, credentialing through DigiLocker, or payments, money through UPI and so on. We are also doing it for healthcare, like which we'll talk about a little bit, ABDM and so on. We are also doing it for agriculture, called AgriStack, Open AgriStack, that India is actually building up, and commerce like ONDC, or mobility like Namayatri, that you will see these innovations playing out in India, where innovators get a boost to play on a much higher, much larger playground. So the digital public infrastructure is a brilliant way of thinking to create an internet-like, lightweight, interoperable rails that creates the next set of vibrant innovation ecosystem on top of that, without which you can't solve a 1.4 billion people.
Mr. Pramod, as I hear you saying, this is the glue to all the solutions.
It's glue, yeah,
right?
absolutely.
And
it has to be
interoperable.
only the glue.
Yeah.
Now, if the government tries doing too much, then you have a problem as well, right? So yeah.
Tell us, how do we in healthcare relate to this? What can, where does it make sense? We understood many things you mentioned, DigiLocker.
Okay, yeah. So you can ask this question from related top experiences you have had. We used to, write checks or maybe painfully do IMPS maybe, in India. But we couldn't pay that lady with selling flowers on the roadside or bananas on the roadside. You had to be cash. So these are experiences that we already have, and we'll talk about identity, for example. What did identity do to India is actually to formalize the society. So we were extremely informal. We continue to be informal, by the way. Very, very informal when it comes to transaction economy. But we traditionally were very broken. In 2010, we had less than 20% of Indians in the banking sector. That means 80% of India had nothing to do with banking sector. And that's ridiculous, right? And by then, smartphones had come, almost like Bitcoin was launched. We are thinking we can't even give bank accounts to people. So, but what did identity do? Identity collapsed the cost of verification of individuals and companies, and that allowed people to formally join formal economy over the formal system. So they can now get a bank account, they can get a small value lending, or they can get an insurance. So what we're doing is access to formal system is what we are trying to address. And this is very, very key. So you can ask the same question in healthcare. Healthcare, how do we create where are the cost structures? And cost, everything is economics. Everything is finally driven out of economic incentives. If it's not playing out, if these startups don't get paid, they're going to just die. We can't, and health is not known to be a good playmaster, by the way. And government is definitely not a paymaster. So we have to really worry about sustainability of innovation. We have to worry about decreasing the cost and not occasional innovation. So I'll give you an example. We reduced the cost of KYC from $10 in banking sector and $20 in capital market under SEBI to 10 cents. That one thing we did to create a eKYC nationally at the cost of 10 cents allowed 900 million people to join the formal economy, to 500 million people to transact in UPI, from nobody transacting and nobody having bank account. So it just gives people the ramp, the access. So all of us must ask this question, two questions, incentives and cost. If these two are not addressed, we will continue to have the barrier of access. So access of information, knowledge access, products and services like insurance. So how long do you think, Som, India is going to afford healthcare insurance for everybody? We are going to be broke very soon.
Which right.
Yeah, absolutely. So the question we have to ask is that how do you compress the cost? Cost of processing, cost of knowledge, cost of products, cost of services, cost of running a hospital, cost of accessing a better insurance scheme and everything. So cost reduction comes through tech very well. I think that's where the tech plays a really important point. Today we talked about the AI reducing the cost. Look at the financial inclusion was our holy grail. Having everyone in 600,000 villages to be able to bank, to deposit money, to withdraw money, and basically transfer money to somebody else. We could never achieve it. Because why? If we expected actually banks to go to 600,000 villages, and open branches. Banks would have been dead, or we would have never achieved, which was the case, which is why we were sub 20% penetration of banking, because it is simply economically unviable to do it. And what we achieved in 10 years is banks never went to villages, but we managed to get banking to villages. Remember? And verb, converting nouns to verbs, banking going. So we have to ask, not getting hospitals, maybe not doctors, because how many more doctors we can produce, I don't know. I'm not an expert, but I keep hearing, ratio per capita, ratio of doctors and healthcare professionals, and with all the medical schools being very few and all the drama going on, I'm not sure how we can get 1.4 billion people healthcare without tech. Period.
Yeah. So, if you look at healthcare, and I think it'll be helpful to us to say, what are the building blocks of healthcare that are there? And if you look at the market, I think India is the most diverse. It's the most fragmented healthcare. Of course, we have many large chains and many people.
Everything is fragmented here.
Yeah. So there are small hospitals, clinics. We're talking about electronic medical records. Many of them don't have it. I'm not going to undermine the financial inclusion that we did, but they were dealing with banks.
Yeah.
Banks became the root.
Yeah.
How do we get all this puzzle sorted out for healthcare?
So a lot of us think about what is the playground we can create so that 10 years later, we have a vibrant healthcare ecosystem, right? I'm not sure whether we can solve today or tomorrow. I think it might be very short-term, unsustainable way. So this is why infrastructure thinkers think 10, 20 years ahead. Like if you look at China, or if you look at, they invest in infrastructure. We are now India is investing in physical infrastructure or semiconductor and infrastructure. These are going to, 10 years, 20 years later, we'll start seeing the result of it. Or same as our academic institutions in 70s or 60s and 70s, we set up, we are reaping the benefit through 90s, all the IT and everything else, right? So I think the question we have to ask is that what infrastructure should we lay today that allows India to actually create an affordable and accessible, vibrant healthcare system by 2035 or 2047, when we are 100 years old, post-independence, right? Those questions are different from what solution or app should I write today. Very fundamentally different solution. That goes back to your question. What are the building blocks that we should build today that allows us to go? And that's what ABDM was attempting to do, continue to attempt to do. Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which is our digital health infrastructure. But I mean, again, health is a much more complex topic than finance, and agriculture is even complex. Education is crazy, and judicial. I work in judicial is like another level of craziness, right? In the sense of behind. But that gives us hope. That gives us hope that if we invest that underlying building blocks, we could create the right impetus for us to create a vibrant economy, or a vibrant health ecosystem. What are they? One, getting underlying registries digital. We can't verify if it's a doctor today. We don't know if the doctor is a doctor, or a nurse is a nurse, or a healthcare professional is a healthcare professional. The cost of verification is a continued problem. So what do registries do? A facility registry or a doctor professional, healthcare professional registries convert their attestations and credentials into a digitally verifiable record. So think of it like your CBSE mark sheet in DigiLocker, but at a healthcare level, right? What is important? A tiny clinic attested by maybe government of Karnataka with appropriate, what you call credentialed and approvals. If it is verifiable and digital, they can now go to a bank, ask for a lending to expand their small facility. Today they can't. Why? If they walk into a bank asking for a loan, now it's not even healthcare. Think about it. If this facility to grow, they need access to capital. To go to capital, who will give them money? Whoever is funding them has to re-verify the entire authenticity of, are you even a clinic? Do you even have approvals? Do you even have the right doctors? Do you even have an X-ray machine? Because you make these claims, how do I know as a lender? So I think the repeated cost that we incur in the system needs to be collapsed. That's why registries are very fundamental building blocks that will come in handy later. The second building block is healthcare records. Getting healthcare records portable in the hands of the patient. Because without this, nationally, we can't get portability. Karnataka can do something, but Maharashtra, when you go, you can't do. So we need a user-centric PHR, not EMR. EMR is also needed for the hospital to manage, but we also need PHR, personal healthcare records, for me to be able to make sure that at any point in time, I or my consented nominees in my family can open up my docket, digital docket, and access my healthcare records anytime, anywhere, even for second opinion across the border. How do you know? You might be on a plane. You might be actually in London. We have to ask larger questions. So one of the questions will be second block, digital building block, to ensure a digitally verifiable and user-controlled set of PHR capabilities are enabled. And the third is affordability. One is access to care. One is affordance to care. Affordance come from affordance. I use the word affordance because it's not affordability money alone. It's half the time time. If I have to go 2 days far away, 200 kilometers, most people say, ditch it, forget it. I'll somehow put up with it. And then just die, right? As these unfortunate things happen. So affordance include time, money, and everything else. So we have to ask the kid, how do we collapse that cost? So one of the HCX effort, you may be familiar, the hyper claims exchange, which is the ability for claims processing to be exceptionally fast, preferably using AI techniques, document validation techniques, and so on, AI enabled, not AI replacing humans, but compressing the time of processing records. So that's another building block. That it's a protocol, it's not an app. Who will build the app? All these startups. All these startups who are in the insurance industry will implement that. But we can implement, make sure we have a nationally, like UPI, we have a nationally coherent health claims infrastructure between hospital. And the fourth one is open data. We are flying blind. We have no data. I'm the advisory board for NHA, National Healthcare Authority. We are most of the time, few areas like cancer, like National Cancer Grid or TB, few areas where government has actually invested bigger money. Few areas we do have better data, but even that data is limited to some databases. But most of the data we have not. And the reasons, one of the studies about a few years ago, Harvard professor came out, she predicted, and she actually published that paper, from telecom data. She said, I can actually predict the spread of a disease because the movement of people is predictable. So India must work and lay an infrastructure to create open data. If you don't get enough open data, researchers, policymakers, experts will be so constrained that India will not be able to break away from siloed innovation to a nationally vibrant innovation agenda, right? And the last one is money and access to care. Access to care. This is where again, we can learn. I'm not an expert, so you can actually write off half the things I'm saying. Okay, but nevertheless, I will tell you. I said banks never went to villages, but why does that lady, my grandmother used to do until she was 105 last year, her pension. Why does that lady in a village in front of her door can send money, receive money, transact money, or check balances using a fingerprint? 120 million transactions every month by people who have no phones. No smartphone, no feature phone, transacting money in their doorstep. What happened is because we allowed technology to reach them through a highly regulated pipe. So I'm not saying it can be unregulated, random stuff. You can now look at unbundling the complexity of a hospital expertise, access to expertise through telemedicine, telelabs, remote care. And that's what I think an example Devi Shetty was actually saying, or a minister was saying, that Panchayat hospital get an immediate second opinion from the doctor here who is looking at it. So technology has an exceptional power to reach the people where they are, not bring people to where you are. And that has to be done in a highly regulated, highly obviously well tested and well guardrails, with the right guardrails. But we will never get access to care without technology and unbundling the expertise chain. Still allowing an ASHA worker at home, she's visiting at home, to be able to do 10 more things or 20 more things using technology, otherwise, without which she could not have done anyway.
So Pramod, tell me, we have proven that we can do it. We have seen Aadhaar, we have seen UPI, we have seen. So we know it works, we can do it at scale. You have painted a vision which says that if we didn't do it in healthcare, we would lose out. There is no choice. There are many things. Where are we? Is it just a promise?
So no. I am an eternal optimist. I wake up smiling, evening smiling. I'm an optimist all the time. And I actually think India will break this barrier because we have no other choice. And Indians are very, very good. And that's what, in fact, somebody asked me a few days ago in a conference, what was the biggest surprise in our UPI or Aadhaar or DigiLocker journey? And the biggest surprise is that we consistently underestimate Indians. All the time. We underestimate Indians' ability to absorb technology if it changes her life. If that lady's life is changed even an iota, they suck it up. They use it up. So we must work together, and events like this are very powerful to bring the ecosystem together to debate that idea, the two levels of idea. What are the underlying capabilities, infrastructure capabilities we must build, we must invest in, which result of which we'll see 10 years, 20 years later. But also, what do we do today? Because in the next 2 years, 3 years, in the short term, what can we do? But if you miss the long term, digital highway building through the underlying digital infrastructure capability, we will always be dealing with short-term issues. So I think I am very hopeful that we will do. So digital healthcare today, I would compare ourselves to digital payments in 2012, maybe. Early days, some success, few people are starting to see it, but not at population scale. If we put our heads together, I think we can fast track. We don't have to wait for 12 years though. I think we've given our success breeds success, right? It's actually, we can, because most Indians actually live the tech every day. So I think it might be faster. I'm hoping it'll be faster for us, both in healthcare, and of course, I work with an education and judicial. And
if I go back to Aadhaar, right, when we were talking about in 2009-10, there was a huge amount of mistrust.
Oh, yeah.
Right? If I have my identity and everything.
By a small set of people.
Right? Everything is linked, right? The government will profile me, and all that stuff was going on. In case of healthcare, I think there is significant mistrust in the system, right? With the government, the hospital, the patient, and digital actually should help building this trust. So this won't take off unless there are efforts made to build that trust.
Indeed.
Who's doing that?
Okay. Again, yesterday we were at a climate conference. Okay, we do work on climate. And what is climate? Everything affects climate. Everything we do has climate implications. So who will bell the cat? There's no who. It's going to be a set of series of calibrated moves collectively are to make so as to align the dominoes. So that the kinetic energy of the first domino trips the second one and the third one. Then, some later you can see the series of stuff just taking off in a, what you call a combinatorial speed. It's no more linear speed, right? That's what we are seeing with finance and everything else. The question we are to ask is that what are those domino blocks that we must be working on and collaborating on? Trust is a fuzzy word. Do you trust the lender who is giving you loan? Do you trust a company that you have business with? Trust is very fuzzy and it will be continuously a changing notion and it is highly contextual. Indians trust government way more than a potentially a Western country would trust a government, like Germany, other end, right? So you would actually see this distinct difference between contextual meaning of trust. So we should not be talking trust in vacuum. We can say specific things. For example, can we bring transparency to pricing? Can we bring transparency to doctors' prescription writing? So that we don't say, hey, this doctor is just writing all kinds of medicines and the other guy is saying, this is just making money. Doctor is making money. That some pharma company is selling something, right? Why did the doctor write a 500 rupee medicine when I could have got maybe a 100 rupee tablet or something? People don't know. They don't have the expertise to know. Bringing transparency and accountability are the two very key part of it, fundamental part of it. So we ask the same question. Today, if a banking transaction happen or a healthcare transaction happen, are the transaction, 2 points you can ask, non-repudiable? That means if I write a prescription, whoever is wrote the prescription cannot deny that I wrote the prescription. Second, can we bring transparency? So one is accountability and non-repudiability onto actions of actors in the system. Doctors, patients, even patients giving consent or parents giving consent for children or nurses or affiliate other technology companies who are taking a consent must make sure that the consent, the actions are not repudiable and hence accountability will come in. And the second other side of the coin is transparency. If you can bring transparency to pricing and actions, very high chance we'll start navigating towards a better trusted system. Doesn't mean everybody will trust everything. We are a very diverse country. We'll always have some distrust playing out. But question should not be to solve everybody's problem, okay? Question should be to elevate the, entire ecosystem's equilibrium. So that most of our health equilibrium is trustable, transparent, accountable, affordable, and accessible. But they will always exist. Someone, unfortunate situations, dying, not getting care, exceptions. If you can, we should not kill ourselves by death by exception. Yeah. We should elevate the entire ecosystem equilibrium. If you can do that, I think we are in a pretty good shape. And our job should be to keep measuring that equilibrium move.
So, Pramod, I'm going to take you to two main questions now. One is, can you share with us in this group, there were many building blocks. You spoke about registry, electronic medical records.
Yeah, personal healthcare record, open data.
Yeah. Let me focus on one area, which is insurance, right?
Yeah,
Which is a very big problem for hospitals, patients. How far is HCX? When do we see it happening? Is it happening today?
So HCX is...
Can you tell what it is?
Okay, HCX is like UPI-like protocol that can bring all the hospitals and insurance chains, insurance processing companies and insurance companies on a common interoperable network like UPI. UPI has 350 banks, hundreds of apps, fintechs, everybody connected. So it's like electricity grid. Everybody is connected to the grid. The grid itself is just a set of interoperable connections. There's no platform. HCX is not a platform or a database. Think of that way. Think of this like a grid where every platform and every system is actually connected. Insurance company system is connected. Hospital system is connected. and maybe insurance processing agents system is connected. Patients' apps are connected onto the same grid. What does it do? It allows a common way to capture, process, approve, or what you call resolve any issues, and close the insurance claims. Because when the claims are broken, and if the insurance companies get extremely delayed payments, or when patients get delayed, or patients walk in with a insurance, that's our ice cream time. Okay. Patients walk into a hospital and the hospital says, your insurance is not really acceptable. That's what's going to happen. When the insurance companies don't get money, or insurance company don't release the money, or hospitals don't get money, eventually patient feels it, because you can start seeing your insurance is not, they'll, say, pay cash or pay something else. This is not acceptable. The incentives will not be aligned. So idea is to compress 15, 20 days of typical average, and also very high cost manual intervention. Imagine the entire country is using insurance. We would be dying, already been dead. There's a very small percentage using insurance. So you can't throw human beings at it. So HCX allows innovators like you or many startups to write faster, cheaper insurance processing endpoints or various applications for providing, for tracking, for processing documents, for processing efficiently. It is the underlying protocol to connect entire health insurance into one grid like UPI. So HCX, where are we? This is equivalent to 2014, maybe merely 15. 2014 when we completed the UPI protocol, and 2015 we were doing a little bit of a pilot of UPI. We are in that state at this time. But again, industry has to rise up to be able to push that agenda, saying that unless we collapse the cost and create convenience, we will continue to be in this fragmented, inefficient mode.
So one last question, and very briefly answer this.
Yeah.
What can this group do to leverage this? What should we start doing? What should we start thinking?
That depends. If you are an innovator, you can actually access the ABDM sandbox, and you can actually try out implementing ABDM APIs. Okay, this is for the application programming interface for the techies in the crowd. To be able to actually integrate to you, so that if you are on board, if you're a app and you want to onboard like a practitioner or somebody who want to onboard a doctor, now they can verify if you're a doctor like that instantly. Verify.
Yeah,
so integrate.
So thank
They
you.
really want this. Okay,
So I think we're up with the time. We can go on this debate. I think the lessons that we all need to take, India has proven that we can work and scale at unprecedented rate. I think we should be proud that many things that we did have actually been adopted by other countries. Healthcare is a big, big issue. And I think while we have done extremely well to have created hospitals, we have all kinds of surgeries happening, but we also have this title of being the disease capital, and we just can't live with it.
Indeed.
I think technology will do, all of you are doing some work, but there is a feasibility of what has been successfully done, right? With the help of people like you who have been architecting. By the way, this is which we didn't want to discuss in detail. This is an extremely good example of a government using resources like Pramod, who are outside the government system and actually implementing what they do, and they don't charge the government for it. This is an ultimate example of public-private partnership. So thank you very much.
No, thank you. And the highest risk of inaction. So we must act.
But I think people like him are the ones who would build this. I think we must have faith in it, belief in it, and I think get tracking. If we start now, he was not selling. He spoke about 2014. We are in 24. And I think we don't want to wait for 10 years for HCX to happen.
Indeed.
And I think all of us have a role to play.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Pramod.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, sirs. Our next session is on adoption of AI for healthcare. The adoption of AI in healthcare is transforming the industry by enabling faster, more accurate diagnostics, optimizing treatment plans, and improving operational efficiency. To delve deeper into this topic, we have our first speaker, Mr. Madhu Aravind, Chief Technology Officer at Apollo 247, who brings over 20 years of experience as an entrepreneur and executive across the US and India. Our next speaker is Dr. Vanchul Cha, the CIO and Director of the Data Innovation Center at Samsung Medical Center in South Korea, where he heads the advanced projects in healthcare AI and machine learning. Next on, we have Dr. Vijay Aski, senior leader with a track record of building teams and products in the areas of artificial intelligence, machine learning, internet scale distributed systems, low latency systems, enterprise management platforms, technologies, and products. The session will be chaired by Mr. Rajendra Gupta, who will guide us to the insightful talks planned ahead. Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta is a global leader in digital health and public policy, playing a key role in shaping India's national health and education policies. I request Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta, Dr. Vijay Aski, Dr. Vanchul Cha, and Mr. Madhu Aravind to kindly come on stage.
I think we did a great day on sessions on healthcare, and it was all focused on AI. I must thank Dr. Vijay Agarwal, the president of CAHO, for his inspiring work and for hosting this conference for people who needs to understand the updates and what they can take away to implement. So Dr. Agarwal, a big round of applause for you for the wonderful work you do, and through CAHO and the great speakers that you have gathered here. Last 2 days, I was with Jensen Huang, the founder of NVIDIA. And there's an interesting story I must tell. I will not get into the nitty-gritties of the talk, which I am sure experts will do. So those of who, I mean, like you, all of us use computers, and Intel is called the brain of all computers. Every computer had this word logo, Intel inside. So I think it was around 2005 when Paul Otellini, the CEO of Intel, proposed the board. There's a Silicon Valley upstart, NVIDIA, we should acquire it. And the cost was 20 billion. The board resisted. So he also backed out. And you know what's the future? NVIDIA is 3 trillion. Intel posted a loss of 1.6 billion in Q2 of 2024, is laying off 15,000 people. And the current CEO says will not be a competitor early on, at least in the near future. And Intel is less than 100 billion. I can give you one more experience of my first company, IMS. When I joined, that time I remember the CEO Vicky Fash decided to spin off the company, and you'll be shocked to hear that Cognizant was our in-house analytics arm. It was spun off, Dun and Bradstreet spun off into three independent companies, IMS, Cognizant, and AC Nielsen. I had a chance to work with two, IMS and AC Nielsen. Look at where Cognizant is. So the message to anyone sitting here in healthcare, if you have already not adopted digital health, you are late. And AI is not a buzzword.
Hello.
It is actually something that you got to implement and implement it now, if not that you're done yesterday already. And I, as chairman of the Academy of Digital Health Sciences, run a program, which I think in all your kits, you will find the course that we have started for hospital founders and CEOs last year. And we realized that 1 out of 2 hospitals are under stress, and that bad that they want to either sell or close down. So for me, this conference is very important. Dr. Vijay said that we are doing this. Rajan, you got to come. Of course, no one says no to Dr. Vijay. That's another thing. And this is about hospitals, so I'm here. But also, you know, the session that we have today is very important. And look at who are the people with us. Madhu Arvind is the founding CTO of Apollo 24/7, educated at IIT and Stanford. And he has held senior positions as an entrepreneur and as an executive in Fortune 500 companies in the US. Madhu, it's a great pleasure to have you. And we'll look forward to hearing from you on your message to the audience. Are you making a presentation or speaking? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So, so when Soman contacted me for this session, you know, the topic was AI in healthcare and healthcare operations. So I will just stick to a few themes and a few trends that are happening in the industry and how you can practically use them, right? We've all been in conferences where they talked about solving some or curing some disease which you've never heard of, and you feel all warm and fuzzy. You go back home and then you're like, hey, what am I going to do with that anyway, right? So I don't want to do that in this. I want to just purely focus on very concrete things that you can do in your company from the next day, right? So that's the theme that is going to be there. So before I start on that, contrary to what is normally written in all publications and newspapers and so on and so forth, the impact that, forget AI, even technology has had on healthcare has actually been fairly minimal, right? And I'm not counting on this medical device and pharmaceuticals and so on and so forth. I'll leave that aside for a second. If you actually today go to a doctor's office, he's going to probably ask you a few questions, examine you, and then write a prescription which talks about maybe a medication or a follow-up or a lab test. And the way he would or he or she would treat you is no different than how they would have done it 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, right? And compare that to all the changes that have happened in retail, in financial services, where my 82-year-old dad doesn't go to the branch anymore, right? He does electronic transaction. But that does not happen in healthcare. A lot of reasons. We'll get to that in the next few slides. But so that is one aspect. Same thing for consumers also, right? You know, so mentioned about India being the, you know, the chronic disease capital of the world. But technology to truly help someone manage their chronic conditions is actually not there. When we search some information on the net, you feel like you have all the 10,000 diseases that are known to mankind, but you never are able to come up with something very actionable that you can do to manage your diabetes or your hypertension and so on and so forth, right? And the same is true for hospitals too, right? While there are pockets of excellence, in general, technology is mainly an administrative platform, maybe a billing platform, maybe something used for insurance, but it's not something that is actually truly changing patient experience, right? So that's the situation on the ground, if I say that in general. And there are always exceptions, right? And to create an impact today, a lot of effort, money, high-end technologists are actually required, which only very few entities in general can afford. So it does not come to the masses, right? And what AI, the promise of AI can bring, which I'll talk about, is how that is changing and how what was only affordable to the top is now going to be possible immediately for anybody who wants to do so, right? So given that context, the first statement I would make is irrespective of what the size of your company is, and especially in healthcare, AI can be a true leveler. And what I mean by that is, if you look at it in the 90s and till the 90s, right, all big innovations typically happened only in very large companies like Bell Labs or universities like Stanford, MIT, Harvard, so on and so forth. The reason is not that that's the only place where smart people were there. The reason is that the infrastructure, the computing, the storage, the network that was required to do many of these things was only available in those places, right? And that's why it really happened. But if you just, again, fast forward till 2000s, where when internet technology was taking dominance, again, only maybe the top 500 companies were able to truly leverage it because the cost of hardware was very high. The cost of technology to actually build software was very high. So it started with a few hundred companies taking advantage and it kind of percolated down. But even if you look at today, right, 25 odd years later, after internet adoption or the tech boom started, I would say that truly, like if you look at the app or a website of a normal healthcare institution, whether it's a hospital, nursing home, it's nothing to write home about, right? The way you'll interact with it is fairly clunky. The way it will understand your needs are fairly clunky. And you will not have the level of quality that consumers have come to expect from, good quality entities, right? And the reason behind that is, bringing data together was expensive. The kind of people required to build technology is expensive. And all of those things were extremely difficult to actually do. And hence today, there is a big difference between a company, like Dr. Devishiti was saying, he has 200 developers. A company with 200 developers and a company with 20 IT team members, there is a huge difference in quality that is there. But the good thing is that what I'll kind of show you is how some of those things can be easily bridged with what is there today. And even the smallest of entities can actually compete with the biggest of ones, given the trend of where things are going. So with that, let me just take a few examples. This is a common thing from the largest to the smallest companies where, be it in operations, marketing, clinical teams, if you ask a question about a metric to 3 people, you'll get 5 answers, right? And that I've seen in companies of all sizes. And it could be about, hey, what's the average length of stay? Or it could be about, hey, what's the number of patients who've actually undergone this particular procedure, who've had this comorbidity? It could be anything. And the reason behind that is that by definition, healthcare data has always been very unstructured in the sense like a lot of documents and non-standard, right? Even though healthcare standards have existed for a few decades, the adoption of those things has actually not happened in a true on-the-ground setting. The reasons are manifold, but irrespective of that, today, however you capture your data, the ability to kind of convert that into standardized information, be it your procedures, be your diagnosis, be your medications, all those things kind of exist at a very, very low cost today. Many people might not realize it. Like I'll tell you, I've been working in data analytics related field all over the world for more than 2 decades. What would have cost like large teams till a few years ago, today can be done with 2 people in 1 month, right? And I'm saying that to make a statement, but what that shows is the extent to which all these things are accessible to everybody, right? Even a 50-bedded hospital or a nursing home for that matter could be similar to what maybe the top healthcare entities of the world can have access to. And once you do that, what you can do with it is actually, transforming to a large extent where, and I'm using some practical examples that we kind of do on a daily basis where once you have your standardized data, your CRM teams can automatically figure out, hey, the doctor had written a follow-up visit, how to ensure that the patient is automatically reached out to, or there's a follow-up procedure that has to be done. Or for that matter, essentially things like your operations team tracks a lot of metrics, how to actually track that on a real-time basis and really make improvements to your efficiency, right? All those things are actually possible today. At any entity, within a few weeks, it can be made live. That's essentially the extent to which things have improved. And this is what I kind of mean by saying it's a data democratization at scale, because one common problem that I've seen at any place is, access to real information is limited. And this is one thing that practically on the ground level, AI can help solve. Once you have the data, essentially there are a lot of things one can do with it, right? And I'm listing a few examples to show how kind of practical these things are. The first is, for people who are either working at hospitals or has actually had themselves or a loved one admitted to one for any procedure, you'd see that once a doctor kind of says, okay, to discharge, it might take the whole day for you to actually get discharged, right? A lot of procedural things happen in between where, whether it's creating of the discharge summary to insurance payments, so on and so forth. And a lot of pain points are not intentional. Some of the pain points are the data that is required to be put together by the clinical team. Whether it's let's say the discharge summary is kind of separate, it has to be put together, validated, signed off by 3 people. All that stuff actually becomes very, very easy now, because even if that's just a bunch of documents, ability to standardize that, ability to highlight the information that is important, ability for your junior doctors and senior doctors to kind of sign off, can all be done in a matter of minutes as opposed to a matter of hours. And the same thing I'll say for insurance too, where, it could be, hey, information has to be in a standard format, how to actually put together in a way that it gets approved fairly quickly. All of that stuff is actually doable and is actually being done on the ground, right? And this is, again, not just something to be done at a place like Apollo. All these things can be done at any entity, the way it stands right now. And the second one, which is very, very crucial, is what we've always seen is at the end of the day, people who have chronic conditions have multiple chronic conditions, multiple doctors treating them. They all write different prescriptions. And ability to actually ensure that all the treatment that is done for you, whether your medication is actually compatible and it truly works. And this is very critical in a hospital care setting, but true in general. All those things were also very difficult before. And truth be told, most of the entities that cared about these things were putting pharmacists and nurses and so on and so forth to manually do all these things, right? Today, all these things can actually be fairly automated fashion, because the ability to understand what medicine it is, ability to understand what it interacts with, what kind of disease it can essentially interact with, all those things are actually fairly...
5 minutes.
Yeah. Is actually fairly common, right? So all those things can be easily done. Another example is when you go to a doctor's office, we all think like, hey, there are some 20 questions that we want to ask them, right? And when we reach there, due to whatever reason, we get scatterbrained, and then finally we might ask 5 of the 20, right? And some of the easy things, easy to implement but difficult to build, things that we do are like, hey, how do we use AI to help a consumer figure out all the questions that essentially that they want to ask, right? Based on the symptoms that they're presenting, based on their medication history, how do we actually do that and ensure that all of that information is present in front of the doctor when he or she sees him, and then be able to answer those, right? Very, very practical things that can be done fairly quickly, be it a hospital of any size. This is one point I just want to highlight where, contrary to what, again, you will read where India has 600 million or 700 million people who have internet access and so on and so forth. The number of people who actually use apps and websites and so on and so forth for any kind of transaction on a realistic level is around 60, 70 million people, right? And this is spread across urban areas and rural areas, but leave that angle for a second. So most of except for travel and mobility, right? This number even goes even down, right? If you look at healthcare, there are 15 to 20 million people who actually use, app and a website to actually do various things. So if you're a company that is trying to actually have a much larger base, if you just build an app, it is never going to work. But all these people are actually fairly savvy in using things like WhatsApp and voice for their various needs, right? And till now, why those things have not worked well is because if you build a bot, a WhatsApp bot, which has been there for years, very clunky, right? The way you want to express is not the way it understands, and you start the journey and 99% drop off will be there. But today, with the advent of or AI becoming a lot more common, natural language processing and natural language understanding has become so much easier that people can type in whatever they want in their chat or say whatever they want in a voice conversation, and you're able to understand that and then help a patient through that journey, right? All of those things are practically possible, which is not viable before, right? And earlier it was viable by putting humans, right? And that is very costly. You can only do it in few industries with a large scale. And the last thing I would say is, if you actually look at how information dissemination happens, right? Today, Google is the largest source of information dissemination. And if you are, for the people who have been observing it, when you actually do a search, what you see today is, in a lot of scenarios, a summary kind of shows up, right? Which on top, and it's some attribution to which are the links that is relevant to. And the world of information discovery is changing in the sense, like earlier, if you actually search in India, most of the healthcare related searches are catered by Mayo and Healthline and so on and so forth. Why? Because they all were very horizontal websites providing horizontal answers. But with the advent of AI, and given your expertise, let's say you are a hospital that is really good in orthopedic surgery in Bangalore, you have ability to answer questions for Bangalore that no one else can answer to, but you never got visibility in the first place. But with the way searching and information discovery is changing, all of that stuff is possible. And that also another practical use case that all of you can use for. Since we're running out of time, let me just stop with that. And any questions, you can actually just send me an email and I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Madhu. We will take questions at the end for the entire panel. But you know what Madhu talked about is the importance of AI. And there is no point of emphasizing, because the fact is that healthcare and AI are not separate anymore. They are integrated. And when you add 2 more data sets to that, and why it's going to be important, and it's going to proliferate down to the last man, 2 reasons. One is 6 out of 10 patients know digital health and 2 out of 10 doctors know digital health. That's our study at the academy. And the second thing, the data rates are 15 cents per GB versus $5 per GB in the United States. We are pretty cheap, and it's going to go down, not go up anyways, the kind of data adoption that's happening. And this brings us to a very important topic of increasing operational efficiency, and no else than Dr. Vanchul, who is trained in emergency medicine and is the Chief Digital Transformation Officer of the Samsung Medical Center. Dr. Vanchul, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. Let me see if my slides work. I'm still waiting. So while I'm waiting for the PowerPoint to show up. Oh, okay, here it is. So as introduced, I'm from Samsung Medical Center, Seoul, South Korea. I'm an emergency physician by training, also the Chief Information Officer that controls and manages most of the digital transformation of the hospital. This is my first time in India, and since I arrived, Dr. Manish Kohli, who connected me to this wonderful gathering, has tried to feed me as many as Indian food as possible. So the first one he tried was dosa. And I love dosa. And when I approached, the chef asked, plain dosa, spicy dosa. So I say, of course, spicy. And I tried the spicy because I'm Korean. Korean like spicy, but after 2 bites, I had to. It was different spice. It's not Korean spice. So I found, okay, I will turn to plain dosa, and I'm really happy with that. So everywhere, healthcare is different. The situation is different, but I see there is a common ground that we can think together, and it's about intelligence. It's about collective intelligence we are here for, and I'm here for. And I want to show how the collective intelligence in Samsung Medical Center has made some few cases. So this is the organization, how it looks. We have one CIO, one CTO, and one CDO, and 3 CMIOs for one institution. The institution is 30 years old. This is our 30 years anniversary. Our institution, however, it was founded by Samsung Group, is non-profit, is a public hospital that sees same kind of patients just like others in Korea. That means we are severely on tight budget. We are not like $1 million rich hospital. We are just the same as hospital trying to make the best out of our cost. We've been known as several innovation process of HIMSS validation on digital health indicators, known as one of the top smart hospitals in the world. And I say again, the cost is important. And of course, the access and quality is always one of our top priorities. Whenever we think about technology, we think of the cost, how costly is this, and how would it affect on our service for the patients. And every technology has to be thought as multidimensional way, starting from its network. If you make a great app, which requires a lot of data transaction for those patients who barely have network, that wouldn't work that way. So we have to start with network. And also at the top, we have patient and providers. We specifically focus on our providers for collective intelligence. And that way, we can connect patients from their houses, their home, to expand our services. There are many services, we have many solutions, many devices, but that has to be organized, have it structurized. If we don't do that, we will lose a lot of money and we will lose a lot of chances for better care. There are many cases. I will just quickly go over a few of them. In Samsung Medical Center, we use our homegrown medical record. So we use our own, which started about 30 years ago. And the medical record is a sense of collective intelligence. It's not just a software. What kind of symbol, what kind of alerts, what kind of data we are gathering and input that all come from our own experience as a providers, which was connected to patient's experience. And many of them should be standardized. If each of us has different experience that cannot be translated to others, there's no way we can make it as collective intelligence. We have to standardize the data and the information to use it. And also has to give the good platform. This is mobile EMR that the providers can use in bedside or at home, and let them have the information to take care of the patients so we can get better data and use it in better way. There are many devices such like this one is tablets that it's easier to input your data, and that way you can collect more data from the providers regarding the patient's care. Of course, the patients can also enter the data directly into the system, but patients are not healthcare experts. They don't know which data in which occasion they have to use. So we give them the standards. We give them the formats, and in which case, for which patient, what kind of data is needed, and we send them as a platform. And that could be used for our outpatient clinic and for inpatient and also for emergency department. So what we do is we send them to sometimes automatic, sometimes manually based on their treatment and diagnosis, and get the data from patient directly, which is entered to the system. So when the patient come to our office to see our providers, the doctors or nurses, we already have the data. And we don't have to ask them the surveys from 1 to 20. We are watching their data on the screen, and we ask the patients further questions. So I see you're doing better than the last time. So what can you do with this time? So this will, yesterday I heard like the ordinary outpatient face-to-face time is like 7 minutes or 10 minutes here. Unfortunately, we do it in three minutes in Korea. That's not very good, but with that short time, we want to make the best out of the value of resources of the time. and we expand the service. Nowadays, Samsung Medical Center is 2,000 beds. We send out 8,000 formats per week for patients, and we receive their results about 87%. So there's quite a number we send and we get, and you see the numbers keep rising and rising. The providers cannot be just there just to listen to patients and write it. We are going to do that. We are doing that, but we need more and more information from the patients, and we need technology to support that. Also, patients need to have their own information from their mobile or web page. These days, there are more patients with their mobile phone than the PC. So either way, they can access to it. Our patients have their access to their information, especially on the lab results in real time. When I know their lab results, our patients know that. We want to be very transparent. Today I heard a lot of transparency this morning, and I think that is very important. Have the trust between the providers and patients. Also, that drives us the power of innovation and go better. With the experience, we get the new idea. And the patients also have their access to their medical record in real time. It's really hard for patients to go to the pages of medical records by doctors to understand that. We give them the best format is, to this date, I believe is PDF. PDF is easier for the patients to open it. Everybody has PDF reader, and they can just attach it to the email, and they can use WhatsApp to spread it to their families. We give them 24 hours, 7 days a week. So at 1 a.m., you get back from your work. By the way, everybody's awake at nighttime in Bangalore, I found. The streets are full in that time. Sorry about that. So at nighttime, you can access to your records and you can review when you have time. And also you can send it to your insurance company. So they need to have that. Other kind of patients is robot. So of course, human still is better for service than robots, but human, we cannot fill in every part of patient's journey. And it's more and more that we get so busy, and patients also busy during their clinical process. So we send the robots that not to replace me, but to support my service to patients. And patients can ask the robots and can use the robots to connect to their physicians. Also, similar robots, not similar one, the other robots could be used. And it is being used for logistics, because we want to free a lot of time from our providers to those redundancies. Taking transporting and counting stuff. It's not for experts. It's not for healthcare providers. We do give them to the robots. And now we have time to interact with our patients, which will lead for better experience of the patients. And one more thing, there's a lot of limit, especially the Samsung Medical Center. We are so limited on every part of the space and time. And it is really hard to put everything we need in limited space. We are much smaller than India, if you know. And the space is always what limits us from our services. And we are trying to expand it to another world. We are not going to conquer Japan to get the location. We can go to the metaverse. The patients, while feeling they are in the same institution, this is the model we made from the drone capture and also the picture to 3D model technology, and they can use to enter the hospital virtually and use the very the services they are familiar to, and the newcomers can pre-see. These days when you visit some place, you Google the place and you see how it's going to happen when you get there, and they can do that using the model that can fasten all the process, and also give our patients the feeling of relief. When you're visiting a new place like hospital, you are so anxious, you're nervous, and we want to relieve them from their anxiety for that. And we can use this metaphors for that, and also give the patients guidance, also training. So we will train our employees who's like a first time in SMC in a virtual place first. So when they get there, they are already used to the place, which is critical for that our workers to be effective on our work. And that's all new things. There's no guideline. Actually, there could be a guideline, but there's no textbook. Nobody has been there, effectively. So we are there not to see just the glimmering new things, but we see because there is a need, and there is need that we cannot satisfy with our own, past technology. We have to find the technology with our people who knows what's best for our patients, and see how the technology could be used for better practice and for the better quality of care. And nowadays, since although the hospital has been the center of the patient's healthcare so far, we are trying to expand it to patient's home. What's happening is patients does not transform like a healthy state to sick state. There's a continuous wave. You go to hospital some days. Now, if you're healthy, you don't go to hospital for years, and you get older, you tend to go to hospital more often. Often you get admitted, you get discharged, you stay home, you get admitted. So it's just a sequence of getting sick and healthy. So it's not just for the wellness care or healthcare. It's everything combined, and hospital has to play a critical role, given a good stance that patients can be managed at home safely and effectively. And there are a lot of technology we heard this morning, and we are going to hear throughout the days that can connect, that can empower us, which is empowering the patients and home, and giving the tools for our providers and patients that they can be managed, monitored, and get better at home. So there are many stages which has not been done yet. For even in Samsung Medical Center, we are literally working on it every day right now because that is helpful for our patients and their experience and their well-beings. And I will be really happy to share the progress of this piece, because there's a big bang going on, and you are going to see great stories, great outcomes all around the world in the coming new years. So how can we do all this? We don't have the money. If somebody wants to donate like $10,000, I would be happy to spend one full day to expand all our. We are so on the budget everywhere in the world, and what we can do is we have to be smart to be effective with our limited cost. That is only possible if we have intelligence. We have collective intelligence within the Samsung Medical Center. Now I'm here to expand the intelligence, the width, and we can the India and the Korea and all over the global world. We can use our intelligence collectively. That is how we have become us throughout the history, and that's how we can navigate into the future. And thank you for the listening.
Thank you, Vanchul. Excellent presentation. So today morning, Vanchul and I came in the same car. We were driving, and he was saying that, look at the traffic. I said, India never sleeps. And it's a Saturday. And you said about you tried the spicy dosa, the hot dosa. I would say try idli with gunpowder. We make not only food hot, but technology. That's why we run all the big tech companies as Indians. That's the beauty of what India and Indians can do. And you need to understand it from food, then food for thought. But exciting presentation. I'm still absorbing all that he has said. And there is so much to learn and implement, right from his paperless to weightless. I think I would add one more, which India would do, is touchless. This is where we are headed to. And I think last year in our conference, we had robot as a panelist. So like we are sitting in Bombay, we had a robot. Robot answered all the questions that you would have asked a robot. Of course, we are not going to replace the panelists with robots very soon, but that was the glimpse of future. That's where it's going to come. And now we move with Vijay. Vijay has been a veteran leader in AI driving the the open source model Llama and the OpenAI GPT. And for more than 22 years, he has been doing it in the US, returned to India this year. I think India is lucky and you are lucky too. And he's going to talk on what AI is capable of and how should we think about it. Vijay, the floor is yours.
I first want to apologize to all the doctors. Not doctor. Wife is a doctor. Best you can describe me as a compounder. She runs a 100-bed super specialty hospital, and I'm just here. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. So I think everybody before me talked about how to think about AI, how they use AI in their clinical practice. My job is slightly different as somebody who represents Microsoft and OpenAI. I would like to talk about the state of AI, where it is, what it's capable of, where it's headed, and how we should think about it. And happy to take any questions either during the session or after as well. In terms of a little bit about myself. I've been in Microsoft for 22 years. Just came back this year. I had the OpenAI training platform within Microsoft and the customization, evaluation, and responsible AI aspect of model training, including that for open source models like Llama, and the model catalog that has a whole bunch of other open source models as well. And we actually actively collaborate with OpenAI in multiple fields of multiple domains, including healthcare. And we'll touch upon some of those things in here. Okay, pretty much everybody here in the room, I'm sure, has some sense of disorientation given how fast AI is picking up and how exponentially it's growing, and how we are able to adapt. Everybody's grappling with it, including some of us who are working on it, because the technology is actually going at a pretty rapid pace beyond what anybody expected. And it's going, continuing to go at an even more rapid pace, if you can believe that. But the thing is, within that lies the opportunity for us as to what we can do with it. So this orientation can be converted to opportunity in a very meaningful way, as we can see. So AI is poised to disrupt healthcare, like everybody before me has talked about, in various areas. Some of it, we are actually doing active research and some breakthrough technologies from our research labs, both in US, UK, India as well. So it's basically poised to kind of change how the providers and patient experience healthcare, the access to healthcare, ease of healthcare, patient outcomes, cost reduction and admin cost, and in multiple ways that we can't imagine it even today. It's going to change over the next year or two in a very meaningful way. So while the technology is evolving, there is a confluence of several factors. This makes it a golden intersection. In terms of how, if you look at healthcare data, about 99% of the data is multimodal, and about 97% of it gets wasted or not used. And in terms of models are getting increasingly capable and they're becoming multimodal. And the models are also becoming extremely, as somebody talked about connecting two words and the predictive nature of ChatGPT, where it can predict the next word. The next wave, we'll talk about some of the models that came out this past month, or this month actually, 1st of October, it was launched, called O1, where the model can actually think before it responds. It's a very, 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 very significant breakthrough that people may not have realized what happened in the last 1 month. And that's pretty massive in what it can kind of enable. And the cost is decreasing exponentially. So AI without taking name of a customer that we had, we were working with one of the big, large healthcare providers. The cost was about $100 billion or $1 billion to use AI within a year. $1 billion of just AI tab for a year. We could bring it down to like 100 million. But the thing is, that's just with optimization. But the actual cost of AI in the last 2 years has gone down by about 98%. So it's significantly cheaper and it's constantly getting cheaper. That's like huge. And because the models are getting so powerful, it's powering fundamental research in a very basic way, both clinical and non-fundamental science. That will again impact the research and the capabilities that healthcare doctors and physicians will actually get based on that. In terms of affordability, like a country like India, the affordability of healthcare is increasing, the reach is increasing, and the need is increasing based on the lifestyle. And the existing system and existing set of doctors and providers are grappling to kind of provide care on this growing need. And basically the fact that we're all here in India talking about the latest and greatest that's happening in technology in, let's say, Bay Area in almost real time. Initially, it used to be that, hey, there's a technology that shows up in the West. It comes to India maybe in like years or months later. Here it's pretty much real time. So much so, within India, my team here actually is retraining GPT for certain customers to completely adapt GPT 4.0 model, which is the latest model for their needs right here in Bangalore. So it's like basically not just the technology is being diffused, but technology is actively being developed in India. So the disparity that we had of technology being available elsewhere and being available to us here much later is not there anymore. That's pretty powerful. And in terms of like the fact that we have medical errors are a huge source of medical problems. Like, for example, 33% of the death or something of that effect happens in the hospital due to medical errors, and medical costs in US especially is like pretty high. In India is not as much, but it's also because India is like not adapted technology to the extent US has, but Indian government and like all the regulatory bodies, like somebody else before me said, are really actively pushing it, and it's going to come. And then basically the legal liability will increase as that happens, and then the provider burnout is real. So these are all real confluencing factors. And like if nothing else, there's a huge, massive revenue opportunity. Some of the big hospital chains in India, they're actually thinking really, really big, and we're actually talking to them. Their ambitions are very global. So hospitals within India are thinking of being a doctors for the world. Doctors not just for third world countries, but for first world countries. That's like amazing to see. And they're actually investing in that area. So again, going back to the models realm. So the one way to think is models are getting bigger, but don't get fooled by it. The fact that the models getting bigger and potentially more expensive and more capable. At the same time, what's also happening is models are getting smaller and being optimized and being equally capable or more. So that's basically the trend that you see. It's the GPT-5 is a speculative thing, and I just kept it there as something that might come. But if you look at what's happening is when I talk about the cost going down by 98%, that's basically starting with GPT 3.5 to what it is right now with 4.0 and 4.0 mini. It's 98% less for inferencing cost, and it's going down rapidly. And with open source as well, you have cheaper models that you can actually run on your mobile devices, which are very, very capable compared to what the big models 2 years ago were. So the model that I was talking about that happened it was announced October 1st is called O1. O1 basically is a very, very significant breakthrough in AI, like just as big a breakthrough as ChatGPT was 20 months ago. When 20 months ago ChatGPT came, people were like really astounded of how it can do what it can do. But what O1 does here, it's similar sized model, but it's capable of doing what we call chain of thought reasoning. So not only can it's just not predicting the next word like the previous models were, it actually can think before it responds. It can think before it responds, it can respond, and it can actually tell you why it said what it said and what is the reasoning behind it. That is pretty fundamental breakthrough in just the generative AI itself, even compared to the ChatGPT models that we had like 18 months ago, or like even 5 months ago. So that's pretty massive. And the fact that those models have PhD level thinking enables agentic workflows on top of those things. So like I'm sure some of you guys have heard about what agents are. So people talk about AI replacing humans, but agents are a miniature version of those, where agents can actually do a lot more work in like task completion autonomously
5
across the board.
minutes.
So these are basically a bunch of hours of like what doctors who adopt technology can actually spend, and AI can actually help take some of those away. So if you look at the DAX experience that we have built, which kind of does task automation and like summaries of the visits, and basically even evidence-based summaries, which kind of significantly reduce the doctor burnout and the time it takes to do bookkeeping and paperwork. And these are all the things that AI can enable. The multimodal models can enable basically discovery of drugs, trials, and even delivery of care. And these are the different areas where multimodality can kind of help. And I'll talk about multimodality in a different way. So this is a good example. So everybody talked about, I think the previous first guest talked about the radiology. This is a very, very cool thing. So if you look at what's happening here, you have a radiology image, a CT X-ray with notes, and a user is able to ask questions either with voice. So you have 3 modalities combined. And then basically it'll come back with the findings. What this can be used to do is, let's say if you have X-rays, which are cheaper to do, but they're like pretty high numbered. How can we use X-rays to kind of predict and prioritize the patients who need 3D imaging, which are more expensive, like CT and MRI? And that's something that's possible with the new technology, where we're actually using both as inputs, but only using X-ray to kind of predict when it's needed. So it's a pretty cool thing that we are trying to do. And huge outcomes. I'm rushing through because I'm just out of time. So like, huge outcomes in terms of how it can actually benefit in various ways when you actually use this in healthcare. And these are actual numbers from actual hospitals and customers who use these things. And like the burnout, the doctors, most of you guys who are doctors here, it's pretty evident, like no matter whether in big hospital or small hospital, we can't have enough doctors and enough providers, and it's pretty serious issue. And they can actually help use AI to kind of deliver much better quality healthcare while kind of reducing the cost of it as well. Apart from the fact that it's also a huge revenue opportunity in both cost saved and the money earned for your medical community. It's a massive, massive revenue opportunity as well. And when we use AI, you should think about whether it is safe and whether it has high value. So you can think about, like, if you're uncomfortable using AI, like all up, you could start using based on, let's say, high value and low risk and so on and so forth. And that's how you kind of evaluate and think about it. And in Microsoft, and this is my last slide, we are not thinking about it as one God model which can answer all questions, because you can't literally have one model that can do all modalities and everything else, from like pathology to kind of radiology and everything else. So we are basically building on these capable models to have much smaller models specifically for each modalities and each problems. And then we'll have it exposed in model catalog, where people can actually then customize them specifically for their use cases. And that's going to be the future of healthcare as we think about it. And so the call to action right now is that this is not a choice that we all have. So we are all fence sitting, thinking that, okay, maybe AI is in distant future, maybe AI can't replace a doctor, and you sure can't replace a doctor, and it won't ever will. But it's not an option of whether we can basically adopt AI, because it's a huge need. The need is there, and basically the opportunity is there for us to kind of get on board. And that requires people to rethink how the hospitals are built and how the technology is built, and how to kind of reuse the existing workflows on the new technology. With that, I'll just hand off.
Thank you, Vijay. And when you started off, you said that you are not a doctor, but when you are creating models that can think like a PhD, you can prefix a doctor for sure. So how many of you are PhDs here? Can you raise your hands? Just think what Vijay said. There are a couple of very profound messages he has given us. And I think all the speakers have done that. And it's for us to think, what is our takeaway? One number that stands out for me is reduction of cost by 900 million from 1 billion. It's huge for anyone who is operating for a business or even as a not-for-profit. Everything is denominated by money. The second thing is that these softwares are thinking. Earlier, they were just doing. And one thing that I learned interacting with Jansen, and which was a big takeaway for all of us, that earlier humans wrote the code. Now softwares write the code. And think about the implications of that. So just try to look at and try to flow it into the healthcare patient journey. You will get, I think, a lot of solution ideas and implementation ideas. And I don't know how many of you use DTX. Can you raise your hands? I can assure you, 85% of the healthcare is dependent on chronic disease management, and 100% of it will be dependent on DTX. So if you don't know it, if you don't do it, think about it. The government of India has already approved 2 DTX. So you can think how fast the government is moving. And I'll give you 2 other numbers before I get into giving you the opportunity to ask questions. We have rolled out 670 million ABHA IDs, and counting by day, we're adding 50,000. We have done over 300 million teleconsultations on eSanjeevani, which makes us as probably one of the largest markets. And I can take some credit for having written the National Health Policy and the Digital Health Mission for the country. And with this, I think I would let you ask questions with the exemplary panel that we have. I'm sure there'll be mics for you.
Hello, good evening, good afternoon to everybody on the dignitaries on the dais. My name is Dr. Mohammad Hussain Sharif. I'm a Unani medical practitioner and also practice alternative medicine. Sir, there are multiple bits of question I'll put on your table and all the audience listening me here. Sir, the one thing is about the insurance and the universal health coverage to everybody. Since India has 80% plus unorganized sector of economy and living people, and also we are facing the threats of AMR, antibiotic microbial resistance, and also collaborating the integrated Ayush medicine, Ayurveda, Unani medicine, homeopathy medicine. How do you take up with this in collaboration with artificial intelligence or whatever the tools we have in the healthcare industry, and selling of data to the XYZ company? Recently, we have seen in the All India Institute of Medical Science, which is one of the pioneer institute of our country, the data has been hacked in Delhi. There have been news, and there are a number of cases like this we have been seeing every day in and out. How do you tackle these problems, sir? We have AI, we have other a number of tools. We have India is said to be the pharmacy of the world, and we have so many companies. PCD companies are there. Doctors are writing prescription left and right.
You can be brief because our answer will become much longer.
Yeah, you have got the question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll answer the first part of your Ayush one. There is a mission mode project going on to leverage technology for Ayush. And I guess that will be something that will be path-breaking for the world. In terms of data, I'll only answer one thing, that as we mark on this journey for digitalization, these are episodes that happen even in the first world. Look at US, how many things are available. But having said that, I can put in an analogy. If you have a food poisoning, you don't stop eating food. Yeah. So I think let's not worry about that. I think the importance of data, cannot be just ignored because of the risk. I think the things will become stronger as we learn with time. That's what, AI is getting into machine learning and, deep learning. So I think from my perspective is that, and I would let my co-panelists respond.
I just want to basically take the last question that you had about overuse of drugs and multi-resistance problems that in India. So that's, in fact, it's a perfect case for how AI can be used. Basically, if you have software which is connected to your IPD, OPD, ICUs, OT, and your pharmacy, and all the drug administration happens through software, you could actually have pharmacology built in, where you can actually say, hey, this drug reacts with this other drug, and this drug is not compatible with this thing that you talked about, and actually find out deviations of care that's been given and either because of not like bad practice or basically in lack of training, and soft can actually catch it both in time and in trend as well. So AI is actually perfectly poised to help exactly those kind of problems as systemic.
And Vijay will also add to that the health claims exchange that's come up, and just look at integrating your ABHA IDs data once it has all the data and linking up with that. Of course, 100% will not be able to solve, but I think 80% we should be able to address that, because you will have all the data that you need to take action on people who default on the fault on the system. Actually,
Okay. So on the insurance front, just wanted to kind of answer one part of that. So if you look at it, leave aside the governmental policies and all for a second. To have a successful, in some sense, universal coverage, right? Or large penetration of insurance, which doesn't exist today in India outside of the government schemes, ability to kind of look at healthcare as an entire journey for a consumer, right, is really needed, from preventive, to actually the tertiary care that is there today. And to do that manually using the way it's done today, it's just not possible. So in one of the areas in which AI and all can actually truly change that is what essentially Dr. Rajendra also mentioned, where chronic condition management, how do you actually use technology to have a person take control of their health in a meaningful, low cost way? All of those things actually is going to be plugged in as part of an insurance scheme so that it's all financially viable. Because the current model trying to scale it is just going to be a replica of what is actually going to be there in the US, which is not the model that we want to go to. So AI does have a role to play. It will take time, but actually there are concrete things that can be done about it.
So the insurance system from India is, I suppose, much different from Korea. Korea is most of the treatment is covered by national health insurance. It's about 90 to 95% of the procedures. But the other way is it is very strong that it is illegal for hospital to charge the patient for extra. Even though we use that new technology, we cannot charge the patients outside the national health insurance. So there are two pathways. One kind of AI that we are using or we are trying to use is the one who can facilitate or make more efficiency out of our resources, such as one AI can enhance the MRI images. So instead of taking 20 slides for your brain MRI, you can take just 10 slices, which will reduce your time, and you can use more. You increase the access for the. So having the AI itself pays off. So it's better for the budget of the hospital. It's one way. The other way is it is used for improvement of the patient's care. In that case, is Korean state, the government has like a trial insurance code. So it gives the code, the governments give permission to, it doesn't pay for the patients, but the government could give permission for hospitals to get paid by the patients out of pocket for 2 to 4 years for experimental AI algorithm that is used for services. Some of them is for patients monitoring system with AI. We can charge for the patients, and we can convince patients which will improve their patients' care. Regarding the privacy and cybersecurity, yeah, I believe the most valuable part of cybersecurity is the human, usually not the machine. It's the human who usually leak the information, human who make the errors, not the machine by itself. But if you use more data, AI, you can sometimes have send the data cloud, and you have to get the data back. And also, sometimes you have to have the server inside your institution that could be somehow compromised, and this increase the chance of having a problem, an issue, and that is so true. Just in case, Samsung Medical Center is getting attacked about 100 times per day by hackers. So this is a very real problem, and they are using lots of algorithms these days. They try to find the weak point, not manually, with the AI. So it is a current very problem, but I think the result is not to just shut down. We have to increase the patient service. Thank you.
As I was analyzing the multimodal data I see in the room and the time on my clock, we are 1 hour, we are almost on time. So we need to conclude the session, and I would leave you with few messages. One is conventional ways of delivering care are over. That's fact. And AI is integral to everything you do. There are no choices. There are no beauty contests here in healthcare. And hospitals have to move beyond beds. That's the final message. You cannot be just confined to thinking about beds and growth. Taking this forward, last month we launched the Patient Centricity Index, the world's first patient centricity index, which is based on objective data to look at what is patient centricity for a care provider. With this, I'll end, and thanks for all my panelists. A big round of applause for them. Thank you.
Thank you all. Moving on to the next session. Preparing the workforce for rapid technology advances means not only implementing new tools, but also empowering healthcare professionals to adopt and engage with these innovations. Dr. Myong Haison and Mr. Chris Walker will shed light on these critical topics, with Dr. Manish Kohli serving as the chair for the session.
Then they should like the table. Can they leave the table? Small table.
Dr. Manish Kohli is a visionary leader in digital health with over 25 years of experience. He founded the Pull Alliance for Digital Health and Equity and leads Beyond Horizon Health, driving healthcare innovation globally. Over to you.
We can sit stage. And... Testing. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we stand between you and lunch, which is a dangerous spot. My name is Manish Kohli, and I'm really honored to be here amongst great luminaries and people who are making change happen in India. Give yourself a round of applause. What we heard this morning from Dr. Devi Shetty, his vision to make technology affordable, his vision to make healthcare accessible, the Health Minister of Karnataka, what they have done with STEMI and early diagnosis and saving lives. This is what it's all about. While we may talk about technology, our work is about people. One more question. How many of you in the room know of a patient or have been a patient yourself? How many times does one get an opportunity to create a health system for your own good? This is about all of us. And I'm really, really delighted and honored to bring to the stage two amazing speakers who have been at the forefront of driving change and developing people to drive the change. And there's no better forum than CAHO, which is singularly focused on improving quality and safety for all of us. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Myung-Hee Son, who has traveled all the way from South Korea. Thank you. Their dedication. She landed at midnight last night, and she's here. And yes, she had a dosa this morning as well. Dr. Myung-Hee Son is a pediatrician by training. In fact, a pediatric oncologist who works in the emergency room full-time while she serves as the Chief Medical Information Officer for Samsung Medical Center. Her focus is how can we make technology work for people? This is something what Dr. Shetty does this morning as well. We must make technology work for our doctors, our nurses, and our patients. She is also at the forefront looking at social robots and emerging technologies and how we harness them for a greater good. So without further ado, Dr. Son.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction, and also thanks for the invitation to this great gathering. And as I was introduced, I'm Myung-Hee Son from Samsung Medical Center in Seoul, Korea. And today I'm going to talk about, I'm very humble to whether I'm ready to talk about this topic yet, but I'm very happy to share my personal journey and also journey of our institution preparing the workforce for technology. Whenever I go to AI summit or digital transformation, everyone talks about amazing technology, high tech, advanced tech, and large language model, robots. And the final always question, but how do you make your people use it? And even it was the main question yesterday in Malaysia where there was a MIH megatrend, and everyone knows that any amazing solution does not mean anything if cannot be used. So I'm just want to talk about how to prepare for the adoption. So as I'm gonna move on, I just realized that I only have 20 minutes. So before I start talking about preparing for our people, as I mentioned, having all these amazing solutions doesn't mean success. So even as a hospital, or even as a just personal a person, as a patient, and also as a healthcare provider, we all know that we have to use it well. And who has to use it? People has to use it for people. And for digital transformation, we all know that we need three categories of technology, process, and people. Technology, we all talk about it. And also it's very important, and it's very important topic. And also we have to work on developing new technology, but not understanding the process. It's really hard to adopt to the system. And also you need to adopt, you need to understand more about the people who needs the technology. And this, with this understanding, actually we can actually improve patient-centered care, but not only for the patients. My colleague Wanchul very focused on how we are trying to use this technology for our workforce satisfaction, because we've been always focusing on patient-centered care since we were founded 30 years ago, which is not that long, but we've been always talking about patients. But recently, more and more we understand that without happy workforce, there's no happy patients. So we have to really focus on how our workforce is struggling daily basis. And I want to already introduce that the 8 layers of the ecosystem when we are talking about smart hospitals. And you can see that there are main stakeholders. There are many stakeholders, but there are patients, and also there are admins, but there are medical staffs. And each layers, we are pushing very hard to actually get validated, and we were trying to meet the global standard. But what I've learned from going through this validation, there were no right answer to, like, they were not giving any great answer to us, and there were no shortcuts, and there were no playbook for us. But going through the validation with our team actually helped us to understand ourselves. And it was a learning process, and it required a lot of communication. And it really helped us to understand what our workforce is going through, and what we have as our struggles, and also what is our excellency. And one of the HIMSS MRAM maturity model, we also realized that even this global maturity model, ask us for, even with the same solution, it becomes different stage when there is a different level of adoption. So how our workforce are engaged at SMC? Maybe there are many other reasons, and maybe we need to work on more. But I just want to talk about three different ways of engaging workforce today. So one is, I'm one of 3 CMIO, as Wancher introduced, and I see myself like as CMIO, I see myself as a communicator, maybe translator. I don't know much about technology. I don't have deep understanding of maybe a lot of people who's here. I'm a physician. I'm a full-time clinician. I'm a pediatrician. But luckily, I can understand a little bit of some languages that technician IT people use. And also I understand what our nurses' language and other medical staff language. And I'm trying to use these skills to actually help them to communicate. Because a lot of startups in Korea and a lot of big companies always come to me and, why is it so headache to talk to doctors? Why is it so hard to talk to people, anyone who works at a hospital? I don't think we intended to. I just think we have different language. It's just asking someone who speaks different language to understand the other language. And so so communication. I really want to emphasize, like, it's so important to understand the need and understand what they are going through. So just need a little bit of patience and more time to talk to them. And then when we have any small use case, success story, we are trying to share with all the workforce we have. So it encouraged other people in the at SMC to think, oh, if they can do that, maybe we can apply to this. They have a different story, but they think about different use cases. And then actually it becomes our culture. It's engaging workforce through different, changing the culture. As one of the workforce, I always think of, how can I make my workforce workflow easier? Because especially this year, maybe some of you already know that our junior doctors left with very sad reasons. And I'm doing the job that I've done like 20 years ago as intern and resident, and at night shift all by myself. And it encouraged me to, like, give me a passion to think about, so what, and then going through this workflow again, and what can I not do? So this actually encourage, bring up new ideas, how to reduce time, how to reduce physical, cognitive, and emotional burden of our workforce. And then not just every daily basis, but I also think about what's the better way to do it long term. How can I standardize? And how can I predict? And then with good prediction, I can plan better. At the end of the day, if we don't want to do it well, what's the point? It's a legacy of excellency. I really want to do it well if I do it. I want to do the best. So motivation and empowerment of those core values are really important. So I'm gonna just quickly move on to our cases from SMC. And first, I'm gonna start with listening to domain experts. I've already mentioned that it's really important. So every day we have this system request from anyone who's working at SMC. They can do it on Darwin system, what they wanna change. So you can see these numbers, how many we are getting it. And we cannot do it all, but we always review it very hardly, and then we go through it, and then we prioritize, and then we make changes. And next, sometimes they do it anonymously. We have a bulletin board. Sometimes it's heart aching, but sometimes they complain anonymous. We listen to them, and we try our best to make changes. We also try to understand the process by domain experts. Since the CAHO is interested in patient safety and quality improvements, as example of report system of near-miss incident report. So there's a process of how to report near-miss. If you don't have a good process, it never can be reported. There is a process of report, but it doesn't mean that there is a process that can that then everyone does it. So throughout the years, we've been digital transformed of the way of reporting near miss. Initially, it was done by paper, and then they digitized and made like a access program to actually take care of the data. And then now it's integrated to our EMR system, so they can just do it. It doesn't take that long, and they can do it just very easily. And this is how it looks. So it's just one of the key buttons that we have. So whenever they think they have a near miss, they almost did, but they didn't, they can report. And having this system, we can collect more near miss report, and then even we encourage. More they report, we give award. And then it became a culture. So there's no blame for the reporting near miss. And sometimes report the good cases. And even with the system, now even it's already in Darwin, we can they also requested for the next digital transformation, how to make it more even easier. How can we make a workforce to spend less time to report? So reducing burden is really important even for doctors. Having AI solutions to screen the chest X-ray. Of course, I can do it. I can read pneumothorax, but if it can be done just in less than a second, in very busy ER, it really helps me to reduce my emotional and cognitive burden. And we have digital signage. Maybe a lot of institutions still need to print out the patient's, should be video played. But anyway, these are signage. This is integrated. Can you play video? Okay, so these are signage is like traditionally we had to print, all the nurses have to print out when the patient's admitted, but it doesn't take that long, but it's effort to print out and put it on the bedside. But now all the information is digitally integrated to our EMR. So it's automatically updated to this digital signage. So just patient, when they are checked into our EMR system, the signage already tells which patient is allocated to this bed. And also it shows important information about patient safety, like infection, like a caution and fall risk. So those information can be just visualized automatically and yeah. Thank you. Can we make it to slideshow again? Okay, I'll just move on. So the signage look like this, and even we can inform the patient when doctor's gonna have a round. And the second one is it's using BPOC. It's not, yeah. So you can see that using the barcode, we can actually just tag the fluid medication with the patient tag. So nurses can tag herself and patient and any drug they are giving, then it will just go to EMR, so they don't need to put any data additionally. And even with the vital signs, it reduces all the effort to do. And there is another way of reducing burden of nursing. So our nurses have to calculate the risk of fall, because there are we have more and more patients having high risk of fall and when they're hospitalized. But it takes time to actually calculate these scores. There's a good standardized way of doing it, but now they are putting this automated, so they don't need to do anything extra. With all the pool data from EMR, they can have a fall risk prediction. And then using this technology, which takes 3 minutes for nurse to do, will take just 5 seconds, and they don't need to do anything extra. I'm just trying to share this story because this kind of way, having this process they experience is actually encouraging them to open to digital transformation. And having this new technology exposure actually makes them bring new ideas. Since they are using this PPOC all the time with their hand, now they come up with the idea that, now they want to take the picture of patient's skin lesion and then have a staging system for bed sore ulcers. So the new nurses doesn't need to have a cognitive burden to think about which stage it is and what kind of dressing materials they need to use. So it's just automatically recommended. So for nurses who doesn't have much experience can easily adopt it. And it all came up from our workforce. They came up with the idea and work with with company, and they come up with a good solution. So it can be good for the company and good for our workforce. And it's cultural change. Initially, we have a database operation and communication center starting from CT scan room. So we always have never had enough CT scans. So it became very important to predict how many waiting days are expected. And then they made this good dashboard to visualize and predict. And having this successful story and visualizing dashboard and share by everyone, and then they could even use it for planning for another device to be purchased. And then for the patients and for the workforce, it used to be there were certain hours where they were very congested, but now we can predict and we can allocate, and then we can just use it, this algorithm, to actually relocate the patients to the slots, so you can see the congestion has been removed. And having this story, now we are expanding so many of these, other stories for each, including surgical rooms. It was one of the, very strong culture. I heard one of Indian hospital, they said they call the department as a kingdom, but not different from India. Korean surgeon also believe that surgery room is their room. But we were trying to encourage to share the rooms so patients doesn't need the waiting time for surgery can be reduced, and also the workforce of surgery room can go home earlier. So now you can see that having this DOCC starting from CT rooms, moving to surgery room, now there are many, many coming up. And initially it was meant to share the data with better way of visualization. But since the data which never had been collected are collected in this way, now we can use it and make it our own algorithm to predict the operational efficiency. And this all can be done because our old data are integrated to our diamond system. And and when its algorithm is also developed, it can be all deployed in this system. So as we have these all layers of hospitals, but to make workforce satisfaction, each layer really means a lot. And we are trying to share the network will increase collaboration, and we want to have resource optimization. And the more data we have, we're going to have insights, and we want to automate and increase efficiency, and we want to empower our workforce. And at the end, we also want to engage patients. So this is the very last video that I want to share. Want to have a sound on it?
Once your blood is collected, the tube is placed into an intake slot where it's automatically transferred to a high-speed pneumatic system capable of handling up to 2,000 tubes. The system counts the tube twice, once when it enters and again before it exits, virtually eliminating any risk of loss. Now, it's time to send the sample to a blood analysis laboratory on basement level.
Okay, so why we did this? We have 4,000 patients having their blood drawn every day for our patient clinic. So and I just want to share this story because having digital transformation help our workforce and also make our patients stay less time in the hospital. And there are so many things to do tomorrow. And I encourage maybe some of the startups and companies here talk to our people, talk to your people, and get more ideas and work on it. I think technology support patient well-being, and not only patients, but our professional satisfaction. And I always believe that nothing can be done without our people and also for people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sohn. If you notice something about the talk, her main theme was communication. What did we talk about? Event reporting system. We talked about signage. We talked about engaging people, having a change agent who is the chief communicator between technology. So digital transformation is not just electronic medical record. It's part of your DNA to solve a particular challenge. And the good thing is, we had an amazing roundtable yesterday, and many of these themes came up. So people are already thinking about this. So I want to thank Dr. Sohn for sharing her experience, but I want to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Chris Walker, who is not only tall, but he's a giant in his field. So Chris, thank you. I want to tell an anecdote about Chris. Chris is not only, he looks American, but I think he's an Indian at heart. And early in his youth, he actually spent some time in an ashram, learning yoga and other things. And he's a musician. So he's a man of many talents, but I had the privilege of working with him in Cleveland Clinic in Abu Dhabi. But he had an illustrious history in a large integrated health system in the US called Kaiser Permanente. And then he joined IBM in the Middle East, and where I had the chance to meet him, but then he's traveled many countries. But I'm not going to take away his thunder. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Manish. And I wanted to indicate that, let me try. We'll go to my next slide. So unlike Dr. Myung-hee and Dr. Wanchul, I'm not a clinician. I have no clinical training. But like them, I was brought here by the wonderful visionary Manish Kohli, and I was also subjected to the spicy dosa. Which I love, and it was not really that hot. So any of you who would like to show me some hotter food, I'm available after they close the conference today. So I am from the US, living in the UAE now for 13 years. And I'm hoping, I've been doing technical adoption continuously, technology adoption for 27 years, 18 of which is electronic medical records. I'm hoping that the longer I work, what I'm finding is that the less I know, so I'm hoping to work until I know absolutely nothing. and then I'll consider my career closed. Today, I'd like to talk to you about 2 ingredients for successful digital transformation. These are the 2, and I'm giving you a bunch of references at the end. This is based on my personal lessons learned, but also based on a lot of research and a lot of reading, and I'll provide you all the references at the end, and they're available in my slides. So thank you to the wonderful CAHO leadership who are so visionary and so wonderful, and I want to extend a special thanks, and it's been a very heartwarming, delightful, and enlightening time here over the past couple of days, and it's really fantastic to see what's happening in India, and I'm so encouraged and humbled to be among the many prestigious speakers. Trust and purpose are super important. So I want to just relay this story from early in my career. The year is 1998. I'm in South San Francisco Hospital for Kaiser Permanente's 120-bed hospital, and I'm working in the IT department. We're deploying these, which are IBM mainframe terminals, to exam rooms for physicians. We go to the pediatrics department, and we're pushing our little cart with these terminals on it and installing them in the exam rooms. And we get to this one particular exam room in pediatrics, and there's this very tall, imposing gentleman, and he says, "No." He said, and this is Dr. Nuremberg. He says, "I'm not going to let you put that machine between me and my patient." So this was my first experience, sort of the rubber hits the road with resistance to change in the clinical environment. We were trying to give him access to the SIPS summary medical record, which contained all these things. It was a really powerful system. Early, before we did CPOE systems, it was available, all this great data at the fingertips of clinicians. So I think change resistance in this case can be about 2 things. People always talk about how, oh, people inherently resist change. I think you need to pay attention to their involvement in the change, their involvement in the decisions around the change. And you also need to pay clear attention to autonomy. Autonomy, which is also a hallmark of physician culture. I think we need to give a lot of autonomy out, and I'll talk a little bit about that more later. Now you can go into a Kaiser exam room and you see this type of a scenario where the monitor is exposed to the patient, and the patient is looking over the shoulder of the clinician while they're entering the data in the system. Even we went to the extent of scripting what the physician is saying to the patient as they're entering. They say, "Now I'm reviewing your medications, and this benefits you because we're checking for interactions," and so on. So it's very explicit, the scripting that we provided for them at this time. So I want to talk a little bit about purpose for a moment. Purpose is largely determined by the frame that we place on things. So we've seen a number of different frames today: technological innovation. We've seen low cost. These are all frames. You could have other types of frame. Let's say social determinants of health might be a frame. Me thinking about wanting to go to lunch might be a frame. Any of these things could be a frame. Now, the thing about frames is that all of us are carrying around a unique stack of frames. Each person in this room is carrying around a stack of frames, and the frames are ways that they look at the world. Unfortunately, those frames may be invisible to us. But Myung-hee can see my frame, and maybe I can see her frame, and so we need each other. What you want to avoid when you do digital transformation, do not surround yourself with same frame thinkers, okay? So beware that in the hospital environment, you have different microcultures, different professional cultures, occupational cultures that drive the frames that people have as they look at a digital transformation. Try to get a good mix, try to get as many different people, as much diversity as you can in order to avoid same frame thinking. Watch out for the expert frame. Expert frames are common among highly trained people, but they are a trap. It's good to have a beginner's mind. It's good to allow junior team members to call into question the frames of the experts. Multiple frames are good. Multiple frames are healthy. The thing you want to do is increase the number of conversations that occur about your digital transformation. Try to get everybody talking with each other, both informally and formally in your cadence of meetings and sessions, workshops. Get everybody talking about it. Ensure that everybody has a voice. Listen twice as much as you speak. So that should be evident. Oh, here we go. Okay, so how did the frames clash in the story about me meeting this pediatrician in the doorway of his exam room? Well, his frame was, you guys are IT. You're not part of my organization. You're not on the same mission that I'm on. I'm here to take care of my patient. I'm here to have a human interaction with my patient. And we, looking at him, our frame was, hey, we're providing this wonderful tool for you to have the patient information at your fingertips. So there was a clash of different frames there. So why did I go down this hole about frames? Because frames are about purpose. Really, the frame, the purpose, the meaning are all sort of in the same little constellation. I talk now about the theme that I was asked to talk about, which is behavior change. I'm referencing BJ Fogg. Some of you may have heard of this smartphone application. I know a lot of you, I can see you're looking at your smartphones. There's a smartphone application out there called Instagram. You raise your hand if you've heard of Instagram. A couple of you. Okay, so this gentleman, BJ Fogg, works at the Stanford Decision Lab, where one of the two inventors of Instagram was trained. So they learned some of their thinking about how to reinforce human behaviors from BJ Fogg. So there are a number of, for you behaviorists in the audience, I'll take my hat off to you, I'm not a behaviorist, but I've done some study about it. This is B equals map. There's also B equals calm and many other models for behavior change. In this case, BJ Fogg says motivation is primary, followed by ability, followed by prompt. So you can look at it this way and say, hey, I have motivation. I have things that are easy to do and hard to do. I have things that I want to do and things that I don't want to do. I'm going to go back and talk to you about it in this way. Motivation is primary, very important in relationship to the frame. Why I talked about the frame first. If your leadership can convey to people a purpose that resonates with their highest self, okay, like Dr. Lalu said yesterday at the close, love. This is a marvelous purpose. It's something that everybody can resonate with. Also, the many, many stories about being a patient or having a patient in your family, it touches the heart. Myung-hee also mentioned in her talk about emotions. The affective dimension is critical. It's not all about we're all technical people and digital and, you know, we're clinicians and we're doing our job. No, it's key in on motivation. Think about the higher purpose of what you're doing. Why? Because inside motivation, we have extrinsic motivation, which is about carrots and sticks. which will work a little bit, but will not, I guarantee you, produce long-term result that you want. And you have intrinsic motivation. So intrinsic motivation, I do it because I want to. Okay. So you need to have a leader who can get everybody on board thinking that this is something that they want to do. The second thing that he says is do not try to manipulate people's motivation. Okay. The problem with extrinsic motivators is that they are easily recognized as manipulative. If I say to my child, do your homework and I'll give you a chocolate bar, maybe that'll work once or twice, but suddenly I'll be buying them chocolate bars all the time. I don't really want to do that. I want them to care about doing their homework on their own so that I don't have to be provoking them or manipulating them to do that. The second thing that BJ Fogg says is, in your effort, focus on ability. Ability is important. We call it enablement. And this is where I come to my second point, which is trust. Why is trust important? How do we get to a space where we trust each other? If I know a little bit about people, I will gain their trust. So we have different levels of relationship. I can come to this conference, give my talk, say thank you for the food and the plane ticket, and it was great meeting you. Bye. That's level one. Or I can take the opportunity to get to know people and interact with them. I can learn about Myung-hee and what her family is like and what she's interested in and who she is as a person. And we take it from level one, which is that transactional level, to level two, which is it's a human level. So in getting to trust, you want to get to know the people that you're working with. Had delightful interactions with my colleagues from American College of Cardiology, got to learn about them as people and their families, and we shared information. So that's great. So we're getting up to a level two relationship. So when we try to do a project together, maybe we'll have a level of trust that will enable us, okay? So trust is important for ability because I can ask the question, why is the performance of the target behavior difficult? So in these change efforts, we were talking about managing behavior change. I have a target behavior. I want people to do something. I want all the physicians to reconcile the medications every time they have an office visit with a patient. How do I get them to do that? I ask them, why is it difficult? If we don't have a level of trust, they're not going to tell me. There may be a real reason that they don't want to tell me why this is difficult. So you need to achieve that trust and then ask the question, why is it difficult? Focus your energy, focus your effort on ability. Prompt, everybody has a prompt machine. I see everybody with their prompt machines out, staring at the prompt machine. You maybe got a few prompts while you're in here. Stay away from prompts. You don't need to be feeding prompts, particularly to clinicians. Prompts are helpful if they're self-authored, or you can do things at a programmatic level. Prompts fail if there's low motivation and low ability. Prompts succeed above the action line. So why is this guy come from Dubai and he's showing me a picture of fuel system cleaner talking to a bunch of clinicians? Well, in Dubai, every time I pull into the gas station attendant, I say, please give me full special. And then he whips out this can and says, how about this, sir? Wouldn't you like to buy some fuel system cleaner for your car? Every single time I say, no, thank you. And I've had some troubled interactions with these people because I have no motivation. I have no motivation. He's given me the prompt. He's right there at the lip of my fuel tank. The enablement is there. He can do it, but I have zero motivation to do it. I don't care. I don't want to do it. Focus on ability. Ask why is it difficult? Okay, so let's talk about when you want to achieve this target behavior in your organization. Let's say reconciling medication and outpatient thing. So you want to identify, and this is why culture is important. You want to examine those microcultures, those unique occupational cultures, your organizational culture, professional cultures, and understand how is it that people do things. There was a comment yesterday in the session about design thinking and doing field research. Brilliant field research. You're going out there and looking at how people do their jobs and asking them what they think while they're doing their job. Understand what is their mental process, observe their behavior. What do they do routinely? That is their culture. What do they do routinely? And then you hang the new target behavior on an existing feature of their culture. What do I do every time? What do I do every time? BJ Fogg uses the example of he wanted to start flossing his teeth. So he said, when I finish brushing my teeth, because he brushes his teeth reliably every time, and I put the toothbrush in the cup, I will floss one tooth. So he took the change and shrunk it down, made it small, and just flossed the one tooth. So he did that every day, hanging the new behavior on something that is a predictable action in his existing culture. So I encourage you to think about that. Shrink it, make it easy to do it first. And purpose, I mentioned already because of intrinsic motivation. We'll talk a little bit about a few ways of building trust. In your organization, I encourage you to drive down the decision-making authority, drive down the creation of meaning far down into your organization. Just like you want to drive all of your clinicians up to the top of their scope, you want to drive down the autonomy and the decision-making, appoint people, nominate people. 1 minute? Okay, thank you. Appoint people, nominate people, give people the ability to make decisions on their own, allow them to self-organize, build your relationships. I mentioned that, demonstrate vulnerability, share information all the time. We talked about conversations is critically important. Here are my takeaways. Last minute, do not underestimate complexity. Complexity is the biggest risk in any digital transformation. Be humble, always ask questions, always listen a lot. Find great leaders. I encourage you to check out my LinkedIn profile if you have an opportunity to meet me or meet somebody who's met me. My name's Chris Walker. This is my clinician leader. You meet one or two really fantastic leaders in your lifetime. He passed away a few years back, but very, very amazing, amazing leader and made the whole thing happen. Embrace incidental learning. So we implemented Epic electronic medical record. We found that on the dashboards, we had a lot of clinicians with huge numbers of open encounters. We created a reform school for clinicians and did that by finding the positive deviance in the organization. We found people who were making it happen, who were doing great job, and we had them come and teach the others. I can talk to you more about that. Depressurize, avoid inserting motivation, avoid inserting incentives in your organization. Try to eliminate the negatives, and that will result in more success. Thank you so much. Pleasure. Thank you, Nish.
Thank you all for your attention, and thank you, Myung-hee and Chris. They'll both be available throughout the rest of the conference for discussions and questions, and please exchange emails. They'll be happy to any questions. Again, thank you for your attention, and are we ready for lunch or one more session? One more session, okay.
It's all about data. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will delve into the crucial topic of data, emphasizing effective data capture, organization, clinical application, and privacy to leverage data for improved patient care. The moderator for this session is Mr. Gaurav Parchani, the co-founder and CTO of Dozy. I welcome you, sir. We have two speakers for this session. I welcome Dr. Sandeep Budhiraja, Group Medical Director and Head of the Institute of Internal Medicine at Max Healthcare, and Mr. Vinayak Godse, CEO of the Data Security Council of India. I invite you all to the stage, sir.
What an amazing last session. I made a lot of notes, Chris, if he's here, and will surely be contacting you afterwards as well. I hope this session is as amazing as well. And what a relevant topic. If you can't measure it, you can't improve it. Peter Drucker, the legendary management consultant, said that many decades ago. It still stands true. But this is also the philosophy that I've spent the last decade of my life with. Almost a decade ago, I started my career with putting sensors on race cars and then measuring a lot of data coming from the engine and suspension vibrations. And then we use that data to make the race cars better. Almost a decade later now, from there to almost 16,000 hospital beds in 250 hospitals, collecting vitals data continuously without bothering the patient at all, the philosophy of collecting data remains the same. We've just published one of our research yesterday, and we presented it yesterday. It's been published in an international peer-reviewed journal where we showed the impact of monitoring and generating data on different care settings and how much of an impact on health economic outcomes it can have. And therefore, this particular topic is very, very close to my heart. I've based, as I said, the last decade and then going to base many more decades on exactly the same thing. One of the largest problem statements, particularly in our healthcare industry, is actually the non-availability of reliable, accurate, structured, and digital data. That if it's served to you on your fingertips, I'm sure a lot of people will build amazing solutions like we saw in the last session as well. This, in my opinion, collecting data, and it's all about the data, is the rate determining step between us and a health AI revolution that is about to come. And today, especially, it is my pleasure today to set the stage for and introduce healthcare leaders that are exactly breaching this last frontier. It is my pleasure today to welcome Dr. Sandeep Budhiraja, Group Medical Director of Max Healthcare and Head of Internal Medicine. With years of dedicated service at Max Healthcare, Dr. Budhiraja brings exceptional expertise and a deep commitment to improving healthcare in India. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. I'll kick off right away. So basically, we have been hearing about the data, the immense data which healthcare industry is producing, but how do we at the ground make use of it is what I'll be trying to take you through in the next 15 to 20 minutes. So Max Healthcare is a big chain of about 22 hospitals, mostly in north of India, for those of you who are not aware of Max Healthcare. And we put in our electronic health record systems almost 2 decades back. So we have huge data, which over the last 10, 15 years, we've been trying to make a meaningful use of. Just before I start, this is a very complex diagram showing the type of IT systems which would be there in any complex organization. The problem earlier was that most of these health information systems were sitting or speaking in silos, and they were not rather interconnected. So a hospital information system would be dissociated from the lab, from the CPOE, from the radiology, from the analytics. So this created a problem when we had to have a continuity of a data of a patient longitudinally. So what we did is we created a data lake where all these IT systems would speak into or feed into, so that the entire repository of data then sits in this data lake. And then an individual physician or any researcher could access a combination of whatever data fields he requires plus the longitudinal profile of the patient's history from the admission to discharge to home and back to the hospital to the OPD visits, all that integrated into this data lake, and thereby helping us to create lots and lots of applications which could be doctor friendly, healthcare staff friendly, and patient friendly. So this is essentially, giving you a snapshot of the various examples. So here, a physician is interested in now conducting a research or a profiling acute pancreatitis. So various cuts at a company, at a organization level, at a hospital level, at an individual patient profile level. Then this page actually shows a longitudinal history. So supposing this patient has been in the system for 4 or 5 years, coming off and on, the entire stay of the patient or the entire journey of the hospital is available in one horizontal tracker. So this to us was inaccessible, even though the physicians were doing their bit of entering the data. Using the CPOE, the EHR. And physicians used to come back to us saying, we are doing our bit, but the systems are not helping us generate that data in a meaningful way. So that way, the structuring of the data was something which was a very critical piece to solve for, and this helped us do that. Now, when we talk about the structuring of the data, how these are the various case examples of how at Max Healthcare we have used the data into structural processes, outcomes, and patient-reported outcomes. In the next few slides, I'll be talking about the usage of this data or the structured data, what we have done. Now, hospital-acquired infections, conventionally or earlier, what we used to do is there was a lot of manual effort which used to go in. There was a team of hospital-acquired infection control nurses, a team of front office, a team of back-end people whose only task was to collate data, and still we were not sure of the correctness or the authenticity of the data. People used to question us. So with the system EHR, we were able to digitize the entire end-to-end data capturing for all the 4 commonly captured hospital-acquired infections, with the result that the denominator of the patients with number of hospital days of catheter was not what was important for us, but the numerator of how many number of patients have been flashed in the system. But finally, to report them as hospital-acquired infection, we did create a manual interface who would go through or sanitize that flashed list of hospital-acquired infections, and then thereby giving the clinicians or the hospital administrators the final input as to the HAIs. And, so surveillance, case evaluation, root cause analysis. So supposing a unit is not performing as the other units are, so internal benchmarking was done. So any unit was below par from the benchmark, a root cause analysis to find out the reasons, and then following up as future surveillance to see whether they've shown process improvement and come up to the benchmarks internally and external benchmarks. So this is an example, how we could track at a baseline a decade back what the 4 hospital infections was and how it has progressed after getting the right data. So the advantage of having the right data is you can do something to work upon, and you have a quantitative or objective evaluation to follow upon. Now, doctor productivity measures, clinical department productivities. I'll talk about the clinical outcome measures. We have created a completely digitized clinician performance scorecard, which earlier used to be more of a manual process. Now, this is an example of an operational dashboard, which the administrators might be interested in. This is an example of an occupancy dashboard, the percentage occupancy, the number of beds occupied. Earlier, these were more manual efforts. Now these get captured directly through the system. This is the newest thing, what is the relevance of capturing the clinical outcomes is something which has taken us a while. And earlier we used to do a lot of manual effort into doing this. And I want to next in the 3-4 slides, showcase our journey as to how we have digitized almost 60 plus outcomes from the major clinical departments. This was the process we followed. Essentially what we did is, identify a clinical department where we want to start capturing the clinical outcomes, speak to the clinical heads, discuss which parameters they would want to capture, then find out from the literature the best international benchmarks for that particular procedure or disease or outcome, train our electronic records to then we created an algorithm so that the systems can then capture the data, which then we showcased, sanitized to the head of departments, did an initial sort of 3 months to 6 months sanitizing period, and that then finally came out with the outcome measures. And this is starting from a completely manual to completely digitized with practically a zero error thing. And this is at the back end how each of these parameters look. So we have sort of benchmarked. If you are within the benchmark, you are in that speedometer or dynamometer, you are green. If then amber and then red. So each parameter on a monthly basis for the organization, for the hospital, for a doctor, we can drill down to this level where you see the denominator of the number of procedures done and numerator of number of events, incidents, or complications, or adverse events which have happened. Clearly from this, you can identify and get an idea where we need to improve our processes. For example, in this sheet, what you see in the bottom one, where it's showing in the red, is 2 weeks return to critical care. So we identified, and then we drilled down even 48 hours readmission within critical care was something which we were read in most of the units. So to me, as a group medical director, this is something which comes to me on a monthly basis. This looks very congested, but what you see is on the top line, all the units which are listed, and on the left column, we have all the 68 clinical outcomes which we track with all the clinical departments which are the owners of these process and where each of these stand. And you may see certain rows which are red across the units. Now, this is a slightly older dashboard, but if you see I'll read it out for you, one of the parameters which is coming red is the use of blood transfusion in patients on dialysis. And we were surprised to see that most of the units are faring red. We conducted a meeting, called all the nephrology heads into one place, drilled down as to why and where we were lacking and what we needed to improve our protocols on. And within 3 months period, this entire parameter became green for all the units. So you can easily you can conduct a quality improvement project based this data. There's no need to do a QI project on areas where you're completely green on. So you identify those areas, work on, and objectively can showcase how we are moving from red to amber to green. That's the strength of capturing the right data. So this just says that. So this is for the quality parameters in critical care. This is earlier what we used to do. And if you see the middle column, most of this was being captured through infection control officers. That means it was a manual task. And now the quality flash for critical care looks something like this, where most of the parameters and many more are actually mostly digitized and there's no human intervention. This is something, again, for various departments, I've just showcased in more of a bar chart, but it's actually a duplication of that. Now, somebody was speaking about antimicrobial resistance. Can this electronic data help us capture that? So we've been, over the last almost a decade, capturing 2 indicators: the defined daily use, which tells us about the burden of the antibiotic usage in our system and how the resistance patterns in various organisms has been evolving. And again, this is internally benchmarked to keep it below 100, ideally below 80. And we compare units and do an RCS to find out which units, which ICUs are the ones which are contributing to higher use of antibiotics. And a similar thing, this is now for the restricted antibiotics to ensure that the restricted antibiotics have a justification to be used for. This is the drug resistance index, which is actually a very bad story for the country. And this graph is for one of the hospitals of our network, but this actually is a true story of what's happening in the country. And this is a decade-old data from 2013 to 23, where you see that, and it's from 0 to 1. 0 is no resistance, 1 is full resistance. And if you see the extreme right column in 23, many of these bugs are 0.84. That means 84% of these bugs are resistant, which we started 10 years back at 68%. So this is a glimpse story of our country. And here we are showing the DRI for all the units in a cumulative fashion, and the story remains the same. And these are across different geographies. So again, showcasing how we have sort of institutionalized various patient safety programs using the electronic health records. Almost 5-7 years back, we were at a very poor compliance of DVT profile access for our inpatients, only at 36%. So we built in alerts into the systems. The system will not move after 12 hours unless until the physician or the surgeon does a DVT profile access and does a correct risk stratified profile access. And what has happened is almost 100% compliance within few years' time. Similarly, mortality audits, each and every mortality gets audited. But to get a real juice out of learning would only be happening in some mortality. So we took this IHI tool of categorizing deaths into, expected and unexpected, and then doing an RCA only for the unexpected and benchmarking internally what that percentages should be, was an outcome of the electronic data of our systems. Standard protocol parameters, which I think every hospital measures, but you can actually identify the outliers, the aberrations in a system if you are following rigidly this door to needle time under 60 minutes for AMI. These are all the outcome parameters which we measure within the hospital. But from a patient's perspective who has had a knee replacement and gone back home, how has his or her quality of life changed over next say 3 months or 6 months is the patient reported outcome measures. And now, a lot of accrediting agencies actually put a strong focus of hospitals to be having a system to measure their PROMs. So these are different types of PROMs which we have institutionalized. Just giving an example of a PROMs from TKR cluster. The bottom blue line is when a patient comes in for the surgery, his knee health is at 20%. And the top line, you see the yellow one, is after 180 days, where practically 98, 99% of the patients say their knee health is at 100%. So this is objective measurement of how a patient feels his life has improved after a procedure. Now, the last bit about is the usage of electronic data for research and betterment of lives and doing predictive analytics. So these are various ways by which the healthcare generates the data, whether it's a clinical data, imaging data, biobank data, genomics data, all that can be used in a huge way to promote research. So we have had about 2,500 publications over the last 7 years in reputed index medical journals, and that is completely an outcome of the a structured, usable data which our physicians can access. And this has led to a lot of clinical trials, investigator-initiated studies, data research, funding, and of course, publications. Now, a lot has been said about AI. Is AI going to replace us clinicians? One thing I can clearly say is, as of now, clearly no, AI is not going to replace us. But clearly, clinicians who do not adopt AI will be out of their jobs. So let's adopt technology, let's adopt AI. This is just examples of various current usage of AI in radiology in our group of hospitals. We used extensively AI for interpretation of radiology during COVID. This is something which we are presently under installation. And these are some AI in radiology which we are exploring to be implemented shortly in the coming few months. Just showcasing 2 predictive publications we have done in dengue. Again, all completely based on the algorithms which we have trained our systems, all in-house. This is not done externally. And these have been published, and these models are predicted to be 85% accurate in the clinical setting. The patient-facing and the doctor-facing app is something which is the final outcome in terms of the user interface. And of course, when it comes to the patient-facing, we track it in terms of the usage, in terms of downloads, in terms of revenue we get out of our app. But even for doctors, this is a big move. And just we have sort of started a 24/7 backend center where live monitoring of various operational tasks can be done through the access of this data. And that has resulted in, this is a particular screenshot. The moment we see it flashes a patient who's been waiting outside a doctor's chamber for outpatient consultation for beyond 45 minutes, real-time alerts can happen, will be put onto the administrator so that they can actually go down to see what's happening and why is the patient been waiting for such a long time. This is again a command center where each brick is allocated to one operations person to really keep a track on 24/7. Again, example of one of the situations of call center and real-time escalation using this matrix. So this is actually my last slide. As to, we always keep talking about the resistance between the clinicians being able to or wanting to use technology. Now, I think the only way we can, other than, of course, behavioral change and all those things which were spoken about earlier, is to actually go to the clinician's desk side and show him the advantages or benefits he or she will reap out of the efforts they will put in. I'm a clinician. I know it's an effort to put in electronic system records, but after years, you start liking it. And it becomes so difficult to write with the paper and pen that you actually want to type it. But the biggest advantage comes when the data which I have entered and which my colleagues have entered, that repository of data comes back to me in whichever way I want to use as research, of course, under boundaries, and for the organization in terms of the immense it feedbacks into the somebody was speaking about clinical decision support systems. Now in India, we need to generate our CDSS for Indian population and not rely on the American data for the CDSS. All this can only happen if the right set of data entry points are done by the clinicians, and the clinicians get back the advantages of what has been entered by them through all. I've showcased only a very few examples, but there are in every sphere, there is an example to be shown. So I think what we now need to go beyond just convincing our clinicians for not entering just data, but entering the right quality data. A lot of thing is being entered as free text, but now we have this natural language processors, etc., which can pick up the keywords. There was a time when our doctors were not entering the diagnosis at the time of discharge. So it was a showstopper. You could not start a research because the clinical diagnosis is not mentioned. So then we embarked on a stage where certain restrictions that unless until you fill this field, the patient will not get discharged. So then you start entering those. So all those things where mostly it is the benefits you have to show, but certain times that philosophy of carrot and stick is in terms of restrictions which has to be imposed. A balance of that really works well. And I think over the last 10-15 years, we have showcased an immense data which has been generated. Lots of organizations, public, private, are generating this data. But I think for India now, the need is to have this inter-organization data exchange and usage so that the data flows seamlessly across organizations. And that will not only help elevate the clinical practice, but also the insurance and ultimate care of the patients. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you, sir. Such an amazing thing to see real life examples. My key takeaways from the presentation particularly were that how you can have existing data streams for decades, even long term, and by just making them more reliable, making them more structured, making them available to the right stakeholders, and then enforcing data-driven decisions, and obviously with the carrot and stick balance, you can get to an impact, right? And then impacts are manifold when it's across such a large healthcare group. You get to see them on scale and the benefits on scale. So definitely, sir, I echo the message that it needs to be even further scale, and that can only happen when everybody comes together and interoperability of data standards are established. While data brings so many good things, it also brings a risk, the risk of data security and vulnerability as well. Our next speaker is an expert on exactly the same topic. Please welcome Mr. Vinayak Godse, CEO of the Data Security Council of India, a veteran in cybersecurity with over 27 years of experience. And he's getting late for a flight, so I'll just give the stage to. Sorry. Yeah, please. Sorry, I'll complete the. Sorry, I thought, yeah. Since the DSCI's inception in 2008, Vinayak has been pivotal in building India's cybersecurity landscape. He also leads the National Center of Excellence for Cybersecurity Technology, driving industry growth and research and innovation. Please welcome Mr. Vinayak.
Thank you for that generous introduction. And I will briefly talk about, because since morning I had been hearing about digitization data, and more importantly, how that is enabling, one is the excelling the operations and at the same time giving better experience as well. So some of the things that I'm talking about is because some of the health sector organization like Narayana Apollo is our member. So DSA has membership ecosystem, and they're member, and we learn from the experience working with health sector organizations. So cyber security and data protection, when the data is becoming critical for the health organization, is something that I would like to talk. So we know when we talk about data, we always talk about three primary things. So how you create experiences for patients, experience for the internal doctors and other staffs, and more importantly, create new possibilities out of it, right? And when we talk about data, we always talk about these 6, 7 type of data, right? Data that you have, data that you're collecting now, data you require to collect, data that you receive or share for that matter, data you generate, and also data you get because of the mobile application, many things, the data can be enriched as well, right? So these are 5, 6 different type of data. And then we talk about these from the perspective of the health sector. So data you have, you try to create records out of it. Then you try to understand demographics when we are collecting data. Then you use identifier. You try to create data health records out of the data that you get and share. And more importantly, when you get this kind of mobile application kind of thing, you get this kind of location, sensory, telemetry data as well with it, right? And then when you yourself do consultation, yourself do kind of diagnosis, so you also generate data out of it basically, right? And when we talk about security perspective or privacy perspective, so these kind of 6, 7 type of data that becomes very important, right? And then when we talk about all this from digitization perspective, what we are trying to do? So we are trying to make every product and services more data enabled. We are trying to make sure that we are creating open data ecosystem, and that's why we are hearing from morning. We are designing for devices and mobility. We are getting a lot of third-party APIs and ecosystem to the play. We are going for platformized technology and services. We also are trying to now increasingly because of AI, making decisions more event-driven, data-driven kind of decision. And AI is becoming very important part of that. And all of us have been sharing the entire ecosystem applications that we have been building for the hospital, for that matter, either in-house, customize, platformize, cloud deliver, or all these things that we have been just heard in last presentation, basically, right? And when we all do that, right, what happens really is the kind of data that you collect, the volume and complexity of a data that you have been collecting, the kind of and while we do that, the kind of a development and the space and speed and volume at which that we have been developing and deploying applications also rising quite significantly. The cloud dependency is rising quite significantly. The third party ecosystem is getting into the picture. And now we are also getting into the lot of those diverse and heterogeneous devices coming into your system, basically. In the process, we are also sharing data quite intensely within the organization, outside the organization as well. And that this ecosystem of a hospital, and that's what I try to map that with our experience working with this kind of a leading player. So then cybersecurity and privacy for that matter, because we already have a law which has been passed by parliament and assented by the president. Let's try to investigate that, right? If I try to look at from cybersecurity perspective, right? So when we digitize and we make every data, every product and services more data enabled, we try to create more digital footprint, right? And which like to get exploited, basically, right? Secondly, will be always some kind of loopholes which will get exploited. And another important part that we see is the varied level of awareness, right? The users which have been interacting with the system, they may not be fully aware about what could go wrong with respect to security or privacy, basically. So that get exploited by the attacker and fraudulent ecosystem, right? Secondly, the connectivity, because we are part of internet ecosystem, which is connected to each and every world systems across the globe, and people have been leveraging that to really reaching out to you, right? And there are some lot of other areas that we see nowadays, like for example, crypto instrument, NFT, and such kind of instruments been used to really defraud and steal the money and probably get the global operations as well. And one of the important thing which we believe nowadays is happening, especially if your ransomware attack is happening, the entire dark web and deep web. And you must have heard about one example 2-3 weeks back. There's been discussion. There's one health insurance company. The way the data has been going out and how and initially they tried to sell it on dark web, and that didn't get sold there. So then they started putting kind of a web application for somebody to get that complete dump of data, and there is a price has been put for that as well, right? So a lot of these underground operations, and there's entire dark and deep web ecosystem is evolving in this space. And what is really getting challenging is the generative AI nowadays. With the generative AI coming in the picture, the recon, creating new payload for the virus or ransomware, to really find those kind of vulnerabilities in the easiest possible way becomes very easy, basically. And then ransomware especially is becoming very important, the way they are advancing, through which they are coming, kind of system that they are putting together, kind of intelligence that goes there, kind of vulnerabilities that they target. And it is becoming such a level, and this has reached to that level. A small vulnerability, a small weakness, if it is exposed for a moment, is likely to get exploited, basically. So that's what the attack ecosystem is going on, right? And what that leads to is like a nowadays we see a lot of simultaneous execution of such a kind of a exercise attack ecosystem is doing. They have been using botnet to deliver the malware. They have been also looking at very command and control center operation at a global level to see which is a possible victim, and they try to look at how can we exploit data out of it. There are a lot of different way they will encrypt data, so they will not get access to data. So they'll entirely disrupt your application, disrupt your network as well. And more importantly, the data disclosure. They will put data on a dark web or public forum. And now, especially in this particular case of the health insurance company, we have found that they would also create a lot of those misinformation about the organization. Means in this particular case, we have found that they don't blame CISO, blame the organization. They themselves only sold the data to the attacker, basically, right? So now those kind of undermining of organization for not able to not agreeing to paying that kind of ransom has also been a kind of operation that we see. And this is definitely, and we are seeing the traits. We are seeing the traits for the manufacturing industry. We are seeing specific ransomware state device only for the health industry, basically. Because architecture can be understood, and based on the architecture, based on the way things are being developed, can be looked at to really design such kind of ransomware and make organization pay for the, and especially the health sector is such a critical and emergency driven kind of operation. You will have to sometimes no option rather than to pay to ransoms, basically. So once we see this from the way the attack ecosystem is coming, so what we are seeing still means that may not be true for the mature player, but still there are a lot of focus on just do assessment once in a year or once in a 6 months, basically. But as I talked about, security has come to a level where one vulnerability exposed for a moment is going to get exploited, then you need to build a lot of those capabilities to make sure that your security is more real-time in nature. Those solutions you need to have, those operations that you need to have, so that you are identifying those problems and trying to resolve those problems in a many real-time basis, basically. So the lot of effort needs to be put in there. But another part, no matter how much you are prepared, the kind of expansion happening and footprint is going on, there's still something will go wrong. So not allowing that small issue to create a bigger, larger ramification is a response mechanism. So how do you make sure that you create a response resiliency and response mechanism so that you are not falling prey to it? And if you are falling it, you're not really leading to the bigger ramification for your organization, right? And for that, I think there are a lot of effort at national security level is going on. I think your health regulator is also now taking cyber security and privacy, especially on the agenda. And we also see a lot of threat ecosystem is going on. And all of this requires you to focus on organizational culture for security and privacy. More importantly, focus on the architecture, focus on policies and procedures for security, and overall building those response capability in the organization. And sometimes you will have specific use cases. You need to also look at how you engineer and innovate on cybersecurity perspective. So you are innovating for digitization perspective, but you also need to put effort to look at how can you solve security problems specific to your organization. So these are about cyber security, but I need to talk about privacy aspect because we have now data protection regulation, which puts quite a significant kind of a liability and obligations on you. And this is a DPDP Act, which talks about privacy as a fundamental right. This act is written based on the Supreme Court ruling that privacy is a fundamental right for Indian citizens and residents. It talks about principles and rules. It talks about some of the content principles. It also creates a conditionality of the data that are collecting and processing in the organization. It does talk about privacy is largely about the procedural norms. It does talk about if you are getting consent for collecting data, it has to be done in this way. If you don't do a particular way expected by the law, the collection and processing itself will be illegal in nature, basically, right? It also has a lot of liability, almost 250 crore rupees liability, and it can go to the 500 crore rupees liability as well. And our organization is found to be very repeatedly doing this. Government of India can even remove the access to your applications, basically. They can remove applications from the network itself. So such kind of power the government host with its breach reporting requirements are there now. If breach happens, there is a compulsion on that. You need to address the grievances from the privacy perspective. And then there is an entire regulatory architecture in terms of data protection bodies coming in. So privacy is a little different than security, right? Security, there is an attacker which is trying to attack you, right? In case of privacy, you are the one who are making those plans of collecting and processing information, right? So in case of the security, the enemy is outside your organization. But it's very difficult to hear this, but privacy, you are the enemy, basically. So enemy is within you, basically, because you are the one who are collecting data, you are the one processing data, you are the one who are making plan of data, basically. So how do you overcome the enemy within us is the privacy, basically. And that's why there is a lot of emphasis on how do you design the process, how do you design the application, how you create that cultural and behavior in the organization. And that's what the privacy will be very different from the security, from the implementation perspective, right? And you need to look at various different area from design, from processes, encouraging this ethical moral questioning, to setting up governance question, to look at the monitoring and incident management in such a way that you try to understand the reporting requirement, to make sure that the entire discussion happening in the privacy, the organization and individuals in the organization is actually engaged with that. So apart from this law, way it has been put together, and I think it will be shortly get enforced, the law also talks about there should be, there is a categorization of a data controller here, data fiduciary and significant data fiduciary. If there is a significant number of patients that you are dealing with, you will be qualified as a significant data fiduciary, and you may require to appoint a DPO for that. So some of these legal liabilities, you may require to do data protection impact assessment, you may require to demonstrate the due diligence, you may require to set up a breach reporting mechanism, you may require to set up this entire user-centric kind of operations for the privacy. If user sends a kind of a request, you may require to delete the or remove the data of the user from the system. So some of these rights that user enjoys as a part of DPDP Act, basically, right? And then there is the DPO that you may require to appoint, and this DPO will be representing organization from data protection perspective, and he is responsible for board of directors and similar governing body. And more importantly, it will be point of contact for the compliance with the regulatory requirement, right? And this DPO has to be engaged on a strategy, policy, governance, compliance, design, architecture, and many such kind of intervention that are required for the privacy. So privacy as a domain is still very greenfield domain compared to security. Security is a very evolved domain kind of thing. And there are a lot of things that needs to be thought about. And there are a lot of different way we are collecting information, making use of information, basically. Now, all that is subject to the personal right that individual now enjoys as a part of the Supreme Court's decision on every of us are enjoining the fundamental right. And now this DPDP Act is also putting a lot of obligations and liability. So mindful of that, and that's why we are working with some of the hospital organizations to make sure that their operations are sensitive to this kind of obligations and expectations which are coming in, and also preparing them better for the cybersecurity. With this, I will like to conclude what I want to say on this particular part. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think I had a lot of learnings from the talk as well, sir. Particularly that data security is not just about like one-time review, but it's also looking at where the data is created, where the data is stored, and how it's used as well. And more importantly, right, data security is not just about losing the data or getting data into wrong hands, but it's also about discontinuity of service through ransomware, right? So that's an important point as well. Most importantly, I think I noted down that it has to be real time monitoring these security things, and it cannot just be like I'm deploying my application, I've tested it and I've deployed it, but it has to be in real time, and you have to fix things in real time as well. And then the biggest aspect of that is that it's a cultural aspect, right? How do you, while we grow with data, while we set up these frameworks to have data, how do we put this into our culture so that it is a part of our growth with data frameworks, particularly the point of enemy within, right? And privacy being a greenfield. It's also good to see these legal frameworks coming up from a country level perspective, and all of us now enjoy that right, privacy as a right. And good to see that more and more rules around this would be done. So with that, I would love to conclude the panel for today. Thank you so much for being an engaging audience.
Thank you. I request the team to play a short video on Sodexo.
Very happy to share that we have developed a unique and innovative food solution for health and care segment of Sodexo. Arogyam is basically inspired by principles of Ayurveda, the right usage of spices, local sourcing, slow cooking techniques. We are basically blending ancient wisdom with modern recipe. Is to be seen as part of patient recovery, which is given alongside the medicines which patient gets in the hospital. We have also collaborated with All India Institute of Ayurveda, and this program has been developed by our in-house dietitians, culinary team, to ensure that the right nutrition value, right calorific value reaches the patient.
We talk about the retention of the nutrients. Along with that, we talk about the usage of whole cereals and millet. Millets high in fiber, rich in B complex, magnesium and iron. Very good for all type of lifestyle disorders. It will boost the recovery of the patient as well.
Our clients will immensely benefit in reducing the turnaround time of patients in hospital. Nutrition doesn't mean that it should come on at a heavy cost. So we have ensured that this is within the budget of the hospitals, within the budget of the individuals, and it is affordable for all.
Very happy that Sodexo, with whom we have got a great association, has been adopting and also trying to see that we are able to give the right type of food to the right type of patient.
HPI is delighted to have Sodexo as our committed member, which is helping hospitals in becoming more efficient and thereby providing affordable healthcare services to the patients.
Nishan has been instrumental, and I totally remember we did this Christmas cake. We were doing that huge, large mixing of all the ingredients to make the Christmas cake. That was very memorable. A lot of our doctors actually reach out to him in making interesting recipes.
Our hospital was looking after the patients free of cost, and we had a facility of giving free food. Our in-house canteen was doing okay, but our Honorable Health Minister, Sri Vishwajit Rane, and the experts in the dietary committee thought that we should start contract with the Sodexo. And believe me, this is one company which is so committed, and our patients are really happy.
Sodexo has been a game changer as far as Goa Medical College is concerned. There used to be a lot of complaints from patients. Nutrition was lacking. Several other things used to take place, as a result of which we were not able to do justice in terms of providing the right type of care. We tied up with an agency and a multinational called Sodexo. And we are very happy with this association with Sodexo.
Sodexo has been with NIOT in NIOT's journey from a tiny hospital to a massive hospital. They needed a partner in catering who could bring the same set of ideas and goals that we had in medicine to the food delivery table. It's remarkable how, whether you have a Korean patient or whether you have a Sri Lankan patient, Sodexo is able to rise to the occasion.
Thank you, everyone. Our next session will start at 2:30. Request the team to play the Atma video as well. Thank you, everyone. The next session will start at 2:30. Hi, everyone. We'll be starting. So could everyone take their seats? Welcome back, everyone. To start our Medical Foundation, Bakchi Parthasarthi Hospital, will take us through these two sessions.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that there are some more people who will be joining us back after lunch. And for the next session, I'm going to invite Professor Navkant Bhatt on stage. He's the Dean of Interdisciplinary Science and a professor at the Center of Nanosciences and Engineering at the Indian Institute of Science. And I can tell you that, of course, he has led many initiatives in the National Nano Education Center and founded Path Shodh Healthcare, a device for bedside monitoring of patients and has developed many other innovative diagnostic devices, received numerous prestigious awards, including the Infosys Prize and the Distinguished Alumnus Award from IIT Bombay. Besides this, I want to add on a personal note that I now known him for almost 2 years. And the difference at when IIC decided to make a hospital, there were a core team of deans and professors from IIC who are in charge of making sure that this medical school happens. I am from the domain, and I think I've spent more than 45, 50 years in healthcare. But when I speak to Professor Navkant Bhatt or the director, Professor Rangarajan, and the other core team members of the team that is supposed to set up the hospital, I sometimes wonder, because I have a lot to learn about healthcare from them, and continuously I'm learning, because the amount of research they have done on what the hospital must have and how the healthcare of the future must look like, it's a great learning for me. So Professor Bhatt, I invite you to the session.
Thank you, Dr. Uma Nambiar, and thank you for the organizers for this opportunity. As Dr. Uma mentioned, I have known her for 2 years now, and we have had many discussions on various aspects of healthcare, healthcare research in particular, and translational research, if I were to emphasize that part. Right. How do we have to shape that? And it has been a phenomenal learning, I think, for everybody in this journey. And we hope that, in the years to come, we are seeding an activity at this institute, which will perhaps create a template for other institutes to emulate in the future, right? So what Dr. Uma asked me is to give a brief presentation on what IISc is planning in the context of postgraduate medical school that we are setting up. And in the context of this conference, how does this initiative fuel the future healthcare technology and also create many entrepreneurs? I know that there are many health tech entrepreneurs in the audience. I will also touch upon that. You would be able to sort of utilize the existing ecosystem in IISc as well as the future ecosystem, which is a postgraduate medical school that we are currently, constructing. So can I change the slides from here? I don't seem to have a slide changer here. So as many of you perhaps know, IISc has a legacy of more than 100 years, but so far the focus has been essentially science and engineering. We were founded in 1909. Talking about industry collaboration, this is perhaps the first public-private partnership in the country. J.N. Tata conceived this vision, and back then Indian government and Maharaja of Mysore sort of came together and created this institute. It's India's #1 university, and in research impact, which is measured by citation metric, it has also been at the top for the couple of years, right? Government of India has also recognized IISc as institution of eminence. What we believe is that we are at the turning point in terms of defining what we want to do in this century, having had a very rich legacy over the last century. And that sort of brings us to this idea of creating a third vertical in this institute, which is that of medicine. We believe that this is going to be the next frontier for IISc. That is essentially happening for multitude of reasons. On one hand, if you look at the healthcare technology, there is sort of convergence that's happening. Everything is sort of coming on to the healthcare technology, be it AI, which is the current buzz, nanotechnology, molecular diagnostic, wearables, and what have you, right? All this coming together will really create a new platform. On the other hand, in terms of healthcare delivery also, there are new models that are emerging. We are going away from hospital-centric care to, keeping people away at home rather than thinking about disease-centric model, really health-centric model, right? And eventually, at the end of the day, equity of healthcare is also very important. And this is where we very strongly believe that technology has a biggest role to play, right? While the top of the pyramid have the access to almost everything that you can imagine in the healthcare, most expensive facility, the majority, the bottom of the pyramid is devoid of that would follow because of that. The idea is really to have a very, very interdisciplinary program, right? Interdisciplinary research by bringing clinicians, practitioners, basic scientists, and engineering experts under one roof. Right? And of course, in the context of what we want to do in the hospital, right? We really want to empower the patient, right? So this hospital is going to be a fully digital hospital. So I don't need to tell you that healthcare is the 21st century challenge, not just for India, but also for the rest of the world. And in this context, the confluence of basic sciences, engineering and technology, and medicine coming together can really create new solutions which are going to be affordable, accessible, and of course, available to everybody. Now, just to sort of tell you that, IISc is not sort of embarking it on this de novo, right? We have had the history of doing a lot of interdisciplinary work, including the fact that perhaps the first medical college in Bangalore Medical College, right, was actually started by a group of people which included back then IISc's director also, right? So we have played, and also one Dr. Sirsi, who was a physician scientist who was a faculty in IISc, right? So we have had this, legacy, and we have also had many faculty colleagues in IISc, be it from engineering departments or from basic sciences departments, doing research that is relevant to healthcare technologies, including, brain, computation and data science, sensors and IoTs, building biomedical systems and devices, digital health, is one of the biggest initiatives that has been running at IISc for last couple of years. A lot of research in cancer vaccines, right? The most successful vaccine, hepatitis vaccine, which was invented in IISc, subsequently commercialized by a couple of entities, has reached more than 1 billion people in the country, right? So that is the kind of impact that we have been creating. But we believe that bringing in medicine on campus will be able to elevate this to the next level, right? So what we are doing right now is constructing a hospital on campus, in the same campus, which is going to be a 832-bed hospital. As I said, this is going to be a paradigm shift. We will have only postgraduate programs. This is not for MBBS, right? The students that will come into this medical school will be after their MBBS. We will start with some focused areas such as, neurodegenerative disorder, cancer, diabetes and metabolic disorder, areas where we already have expertise in, basic science and engineering departments, build on that. And of course, we want to enable the seamless integration of medicine with science and engineering. So the centerpiece of this whole endeavor is an MD PhD program, which is very common in the West, but I think this would be a game changer in the context of India. So what we believe will happen, although I should say that, those who have come from abroad here in this conference, this is more like a residency PhD program that you would have in the US, right? Because MD is the first medical degree in the US. So the MBBS graduates would come in here and, they will have this dual degree program. They will, of course, get their clinical training towards their MD or MS in the hospital, but simultaneously they will have in the first year an opportunity to do a lab rotation in basic sciences department or engineering departments. And at the end of 1 year, they would be able to choose the area in which they want to do PhD research. They will have two advisors, one from the medical faculty, one from the engineering or basic sciences faculty, and together they will define the research problem which is relevant, to be able to convert that research and translate the research, really to have this, bed to bench side, bring the problems from the hospital to the bench and really take the solution from bench to the bedside, right? Really have this 360-degree view. We also envision that there will be many other dual degree program. An MD in radiology perhaps will be able to do an MTech in data science as an example, or a DM in let's say cardiology, maybe doing an MTech in bioengineering, for instance, right? Because all these are eminently possible given the diversity of departments and interdisciplinary culture that we have in this institute. So in terms of the research, there are many areas that we would begin with, including infectious diseases. We have a very strong program there. In fact, when COVID happened, one of the first centers which started COVID testing was IISc, right? And vaccines, I have already told you. We also want to have a focus on integrative medicine. We believe that there is a very, very rich, legacy of traditional medicine, right? This is what is called reverse pharmacology, right? Typically, you go from molecule to mice to man, but here you go man to mice to molecule, right? That is the idea of providing scientific underpinning to the traditional knowledge, right? That is also going to be one of the centerpiece of what we want to do. Diabetes, cancer, and of course neurodegenerative diseases, as I already mentioned. In terms of bringing technology, we will have a focus on precision medicine, AI-enabled healthcare, biomedical devices. Already a lot of work is happening, and digital health. Digital health is not just looking at EMRs, electronic medical records. It's already being used. Dr. Devi Shetty gave an excellent talk about that. But really going forward, can you think about an organ on a chip, or really many organs on a chip making a body on a chip, and doing your drug trials not necessarily on animals, but really on this body on a chip. And based on this knowledge, would you be able to create what is called a digital twin of a human being? So you'll have a digital twin. This is very common, by the way, in engineering. You have a digital twin of aircraft, for instance, right? So similarly, you could perhaps do a human system modeling and be able to look at a much, much bigger picture of digital health, right? So where are we right now with all that I talked about? Right now, the hospital construction is in full swing. Next year, by this time, when you come here, you can actually walk into the hospital, which would be treating patients. And by 2026, we hope to have sufficient patient volume so that we can have the first cohort of postgraduate medical students admitted into this medical school, right? And this is the view of architect's rendering of this hospital and the medical school that is coming up. Most importantly, again, coming back to the focus of this conference, we will have a medtech incubator in the medical school, right? As I said, we want to be able to not just do advanced research, clinical research, but really translate that outcome into innovation and be able to create products which will impact, and really also bring the problems from the clinic into the lab and have this very, very nice positive feedback among these different entities, right? So again, this is an opportunity for some of the entrepreneurs here. You could actually get incubated in this medical school, right? And we already have, you don't necessarily have to wait until that happens. We have what is called as Foundation for Science, Innovation and Development. This entity is already, helping entrepreneurs to get their ideas incubated in IISc. What happens through this is that you get access to many, many advanced facilities in the institute. As an example, okay, I thought I had that slide, but looks like I have missed that. I had the example of the nanotechnology facility that we have in the institute, which actually has one of its kind national nanofab facility, right? There are many healthcare startups that have come out of this facility. So you could actually access such advanced facilities, right? So this FSID has this one program called STEM, which is primarily focused towards entrepreneurs, right? So you should be able to leverage this program and get incubated here. And through this program, you get access not just a space is anyway given, but more than that, the expertise that comes with IISc, right? You would be able to access this knowledge base that exists in IISc, as well as very advanced facilities that are available in IISc, right? So you should be able to leverage that through this incubation program. Yeah, so I do have that slide. So we do have this National Nanofab facility. This is already running a program where this facility is opened up to industry, startups. Even if you're not incubated in IISc, you're incubated elsewhere, you're a startup, you don't have these facilities, you want to come and use these facilities, we will make that happen, right? So you just reach out to us and you should be able to come here and access such facilities, right? And these are some of the startups which have come out of this facility that I was talking about, very specific to nanotechnology. Again, different aspects, including the healthcare. As far as this audience is concerned, the healthcare application is more important. Yeah, that's all I had. Thank you for your attention. If there are any questions or you want to interact, I would be available and we can have more discussions. Right?
Does anybody have any questions about the medical school? A lot of people have been wanting to know what the school will do. So thank you, Professor Bhatt, for telling us about what we are going to talk about. Everywhere people say that technology is going to revolutionize healthcare. And you have a lot of digital technology and other technology you see around you. You see a lot of healthcare around you, but unless the two converge well, we cannot see that revolution happening. So the whole idea of this medical school is to seed that revolution somehow, and then to take the level of healthcare delivery and innovation, particularly coming out of India, and give a huge impetus to what we can do out of India. Now, this event was all about the startups who took a lot of pains and efforts to not only start their companies and to give wings to their dreams, but they made a pitch yesterday, and the jury had a tough time figuring out which were the people that needed to win, right? So we have Xeron.ai as the winner of this year's Pitch Fest. Can I have a representative from there? Because Mr. Siddharth, who presented to us yesterday, unfortunately met with an accident and he's in a hospital. So, so are you going to present? Can you connect through a Zoom screen? Okay, fine. All right. So let's connect with him from Zoom. Okay, fine. You be here. Come here. You can.
I'm a newbie, so I'm a developer. Instead of time, I just came here.
You want to?
Yeah, I gave the connection to him.
Calling? Okay, fine.
Sorry.
What's your name?
Karthik.
Okay.
Hello.
No. We really appreciate the fact that he is going to connect to us from the hospital. He's at home now? Okay, fine. Good. So we have his colleague Karthik. He's a developer. So he says, I'm like going to stay in the background. So with all this happening, developers also need to come to the foreground, okay? Now you are a part of the healthcare provider ecosystem. That is what I tell. Yeah. Siddharth, you need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I can't hear, but I hope. Hello? Hello? But I can't hear anything from what's been spoken from there. Sure, ma'am, but I had no, I mean, earlier I could not hear anything what was spoken, so no idea what to speak.
Speaking on the mic. On the mic.
Hello, Karthik, what to speak? But what was the question? Can I know the question? Okay. Hello, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Sure, ma'am, sure. Thank you so much. Thank you one and all. Thank you, KO, first for the opportunity for us to present and be part of the Pitch Fest. It was my pleasure yesterday to present and get some feedbacks as well. But at the same time, a startup requires all the support that we have so that we can build bigger. Just as a call to action, once again, we have built this entire platform where doctors could now actually build digital applications and then democratize the entire digital health in India. We would like to partner with all of you, and especially we have started with one in Belgaum, JNMC. Similarly, we would like to reach out to each one of you and be partners in actually democratizing the digital health. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Can we have his presentation? Are you playing? Yeah, playing his presentation. While the presentation is being loaded, I want to request Professor Navkant Bhatt to give the award to Karthik, who's representing Siddharth here. Karthik is the developer from the team. Usually they don't come in the forefront. So today you have to come in the front and accept the award in front of everybody.
So sorry that he could not make it here.
Go ahead. Okay, while the presentation is getting loaded, let me announce the second winner. In fact, this was probably, I think, the toughest task that jury has had. We have a group of winners for the second place. Can I have that slide, please? We have Merry Health. No, Merry Health, Tavisha Robotics. I want representatives from each one of these to come here, please. Open Med Labs Private Limited, Shanmukha Innovations Private Limited, Thrive Rehab Solutions Private Limited. And I'm going to call the people who worked to select all these people. So the jury members, Sam. So he's Sam for us, he's Samir for all of you, Samir Mehta. Muthu Singaram from HTIC, Samir Mehta from Dr. Mehta's Hospital, and Mukta. Where is my friend Mukta? Where is she? Okay, so Mrs. Mukta Arora, she's the other partner in crime for all of us. Okay, and she's not here. I'm sure she's somewhere outside. There are 4 other people that, that did all the work behind us, and we were just the front of it. Meenakshi, Nisha, Preeta, and Sakshi. All the work for Pitch Fest is done by these 4 girls. Sakshi, come on. Come here, come here. There's no excuse to not get photographed. Come on. And where are the representatives from our... Come on, Manish. Merry Health, Tavisha Robotics, please come on stage. Open Med Labs, Chanmukha Innovations, and Thrive Rehab Solutions. Don't be shy. Yes, yes. Karthik, where are you? Karthik, come back. Guys, your moment of glory on the stage, please come. This is your event and your day, all of you. Yeah. Yeah. So I also want to call Mr. Kalyan from 5C Technologies. From a young entrepreneur to the other young entrepreneurs, you will be distributing the awards to the winners of this category. Huh? Yes, yeah. I want to invite Lalu Joseph and Dr. Vijay Agrawal. No, on the stage, pictures with our Pitch Fest winners. So the other winners, we will be sending them the awards in due course of time. Thank you very much. Congratulations, sir. All right.
Good.
Congratulations to all the participants for their outstanding presentations and the awards. We now move on into a panel discussion on overcoming challenges in technology adoption, moderated by Dr. Vijay Agarwal, President CAHO. I welcome the speakers of the session, Mr. Raj Gore, CEO, Healthcare Global Enterprises Limited, Dr. Ilyan Kumar Kalyamurthy, CEO, Rela Hospital, Mr. Jagdish Ramaswamy, Reimaging Health Tech, Atma, Dr. Joseph Pasanga, Group Chief Operating Officer, Sparsh Hospital, Bengaluru, Dr. Chandrasekhar Chikkamuniappa, CEO and Senior Joint Replacement Surgeon, DHEE Hospitals, Co-founder, Director, Amazing Care Health Ecosystems, Mr. Madan Gaikwad, Chief Operating Officer, Ramaya Memorial Hospital, Mr. Nitin Nag, Chief Operating Officer, Cloud9 Group of Hospitals. I welcome you all to the stage, please.
So good afternoon, friends. I think we are in the ocean of listening about digitization and technology adoption. I think we have had too much to absorb, and I'm sure that everybody is wondering, in fact, where to start, where is the end, and I'm sure that as we have understood that there is actually no end. The things are getting transformed. And transformation to an end, I mean, some of you may be feeling as to why am I wearing these AirPods? And am I listening to music on the side? But it is not so. Let me tell you, probably next year, a lot of senior people will be having these AirPods of the new AirPods of Apple, which also works like a mild hearing aid. So how and where the technology is taking us is beyond our imagination. And especially for people like us who have seen, I graduated in 1968, and from an era where even an ECG was like asking for a CT scan, I think the change or the revolution in healthcare and in technology adoption has been phenomenal. So I have a very, I would say, illustrious panel with me here. And I'm not going to waste much time in my introducing them. When I'm, sir, asking you probably a question, you can just briefly say a couple of sentences, and maybe the same question could be answered by more than one person's. So my first, this thing is that, as we all know, that many healthcare institutions are at different levels of technology adoption, different levels of digital adoptions. So, sir, I would like to ask you as to where do you feel that which part of digital adoption you feel or technology adoption you feel has made a significant impact in your organization, and which you would like that maybe all the other hospitals should also have? What is it that has impressed you most and that has been your success story in issue of that? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. So I'm Jagdish. I head the Atma product building initiative of Narayana. And we have been at it for 8 years now in terms of building the complete platform from the base up. Of course, a lot of what we do is pretty unattractive, I would say, in terms of laying the foundational elements. Sometimes these get ignored in the hype of the latest jargon words. But a solid foundation is as important as anything else when it comes to adopting the right set of technology and the solutions for an organization, which is basically getting the service master right, getting the item master right, getting every part of the ecosystem standardized to a level where then we can build advanced solutions on top of them. Interoperability is another area which gets normally does not get a lot of focus in tech strategy discussions.
Now, I would like you to focus more on what a consumer or a doctor has been able to kind of perceive that out of your effort. If you can focus on that, not the background technology, what you have used.
Sure. So when it comes to the adoption challenges with doctors, normally the one part of the hospital has limited chance of success. So a lot of our solutions that are focused on the mobility aspect, where we provide the features directly on the doctor's mobile phones, have seen a great deal of adoption because it doesn't require a huge change of behavior from them. So that's one area where we have seen a lot of success. And ultimately, the question boils down to answering what's in it for them, right? Normally, when organizations say start using technology, the first question the doctors is like, how do they see benefit from it? I think organizations which can find a straight line between using technology and a tangible benefit for doctors has a high chance of success.
Thank you. So I think the message that I'm getting from you is that providing the mobile application to the doctors and they have found it, that is your, you would say, a great success story in the past. Next, Raj.
First of all, I want to thank you for having me. I don't think there is any other organization that does more to the mission of continuous learning and continuous quality improvement as much as CAHO does. So my compliments to all of you. The focus is very clear. There is no self-promotion. There is no marketing. It's largely to, perpetuate the mission of quality improvement, which is amazing. You talked about, consumer journey. I work for HCG. We are the largest cancer care provider in India on many accounts. Number of cancer care hospitals, number of oncologists, number of cancer patients treated, etc., etc., etc. Now, for us, when we started this journey, little more than 2 years ago, our focus was very clear. We're very clear that we don't treat cancer, we treat patients with cancer. And that patient's journey starts before HCG, then somewhere we come in between, and it continues after HCG. And, once a cancer patient, you have a risk, theoretical risk of, recurrence for rest of your life. If you look at healthcare, we have done as an industry amazing job last 2 decades in terms of modernizing healthcare infrastructure, medical technology especially. Today, anything that is available, latest and greatest in the world, it's available in India. And we provide, equal or better outcomes at a fraction of cost. But, we are a resource scarce country, both on patient side as well as provider side. So we made our choices. But if you look at technology, as early as late 90s, the disruption started on consumer acquisition front. Now, one of the problems that we had, is there are about 2 million new cancer cases in 140 crore population. So it's a very thinly dense, widely spread, fragmented target market. So how do we reach out to them? Okay, everything that you think of traditional, go-to market in multi-specialty space doesn't work for us, or work for us, but with very little productivity or return on investment. So our focus was basically that how do we, make it easier for patients to find us rather than we finding patients. And thankfully for us, silver lining of COVID was digital adoption went through the roof. Prior to COVID, India typical internet consumer was considered metropolitan millennial male. Today, rural internet users are more than urban. Female male is equal, and age group 45 plus is as big as 25 to 35. So a lot of changes have happened today. If we, I'm sure many of you have experienced it. You have made a purchase decision on a e-commerce platform, choosing someone who delivers on the same day versus someone who delivers in 2 days. You have cancelled Ola, Uber because it said 11 minutes, not 3 minutes. You have remembered something at midnight for next day's breakfast, and you have ordered it, and it got delivered before you woke up. But if you want to take a admission or appointment for your child who has high fever, try doing it at midnight. You still don't know how much you have to wait after appointment at doctor consultation, right? When people are canceling consumer decisions. So we wanted to give that seamless experience, omni-channel, seamless experience, from awareness creation to lead, to first consultation, to diagnosis, to procedure, to follow-up, to bringing them back again and again for rest of their life to make sure they are cancer-free. And if cancer returns, we catch it through early detection, which gives them best chance. So we started with an ambitious program. We are still, we feel that digital transformation is not an initiative. It's a way of thinking and living. It will continue. We've had a very good success, actually. When we started 18 months ago, our digitally influenced footfalls or revenue was 1.5% of our total revenue. Last month, it was 12%. If we do digital revenue, it's our second largest hospital in the network. If we look, and more than 90% comes from our own platform, website, call centers, social media, not aggregators. Rural has been surprising. If we take out rural digital revenue, that will be our mid-size hospital. If we, we are very happy. Our doctor adoption, which is considered very difficult, our prescription captured is almost 60+%. Today, prior to this, about 5% of successfully treated patients were getting follow-up appointments for PET or any other test 3 months, 6 months, 1 year down the road. Today, almost 60% of our patients at the time of discharge will take an appointment, which makes sense and which your car company will do when you have 5,000 kilometer or 6 months, but hospitals haven't done. And this is life and death when it comes to cancer. So we've had, pretty encouraging success, and we feel that we're going to continue. This will become the way of life, and we're not going to stop.
So I think excellent feedback is from you is regarding your success on customer acquisition through the digital adoption. And that's a good message, I will say, in fact, yesterday also we had a presentation where we kind of could highlight that the digital adoption can lead to much more customer acquisition. And that's the very, very excellent. Madan Gaikwad, what would you say has been this thing of success? Like he talked about earlier about the mobile phone being available to the doctors. He's talked about the customer acquisition. Can you think of any other area where you had or you experienced success?
Well, I am representing Ramaya here, Ramaya institutions. Ramaya right now is in the kind of a reinvention phase. What we are trying to focus is on the digital kind of a health, IoT of things. So remote monitoring, remote ICU, and also the wearable devices where we track. Now the most common is the blood sugar monitoring and stuff like that. Being a multi-specialty hospitals, we have everything, unlike HCG, which is focusing on single specialty. So we want to pan this on every aspects, every spheres. We have created some centers of excellence in about 5 strong specialities, and each specialty is working on this. The advantage we as an institution have is we have both the medical institution as well as the engineering institution. Now there's going to be an integration which comes, and that is what we are planning to reach out not only to the city and also the rural masses, and also at an international level is what we are trying to work on. So distant monitoring, distant treatment is what we are working on, and we feel that is the going to be the future.
Excellent. I'm very lucky that we are getting different aspects of the digital adoption being highlighted by my panelists, and therefore definitely remote monitoring, use of IoT sensors is like game changer for the healthcare delivery. Over to Dr. Kalyamurthy.
Good afternoon, all of you. First of all, a huge appreciation to CAHO for organizing such a brilliant event. And I was staff might not give those information. So whenever we think about digital transformation or digital adoption, we have to sort out the most important core problems. When you are trying to address those core problems, the adaptability will be much, much higher. So when we analyzed our problem, the topmost issue was waiting time. Everywhere across the hospital, waiting time was the biggest problem. Whether the patient waiting for doctor consultation or the patient waiting for lab investigations, x-rays, or insurance clearance or discharge, everywhere across the hospital, waiting time is the biggest problem. So I try to find out technology to find out how it can solve our problem. So one of the issues is we know that there is a huge shortage of radiologists in our country. We are also one of the hospitals which is affected because of this issue. So currently, when a patient comes for a simple X-ray, chest X-ray, it takes
3.5 to 4 hours for our doctors to report, because there are so many X-rays, CT scan, MRIs happening in our hospital. Even for a simple X-ray to be reported, the patient needs to wait for 4 hours. That's the biggest problem. I know that we can never solve this problem by getting new radiologists because they're not available in the country. That's point number one. So adapting AI in radiology has immediately solved our problem. The 3 or 4 hours has come down to 20 minutes to 30 minutes. That's a major change, which has immediately reduced the waiting time, turnover, throughput. That will actually, we can increase the capacity of master health checkup, whatever it is. That's how I have looked into. So this is a clinical area. If you look at the non-clinical area, when you want to discharge a patient, insurance patient, at least it takes 4 to 6 hours for them to get discharged. That's another biggest problem. So we have found a software where, as if you look at the current practice, our insurance team has been uploading individual documents to all 30 or 40 TPAs one by one. They have to open their portal. By adapting the digital transformation, getting a software, one portal connects to all these TPAs and insurance companies. The waiting time has significantly come down from 6 hours to 2.5 hours. So these are all the areas where we have adapted and we have seen success. I think whenever you wanted to adapt, maybe look into the core problems which is affecting the patients, try to solve through the technology. I think that will help a lot in terms of this adaptability, I would say.
So once again, another, I will say, another gem, pearl, because look at the feedback. Look at the feedback of the patients and then try to help it out through the technology and digital adoption. So fantastic initiative. Over to you, Dr. Pasanga. Yes, sir.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to CAHO for having me here. You're doing a great job. I think one of the most robust enablers in patient safety. Thank you. So even as we speak now, sparse hospitals, across all sparse units, we are queueless and we are paperless. And our digital adoption has always been about 80%. We do remote monitoring. We do post-discharge care. Our waiting time is almost zilch. They don't carry files anymore. It's all app-enabled chatbots and all new software that we adopt. So like that, we have a lot of initiatives where we have ICU at home. That's again because of sensors, wearables, devices that carry the investigations to the hospital and doctor directly. We've got about half a dozen community clinics, which are all again technology enabled. We put the ECG on, and the ECG report goes straight to the cardiologist, and then he then advises what to be done. So that has been our journey so far. We have a long way to go, though. Thank you.
Thank you again. Fantastic. Again, use of sensor as well as the use of chatbots to kind of help in communicating with the patient. Dr. Chandrasekhar.
Thank you, sir. I'm Dr. Chandrasekhar. I am representing two of our initiatives. One of them is a digital initiative. We are working on remote health monitoring using IoTs and wearables. Dr. Vijay Agarwal asked a question. So what is the most successful digital initiative and what is the journey? I thought I will talk about the most unsuccessful digital initiatives we've had in the past 20 years. I'm a technology enthusiast. Otherwise, I'm an orthopedic surgeon doing joint replacements. So we looked at the 20 years back. So we looked at the digital thing, what was there at that time. It was only capturing billing information. So we thought, oh, what a waste of technology. We have to use the clinical information to capture. We have to capture the clinical information. So we started working with the engineers, and it was most unsuccessful because the doctors wouldn't adopt it, and there was no need for them. They were happy doing surgeries, writing notes and things like that. So it went. And then a couple of years later, we invested on developing clinical intelligence. We looked at BI tools. All the BI tools available 10 years back spoke about only finance and finance. What is per doctor revenue, which doctor promotes which specialty. All those information the BI tools were providing were only about revenue and finances. We thought we should use technology for clinical intelligence. Like if a patient comes, I should be able to tell, what kind of diagnosis I can expect, what is the prognosis, what is the compliance, all such things we should be able. So we created a company and then we burnt a couple of crores, but unsuccessful. So 4 years back when COVID hit, so we took on technology to monitor people at home because we were not allowed to go to the hospital and the patients were not allowed to come out of their homes. And you have to remember that it is not only COVID, there are patients with orthopedic problems, patients with other medical problems. They had to be looked after and they had to be monitored. So we have started this journey. It is, I won't say it is unsuccessful, but it is in a work in progress. So the most important thing is to involve the doctors. So when they become the originators of a technology, software, or whatever it is, I feel we see the difference now when we are involving the clinicians and doctors in creating the software and using it for themselves. I feel collaboration with the clinical people is the most important step any technology firm should adopt.
So I take it that your success was to understand that involvement of the frontline persons and the workers or the doctors themselves into the creation of the solution is extremely important. So guys, we have heard, each one of us highlighting so many aspects of the digital adoption and how they could be impacting individual healthcare institutions. But at CAHO, our vision is that how do we accelerate digital adoption across the country? And I would want you to now go away from your hospitals. Think of the hospitals in tier 2, tier 3 towns, hospitals who do not have infrastructures or whatever. What is it that we can do to accelerate? What is it that we can do to help the entire ecosystem for accelerating digital adoption? Whatever your ideas, because they are going to be extremely important for us at CAHO to take your guidance. I'm wanting you to start. Dr. Jagdish, Mr. Jagdish.
Thanks. Thanks, Dr. Agarwal. I think, as you rightly put, technology could be leveraged for bringing in equity when it comes to the access to not just technology itself, but a lot of technology-enabled services. So today morning, we heard from the 5C team presenting their tool, which allows hospitals to access their radiologist network. And there are other solutions which are now digitizing a lot of the clinical information that can be interpreted remotely, like DOSI, which is putting bedside monitors and alert mechanisms, which does not depend on the doctors on site. So definitely there are a lot of these new tools and technology that can connect all these hubs into the various spokes in the remote parts of the country. I think a good starting point would be to ensure that there is a affordable EMR platform that can be accessed through like for example, if I have to create an email ID, I don't have to worry about the server or the setup or who's supporting it or downtime, etc. It's available as a service for me. So similarly, EMR platforms should be available to hospitals and clinics and nursing homes, no matter where they are in the country. They should be able to access it simply over an internet, sign up and start using it. And that can become the vehicle to then deliver a lot of these services through that platform. So that would be my one takeaway from a technology accessibility standpoint. Thanks.
So good. I think the point you made was that there are now a lot of useful standalone plug and play solutions which are available. So probably we need to make an inventory of those solutions. We should be knowing so that the others people can also know. We'll talk about it, how to take it forward. Raj.
I think sometimes we stereotype tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. Out of 26 hospitals, almost 2/3 of our hospitals are tier 2, tier 3, and even tier 4 cities like Gulbarga, Shimoga, Ongole, which are 2 to 4 lakh population. But if you talk to Airtels and Googles, they'll tell you that majority of data consumption in India happens away from big cities, because today information is available in video format and vernacular. I also feel that tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities, India is a aspirational consumer country, and aspiration is much more in these cities. So if we engage them, their willingness to engage back with you and learn, I see more response we get. So for example, our Vizag hospital doctors have a almost 90 plus adoption rate than our Bangalore hospital. Our Jaipur, you have more digital revenue than Mumbai hospital. So I think it's about engaging those stakeholders, finding out their aspiration and telling them how you can enable them. And then it becomes much easier actually, because there is a more hunger I see in tier 2, tier 3.
A good point that you have made is that the people even in tier 2, tier 3 towns or 4 towns are as hungry for digital adoption or even more. However, when they are a part of the HCG group or Apollo group or Fortis group, you see that kind of an connection is very different. But when there are standalone small hospitals who do not have this connection, to provide help to them becomes a different ballgame.
Yeah.
So it's only, but you are right that one way will be to engage with them and to create a kind of a reservoir of information, which at the moment is coming through the organized institutions. We have to see how do we create that reservoir of information for the others.
Also, tier 3, tier 4 cities, because of resource scarcity, talent and skill scarcity, some of the problems the patients will have or hospitals will have in specialized skill set, I think the digital platforms can come in and help them. And if we enable them, that's the best way to improve the quality in these hospitals.
Madanji?
I agree with Raj as well as Jagdish. The point Jagdish made was, in Indian context, healthcare is considered as a expense and not an investment. Anything, whether it is clinical treatment or any investment in healthcare, because it is not tangible. You don't get something back. I think that has to be created, especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities. In tier 2, tier 3 cities, the skilled manpower or experienced people, knowledgeable people are scarce. So that is where I think they should get the help of a larger group, especially HCG and Fortis and things like that.
And Ramaya?
And CAHO, yes, of course. CAHO can be a facilitator to all this. So that is where we have to bring them and on board and say that. And one of the greatest thing is it has to be affordable. People feel that it is anything to do with things is IT field or technology is pretty expensive. And in tier 2 and tier 3, the rewards that they get are not sufficient. It's unless it is a large group with multiple satellite units, standalone, as you rightly said, they do not have the wherewithal to invest and recover back the investment. So that is where they would require some support. And what Jagdish said, if you can download and start using it at least on a trial basis, and then you do. So that would be of great help. And that is where I think CAHO can be a nodal point to facilitate the standalone. Forget tier 2, tier 3. Even in larger cities like Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, you don't see the smaller nursing homes, 30, 40, 50 bed nursing homes fully adopting. The only way digitalizing they do is that billing and probably little pharmacy and stuff like that. It is not the EMR, it is not the laboratory, it is not the radiology. That's how it is. It may not really, the volumes may not even justify them. At outside, they may be hardly taking about 20, 30 X-rays or 20, 30 patients in laboratory.
Fantastic point, sir, that you have made is that
that is where I think we should.
these the advantage of the scale which is available to a multi-chain
Scale of
this
economics
thing,
is,
we
yes.
can try to make that kind of an advantage being available now to standalone hospitals, and we need, in fact, collaboration with the multi-chain hospitals also. So, Ilan.
Yeah, I would say if you look at other industries like finance, education, or hospitality, I think they all adapt technology very quickly compared to healthcare. For some reason, healthcare is slightly slower in terms of digitalization or technology adoption. I don't know the reason for this. If COVID wasn't there, many of us would not have started using even Zoom platform. I think that was our mindset. There is some reluctancy in terms of looking into all these things. So I think the real need is the healthcare workforce needs to be upskilled. So we have to prepare them in terms of what's going to come in the next 5 years, 10 years time, so they can be upskilled, so that technology adoption can be a bit easier in the hospitals. For example, if you take nurses, they should be made aware of what is artificial intelligence in healthcare. Unless otherwise we start teaching them, they'll be lagging behind a lot. I think there is a need for creating more awareness, upskilling them with certain tools in terms of technology, artificial intelligence, and all this stuff. I think CAHO can play a role in these kind of areas, I think. Otherwise, we'll be lacking far behind. Whatever technology is being produced by the software companies will not be used by the healthcare on the other side. We have to be very careful to create a balance.
Excellent point that you have made, but I'll say that this entire education on artificial intelligence, not only for nurses, even for doctors, for pharmacists, for rehab specialists, for everybody, needs to be there. Dr. Pasangi.
Yeah. So recently we've started a centralized command center where we have, just like what Dr. Muniappa pointed out, there used to be a time when we used to only look at revenues, targets, what's the doctor's financial performance. Today, through the command center, we monitor people's health. We monitor their early morning scores, news scores, and we monitor their health. We connect with senior citizens who cannot go to a hospital. Yeah, and we are planning to have an entire database of EMR of all these senior citizens. So one of these areas is where CAHO can pitch in, and we'll be glad to coordinate and collaborate with you all.
Thank you. Dr. Chandrasekhar.
Sir, coming to your point of how do we bring equity in digital healthcare, I feel the only way is to centralize it, and in that case, ABDM is doing a great work. So, but the adoption or sign up of ABDM is very less. But where CAHO can play a role is, please create one common simple system. So when all of us put together, it is affordable. When a single hospital alone wants to do it, it becomes very, very expensive. So what, like CAHO or ABDM, what we should create a single platform, okay, where the simplest of the data, patient's data goes there. We don't have to, have large space for videos and pictures and all those things. Just the text, if it can store, and the investigations it can store, and they go to any hospital anywhere in the country, and they can be accessed. I think that will be a revolution.
So thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar. In fact, you have triggered the last question. I will just have about 30-40 seconds for each one of you. And that is to say our relationship with ABDM. We all have understood ABDM has done a phenomenal work. As we understand that every healthcare, every person has been given an Aadhaar number. Every healthcare provider has been given a number, doctors. Where are you and what is your relationship with ABDM as of now? So just quickly as to how intensely you are working with them, or what is their status and why?
Thank you. I think it's a wonderful initiative. I think it is trying to replicate the success of Aadhaar in the healthcare spectrum, and it's a commendable idea. And there is a lot of energy and effort and push that has been put into this initiative. Where I currently personally we are M1, M2, and M3 certified, and we are fully on board on the network. Where I think we may need a little further work to be done is for the network effect to kick in, so that not just there are few hospitals which are onboarded. We need to ensure that every hospital is able to not just connect to the network, but also benefit from it in terms of sharing and reading information, which is basically going back to the previous question of how many hospitals do have a digital EMR, which can enable them to benefit from this network. I think that's kind of what we need to solve for.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Raj, but what I will say is that now you have a successful relationship with ABDM as what you are saying. I want you to write about it. That's how, unless you share the story of how the relationship or how your integration with ABDM has helped NH, that's how others will be motivated. That's what we need from you. Raj.
Yeah, so if we can replicate Aadhaar, UPI, all the successes on ABDM, we will leapfrog pretty much every other country in the world. So at a thinking level, we all understand, we are participating, we are enrolling our hospitals, etc. But talking about, have we started seeing any benefit? I don't think we have reached to that level. Right now, we are more of a ensuring participation, enrolling stage. I think for that, the critical mass will have to be in place. Patient benefits, etc., everyone knows. But one of the challenges that we face as private players is, our payer-provider relationship and our outstandings, etc., right? There's a lot of potential there also. So if we have to remove equity, and if we have to participate in state or center-sponsored, public insurance scheme, that piece is an important piece, especially when you have a larger presence in tier 2, tier 3 cities. So I think for that, I think we will have to wait a little bit. But I think, as a
concept,
concept, we are all for it, and we are, making sure that our participation is improving.
Madan Gaikwad.
We are fully with ABDM. We have enrolled and fully onboarded. As Raj rightly said, the benefits are yet to be visible. We are yet to see the visibility. There have been a lot of big promise on portability, digital health, all that. So if you really ask me, probably it may take a little more time for all the people to get onto that, hooked onto this, and that is how we can see the benefits. Maybe it is a little early days, but at the concept level, at the initiative level, it's a fantastic initiation. And going forward, we will probably should be in a position to link everything.
So the message we can take to ABDM is, yes, that we are keen, we are in fact doing, but
very much.
But
yes.
we need some more proof of the pudding.
Yes.
All right. Ilan?
Yeah, I think it's a very important initiative, and all of us should get enrolled. If you ask about our hospital, we are at the first stage. The government has sent some messages to us, and we are in touch with them to get enrolled. So we are at the early stage of adaptation.
So all my hospitals are enrolled in panel with ABDM. Raj rightly pointed out, problem is time value of money. There's cash flows. We don't get the money in time, whereas we have to pay the vendors within those 45 days. Sometimes we get it after years. So that's where the thorn in the flesh is.
Yeah, but Ayushman Bharat, that scheme is a different thing. We are talking about the ABDM, which is the vehicle around which your digital adoption should be taken up.
Right,
so we should, of course, make a little distinction between the Ayushman Bharat.
Sure.
PMJ Yojana is
yeah.
different. Okay. So that's what we are talking.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
So as I think we are all in the same page. So ABDM as a concept is a great concept, and we did hear a couple of months back from officials from ABDM what progress they are making, but still the usability and that push which is required, and the benefits outcomes have to be more practical, I would say. So the adoption will take time, obviously. Yeah.
So thank you very much. I will want this panelists to remain connected with CAHO to take this conversation with ABDM to say that we get much more proof of their outcomes and, as I said, the proof of the pudding. We need your personal experience to be communicated to them. Sometimes when we are doing it in a fragmented way, I don't think it makes an impact. I think together, CAHO is nothing else but all of us combined together. Okay, CAHO is a movement. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all join to make this country's healthcare safer and more efficient and affordable. So thank you very much. And let me stick to my promise of finishing it at 4 p.m. Thank you so much.
Our next session will showcase in-house innovations from hospitals. I invite Dr. Lalu Joseph, Secretary General of CAHO, to the stage to moderate the session. I would also like to call upon Professor Elizabeth Varki from Baby Memorial Hospital, Dr. Balu Krishna Sasidharan from Christian Medical College, Vellore, Mr. Saji Matthew from Baby Memorial Hospital, Miss Melanie Rana from Amrita Hospital, Faridabad, Miss Pratyush Srivastava from Narayana Health, Dr. Priya Karunakaran from Aster MedCity, and Mr. Ramesh from Christian Medical College, Vellore, to take the stage, please. Professor Elizabeth Varki, Dr. Balu Krishna Sasidharan, Mr. Saji Matthew, Miss Melanie Rana, Miss Pratyush Srivastava, Dr. Priya Karunakaran, and Mr. Ramesh.
Good evening. I think you're going to be listening to some wonderful presentations today. We had the Hospital Innovations Contest that was opened out for our hospitals, and we had about 75 submissions. And a group of about 25 juries sat through every presentation, shortlisted them, and on the 19th, last Saturday, between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m., we had 25 hospitals that presented along with the grand jury of about 26 people. Amazing presentations, and it's a great session because we are going to be listening to the hospitals and to learn from the best practices. And let's see if it's going to be a great learning experience, I'm sure, for all of us. So let me invite the first speaker. Time is limited to about 4 to 5 minutes max. So let me invite the first speaker, Professor Elizabeth Workey from Baby Memorial Hospital for her project Moot Court. Don't ask me what is Moot Court. I'm sure you will learn from her now. It's an amazing presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to one and all. It's my immense pleasure to present this project in front of CAHO, and thank you, CAHO, for giving me such a wonderful opportunity. So this Moot Court is actually an teaching innovation in which we have adopted from the School of Law. So this is basically placing the nursing staff in simulated legal scenarios related to real-world incidents. The strategy fosters a deep understanding of the consequences of clinical decisions and the importance of adhering to safety protocols. So basically, I would say that it's just a kind of case-based learning, role-playing, interactive discussions, and focus on accountability. This is a kind of, I will just say, this is a kind of simulated-based teaching strategy in which we have picked up certain kinds of incidents which have taken place in a hospital where certain legal implications are there. So these nurses are being given a task. It is an assignment given to them. So based upon the departments, they'll be taking the incidents, and it has been simulated like a court. Like in a court, we will be having the judge, the advocates, the victim, and all those kinds of people, the scenario, everything, the senior observers, everything, everybody will be there. And this is being scripted by the nurses itself, and has been taken the suggestions from the judges and the advocates, which are around us, and then it has been done in a hospital. Then this, as we nurses having continuous attrition of nurses, it's not possible to cover the entire nurses in one sitting, which is a live demonstration of this. So we have incorporated, we record these videos, and it has been uploaded in the learning session, so that has been distributed throughout the nurses. So the impact of this is that when we take the exit interviews, the nurses say, this actually gave them caution, saying that whenever they are about to commit some errors, or when they are about to do some procedures, always the verdict which has been finally given in this Moot Court makes or triggered them to prevent some errors. So I think that's all about this Moot Court, and I'll finish this. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I now invite Dr. Balukrishna Sasidharan from Christian Medical College to present QI-RAIL, Quantitative Imaging Research and Artificial Intelligence Lab Data Management Pipeline for AI research in radiation oncology.
Thank you. Good evening, friends from technology and clinical space, and members and friends over here. I don't have my slides here, so yeah. So thank you. I represent Christian Medical College, Vellore, and also Department of Radiation Oncology. So in 2019, we had this vision of setting up AI research and development in radiation oncology. But one of the first things that we noted, as you also in health tech would have noted, is that our data is disorganized and it's not easily mineable. And this was a large task that we wanted to solve. And radiation oncology department has huge database in terms of imaging and other cancer related data, but it was in multiple silos, and it was very difficult for us to proceed with AI related research. So in the next few minutes, I'm telling you how we have solved the problem, and we feel this is scalable across multiple hospitals, what we could do. This figure shows what are the different data points that happen in radiation oncology. It's quite a large amount of imaging data and other related cancer data, and also temporal data of patient survival, quality of life, prompts, etc. So our goal was to develop a robust platform, a pipeline to tailor data curation and storage for future use, and we wanted to automate that and to ensure high quality data, and also to we also intend to share this information to rest of the hospital community so that this can be scaled elsewhere. So this is our project goal when we started in 2019. We are at step 6 at this point. We are trying to validate a large model, but what we are trying to share with you is number 4, which is the data collection and curation part. So this is the model was first started for head and neck cancer because that was the focus area for me. And if you can look at it, the clinical environment, the HIS and the database is probably not something which you can enter to deploy or test AI solutions because it's very secure and it is not good to open it up to the external environment. So we created a process where we can automate image transition from a clinical environment automatically anonymized and transferred to a research environment. We had multiple researchers who had the same vision. We put in our research money together and created a corpus and created a database, which we call the Biomedical Informatics Research Database, or the BIRD, which handles all that data. Similarly, we have our own RIAN server, which handles our head and neck radiomics data. And the corresponding demographic data, unfortunately, we cannot directly pull because, health data carries a lot of junk. So we need to manually curate it, and then we tag it along with the imaging data and store it. So this has been automated with some manual input so that the junk can be avoided. So what happened before and after? Now earlier we just get consent from patients for treatment. Now we have introduced consent for using their data for future purposes for technology development. So this has become automated process in the clinical environment. Data is curated and organized. There is a standardized protocol for all imaging to facilitate AI-based research. There are guidelines and template-based naming and annotation of structures across all clinicians and users of the system. Anonymization process is automated, and there is a backup server, and also it is backed up on the cloud, so we are secure with the data. And moreover, the process is modularized and containerized so that it can be scalable. And when we started with one project in head and neck, now not only in cancer, we have multiple projects within the institution. And as you know, CMC is a multidisciplinary, very large hospital. We have now projects from other specialties, non-cancer specialties, where we replicate the same process for them and create mineable database. So story is that we are now creating curated databases which should facilitate AI-based research, bring in models to our hospitals to test it and validate it, also to partner with other institutions. And this has entailed a lot of collaboration in the last few years. And we feel this process is scalable. As multiple hospitals come up like this, we adopt this model, then it becomes a collaborative network, which is good for us as well as them. And I feel CAHO can play a good role in that. And I want to share this message that we should be collaborating on this so that the Indian startups get a good curated data set for them to deploy their AI models, test that, and take it to the clinical world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Balu, and for opening it out for CAHO. This is something news to me now. Anyway, Dr. Vijay Agarwal will interact with you on that. Thank you so much. Now let's move on to Mr. Saji Matthew from Baby Memorial Hospital, AI-powered acuity-based nurse staffing and optimization. This is a very interesting project, and I think there were several questions asked by the jury when this project was presented. This is going to solve a lot of problems for many hospitals. Please proceed, Mr. Saji.
Good afternoon, everyone. When an issue occurs, either we fight or flee. So this innovation came from a fight between me and Elizabeth. I lead the people management practices along with technology. She is leading the nursing colleagues. We always have this problem. Okay, how many nurses are required in the hospital? So she gives some count. I always say my KPA and KRA is to reduce the count. So that is where the fight comes. So we thought, okay, so don't we come up with a real-time calculator where it would show, okay, on the demand basis, what is the manpower or resources required. We take 3 feeds, one from the HIS, that is on the current occupancy, another one from our credential and privileging systems, that's on the nurses' competency, and the other the duty roster from the HRMS. So we run an AI algorithm, and based on the existing allocation and the current occupancy, it does some matching and algorithmically allocate the nurses available resources in each of the shift. And also it has an generative AI function which will give suggestions when we have different occupancy levels where we can move nurses from one nursing station to the other nursing station. So that is the tool is doing. It is very handy. After implementing the solution, still our fight continues, but that's not on the nursing out, on other issues. So that's about the story.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And are you going to commercialize this tool by any chance? Yeah, that's another option for us now with CAHO. So I think we'll soon become a corporate, Vijay sir. We'll have to probably change the terminology. Now, what is interesting is that most hospitals use the Excel sheets to do this, and it is ineffective. So are you happy with that?
Yes, ma'am. It's an excellent tool which I've come up, and it saves time, much of the time to calculate the acuity of the patient as well as assignment of staff nurses.
For Elizabeth, she has a holistic view of like based on the current demand where I can move, because at times otherwise when she check with the head nurses, they'll say, no, we are all occupied, nobody to release here. So without even going to them, now she is in a position. So, you have this many people with acuity, so I can pull 1 or 2 people from here and allocate to other. It's not on reducing, optimally deploying, because you cannot overnight reduce the count, isn't it?
He's being very, very diplomatic. Thank you so much. Now let's move on to Pratyush Srivastav from Narayan Health, the self-service kiosk for business transformation. Over to you.
Thanks to CAHO for giving us the opportunity to speak. And going forward with this conversation, Dr. Vijay was having about digital adoption among hospitals. We wanted to present this project where we have tried to change the customer experience when they come to our OPDs. And we would just like to share what has been our experience implementing a solution like this in one of our biggest centers here in Bangalore. So with that said, this is the mantra, is how do I go ahead and reduce the OPD transaction time for a patient who comes for any administrative support to the hospital to less than a minute. So if I need to book an appointment, if I come to the hospital, can I do something to reduce it to less than a minute? If he needs to pay for a service, can I reduce this to less than a minute? So that his whole time in the hospital is spent in actually either meeting the doctor or getting the required services from a clinical perspective. That's the thought behind it. So I'll quickly kind of put what was the vision, what was the problem statement, and what is our goal overall. So our vision is to standardize and simplify experiences for all non-clinical transactions at our hospital. That's the overarching statement. This project is just one of those particular transactions that we do. Our problem statement is that currently in Narayana Group, we do approximately 500,000 transactions on a monthly basis in OPD. Out of those 500,000 transactions, what is happening is that across our hospitals and chains, we are growing at more than 20% year on year. We have more and more transactions coming in. And basically, it leads to all kinds of situations where you have lead wait times which are higher, your NPSs go down. You can't have an ever-expanding infrastructure where you can have more and more staff to cater to more and more people coming in. And there, our goal is to reduce the OPD transaction to less than 1 minute, eliminate all queues that are there, and build adequate capacity to at least handle at least 1 million transactions per month in all our hospitals. That's the chain over the next 3 years. That's what we want to build. How are we going about it? We built an application with the help of Atma. We built an application which does real-time sync with our HIS. It has a payment gateway interface. It generates token for any service that you want to take. And it has a large-scale scheme with no latency at all for the application. The implementation process, the way we followed it is that we wanted to make sure that its sizing and capacity planning is done for the next 3 years. And we standardized specification for easier operational control. I mean, I can explain more about it if you want to have a conversation around it. But overall, there were a few challenges in terms of language interoperability when we move from Bangalore to Calcutta to Shimoga. Those things are already addressed. And the EMR adoption by doctors happens to be a bigger challenge which you need to address. With that said, I'll just play the video for 30 seconds. You'll get an idea of how you can. So it gives you the option to go ahead and book an appointment online. If you come to the hospital, you can use the interface to book the appointment. Or if the doctor has ordered any particular service for you, say a radiology test, or he or she has ordered a particular diagnostic test for you, you can still go to the kiosk and make the payment. I'll just quickly try to, I'm sorry, it's doesn't play, or I don't know if somebody has to play it from there. Yeah. So if you look at the screen there, you can select the doctor's appointment anytime. Of course, it's a design call to not ask the patient to enter the OPD, but the mobile number. All MRNs or names suggested with that mobile number get attached. You have the option to pay at the counter because a lot of patients actually carry cash to the hospital. Once you complete the payment, it completes the process. And very similarly, you can go ahead and stop. I think you can start. So we did this deployment right now in our biggest hospital in Health City. And with this deployment, I would like to say that if you look at these numbers, these are numbers for the month of September. So across our hospitals, 84 or 85% of our OPD transactions are now happening through a digital platform. It's either using our app or it's using the kiosk. So we've been able to reduce our number of OPD counters that we have by more than 50% right now across the hospital. Yeah. Second is in terms of our service billing, if you look at it, that's the call for all the diagnostic tests that you need to do. That number is still something which is a work in progress because it has to do a lot with doctors also adopting AMR. So we're moving forward in that direction, but we're very confident and we have a plan to roll it out across the country over the next 3 to 4 months, where we expect across the country, approximately 50 to 60% of our transaction counters completely getting eliminated. Thank you so much. That was all.
Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Now I'll move on to Amrita Hospital, Faridabad, Melanie Rana on AI application to improve operational efficiency.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Melanie Rana and I'm representing Amrita Hospital. Would I have my slides on? Yeah. Okay. So there were these 4 areas in operations that we were facing challenges with, where we tried to implement AI applications. And that would be namely the OR scheduler, our discharge delays, OPD waiting time, and antimicrobial stewardship. We are very fortunate that we have an in-house AI team because we are running MTech and BTech courses in AI in healthcare. So we were able to implement a scheduler, an OT scheduler in-house. This came with 3 modules, which was the scheduler, the event monitor, and the report feature. Our scheduler helped us whenever we wanted to schedule a surgery, we would just feed it, and the scheduler would churn it out into a scheduled report with equipment, manpower, and OT distribution. This helped us in our improvement of the OT working with from 18 to 64%, and our OT utilization from 43 to 66%. The next feature is our event monitoring system, which basically helps us in manning each and every step in the OT. When a patient is shifted to the OT from the pre-op to the extubation stage, each step is monitored with a time in and time out state record. So this again helps us in increasing our utilization of manpower and equipment. Our third feature was the report feature, which helps us in analyzing our utilization reports, stat reports, and performance matrix. This was supported by our operations dashboard, which helps in providing us these live reports. The second area we catered to was delayed discharges. We have built up a live dashboard which categorizes each step in the discharge workflow. And every time a discharge is taking time at any step, that can be monitored in real time. So this is still a work in progress. However, it has helped us in improving our discharges by 2+ hours. The third area was our OPD waiting time. We started with our dermatology OPD. In this project, we had introduced a chatbot. So whenever a patient is waiting in the OPD area, we would encourage the patient to scan the QR code and start using the chatbot to update his clinical history or any relevant information towards his consultation. This information would automatically get connected to the EMR and would be linked to his MRD number. So the waiting time and the consultation time both were utilized, and our consultation time was reduced from 22 to 10.5 minutes, which also resulted in increasing our revenue because the doctor was able to see approximately 10 more patients in a day. The satisfaction rate from our patients has increased from 77% to 89%. The last area, and this was the latest initiative that we took, was in a clinical area, which was introducing AI in antimicrobial stewardship. This is, again, a work in progress. However, we just got started with it. And there are many more areas that we are considering at Amrita to introduce AI in health. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Melanie. Let's give a big round of applause to Melanie and the team. Now over to Aster Medicity, a digital touch to chemotherapeutic drug management. Dr. Priya.
Hi, good evening to respectful dignitaries, all the eminent speakers of CAHOTECH, all the attendees. And let me first thank you, the CAHO team, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my project on chemotherapy planner or a digital test to chemotherapeutic drug management. So first of all, the entire thought process was started when I find that my oncology clinical pharmacist was actually doing the more complex process than nurses and an oncology in my hospital. Because an oncology clinical pharmacist are involved in multiple activities at a time: preparation of chemotherapy chart, discussing with the doctor regarding the unplanned chemo patients, and solving drug information queries from multiple stakeholders. So the main problem statement is that the problem addressed here was the complexity of the chemotherapy orders and associated medication orders, starting from prescribing, ordering, transcribing, monitoring, dispensing, administering, and planning of chemotherapy. So the study period was, the baseline was conducted from January to March 2024. Implementation phase was conducted from April to June 2024. During this period, we developed various prototypes of this chemotherapy planner, or actually how this chemo planner should actually look like, so that it should be more user-friendly to all the stakeholders. And post-implementation phase were conducted from July to September 2024. And the project team includes, of course, software developer. Without him, nothing can be done. Anything related to IT involvement, and a set of clinical pharmacists and doctors and not infectious disease, chemotherapy nurses. Coming to this is the fishbone diagram explaining what all are the errors that can contribute in an oncology unit, not only on oncology unit, related to medication errors. That includes prescription errors, transcribing errors, dispensing errors, indenting or ordering errors, administration errors, and IPSG violations when we actually work on a manual chart. What all errors can happen when we actually work on a manual workflow? So this is the implementation phase, and this is how our chemotherapy chart exactly looks like now. So whenever a patient encounters for an oncologist, the clinical pharmacist can select the patient over there, where the patient's prescriptions were already made by the doctor in terms of the chemo regimen. So by seeing that chemo regimen, this clinical pharmacist will select the patient over there and go to the second dashboard. By selecting the particular chemo regimen, everything will be auto-populated there. That's the second image over the right. By selecting the particular regimen, all the drugs included in the regimen will be auto-populated over there, along with the BSA and the dosing criteria. What will be the dosing criteria for each and every drug? And coming to the third picture, that is after preparing the chemotherapy chart, there is an auto click for generate intent. That means that particular clinical pharmacist no need to go to a separate module to indent each and every drug. There is an auto generate intent click. By clicking the auto generate intent, all these drugs will directly go to the IP pharmacy, where it can be delivered directly to the patient. So in this way, mistakes happens while selecting the drug. Mistakes happen by slipping of hand, like choosing a different drug or choosing different strength of a particular drug can be completely avoided. And after that, digital approval and transfer. One doctor approves this can be electronically transferred to our hospital information system. So the system is more transparent. Each and everything is more transparent to each and every stakeholders involved in the process. And after that, the post-implementation phase, we just compared the pre and post-implementation. Pre-implementation, there is an eligibility of prescription of 7%, and post-implementation, there is no eligibility because everything is electronic. And drug intending errors were found to be 0.24%, and there were no intending errors after that post-implementation phase. And IPSG violation, that is when we are doing this manually, there is a chance of giving this chart to a wrong patient. That was completely eliminated. And comparing to process efficiency, They reduced the turnaround time from 2 hours to 42 minutes. And compared to cost optimization, we had a 40,000 per month for transporting this chemo chart, utilizing this manpower for the chemo chart transportation throughout the hospital. And now there is a zero cost for manpower. And this is the process advantage. That is the electronic transfer of patient demographic factors, including patient name, age, height, weight from the hospital information system, auto calculation of BSA, auto population of each and every drug included in the chemo regimen. It also helps to eliminate the chance of wrong drug selection during the process of intending. There is no time lost on clarifying poorly written order by the nurses with the doctor, and missing of chemo charts during the manual transferring process to various locations of the hospital. This is how our electronic chemo chart looks like, and this is how the whole process is. This is a manual chart, and to the right is the electronic chart. With this slide, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a brilliant one, and thank you so much for that. Now I invite Mr. Ramesh from Christian Medical College to present the task tracking system, Transporter.
Is it audible? Yeah. Have you ever wondered what it takes to efficiently manage over 1,800 porter tasks every day? At Christian Medical College, we not only wondered, we solved it. Good evening. I am Ramesh, representing Christian Medical College, Vellore. Introducing Transporter, our in-house solution, a game-changing task tracking system that has transformed the way we manage porter services at our Ranipet campus. I'm here to share with you how we went from dealing with overwhelmed phone lines and slow responses to creating a streamlined, real-time solution to provide hassle-free porter services, saving us time and money. So before Transporter, our help desk telephone lines were always very busy, making it difficult for our staff to communicate with us. We got a lot of complaints stating that your telephone lines are always busy. And tracking porters was a major challenge for us. We wanted to address all these issues and streamline the operations. So we implemented Transporter in January 2024. Transporter manages patients and material movements inside our hospital. It runs over our Wi-Fi network. The system integrates BLE tags. This is the BLE tag what I'm talking about. And it is synchronized with the Android mobile, where the BLE handles real-time porter location and movement, while the mobile app takes care of the task details. This allows us to track porters in real time, ensuring we know exactly where they are and how quickly the tasks are being performed. A lot of data is captured at the back end, where we can analyze call details, trends, and plan porter deployment. This system is very, very user-friendly. As Thomas Edison said, there is a way to do it better, find it. And that's what exactly we did it. We identified the inefficiencies, designed a solution, and revolutionized our entire system. One of the best things about Transporter is it is saving us a lot of money with increased efficiency. Being a missionary hospital, cost is always a priority for us. We initially considered outsourcing the solution, but found that the available solutions did not meet our requirements. Instead of outsourcing the solution, which would have costed us more than 30 lakhs upfront and 10 lakhs annually, we built our own customized software tailored to our needs for just 4.29 lakhs. We have already been able to reduce our workforce by 3 supervisors and 6 porters, leading to annual savings of 27 lakhs per annum. We are projected to save 92 lakhs per year once fully implemented. And as of now, 70% of the hospital is using the system, with plans to extend it to the OPD areas by end of October 2024. This demonstrates the true power of innovation in action. Let's talk about the results. The impact of transporter at CMC has been tremendous, as porters are now completing an average of 16.2 tasks per day compared to just 9.3 before when it was done manually. Meanwhile, our request acceptance time dropped from 5.6 minutes to just 2.14 minutes, highlighting the efficiency improvements brought in by transporter. The success of transporter lies in its simplicity and versatility. It offers three intuitive interfaces, one for the staff, one for porters, and one for the logistics supervisor. Transporter offers comprehensive downloadable data efficient and transparent across all levels of operation. To conclude, Transporter has completely changed the way we manage porter services at CMC Ranipet campus, and it's been a huge success for us. The system is scalable. It can be adopted for hospitals of any size. Transporter proves how innovation transforms challenges into opportunities for real change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. With that, we finished the 7 presentations on time. If we do have another few minutes, if there are any questions for any of our early adoption or technology innovations. Any questions from the audience? Perfect. I think time's up. We'll close the session. A big round of applause once again to all the hospitals, all 75 hospitals that participated, all the 25 shortlisted, and I wish to thank all the grand jury for sparing their 5 hours listening to all the presentations. Thank you once again. Please.
Thank you, everyone. As this day comes to an end, I request our chief guest, Dr. Ravindran Jagasoti, and our guest of honor, Dr. Hector Emmanuel, to come to the stage, please. I would also like to invite Dr. Nagendra Swami, Dr. Alexander Thomas, Dr. Uma Nambiar, Dr. Vijay Agarwal, Dr. Lallu Joseph to also come to the stage, please. Dr. Jennifer Bay, please. I request Dr. Nagendra Swami to take over and lead us through the session.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, my dear colleagues. We have come to the final session of the excellent day, a wonderful day, siesta of a lot of ideas and innovations, where the 9th edition of the CAHOTECH is everything was on redefining the healthcare with technology as a catalyst. I think from the morning, we have gone through quite a bit of information. Now we are coming to the last validatory section. And at this point of time, this is a great thing. We had almost 650 registrations, 107 pitch fest innovations, and 30-odd hospital innovations. I think that's a big feather to the cap of the organizers who have done a marvelous job on this. To me, it's a proud moment personally because this is the third CAHOTECH that's happening in our city. We had the second, we had the third, and now the 9th has come back to Bangalore, which is known as the Silicon City of India. So aptly, a lot of innovations have to come out from this city, and we welcome and also thank all of you who have come from different parts of the country and the world here. Today's, we have our chief guest, Chief guest is Jennifer Babe. She has come from all the way from America. Jennifer Babe is the Executive Director of Global Innovation of the American College of Cardiology. And it's our privilege to have her here and understand our challenges and how we are trying to mitigate some of them. And she is also part of the many global health initiatives that has taken. Especially, she is also part of the CDC, Center of Drug Disease Control, and academic organizations in US hospital system. And she is on many advisory boards on the many companies and work with public payer initiatives, which is very, very important in any country to have that shine. May I now request Jennifer Bay to kindly come over and share her thoughts here as a chief guest. Over to you.
Thank you all so much. I am truly honored to be here with all of you today. This is my third trip to India, my second time in the wonderful city of Bangalore. And every time I'm here, I grow to love this country just a little bit more. Over the past 2 days, I have gotten to know many of you. I've learned so much from the amazing sessions here at the CAHO conference. And the people in this room, the organizations that they represent, are what actually gives me hope that we are going to solve problems in healthcare. This is a challenge of incremental gains. It's going to take time, but I am struck by the intelligence, the dedication, and the perseverance in this room. And so with that, I'll get started on my remarks. The first thing I want to do is I want to provide a few facts that will organize us and highlight the journey that I want to take you on in just the next few minutes. There are 3 statistics in particular that I spend a lot of time thinking about when I am in my global health and innovation role at the American College of Cardiology. The first is a statistic from the World Health Organization that by 2030, we will have a global healthcare workforce shortage of 10 million people. Now, I know in India that 10 million people proportionally is not that much of your population, but I think it speaks to just raw numbers in places where we know that there are not enough clinicians to meet needs. In the organization that I represent with cardiovascular medicine, we know that Oftentimes, there are less than 10 cardiologists in a country of millions. And so how do we think about providing access to care in communities that otherwise wouldn't have access? The second statistic has to do with a growing burden of disease. My organization represents the leading killer of human beings on planet Earth. Once you get to become an adult, your odds of passing away from cardiovascular disease are rather high. And 70% of all global cardiovascular deaths occur in low and middle income countries. And so what can we do to decrease that burden of disease, to better manage people at risk for that disease, and to better take care of people who already are diagnosed with that disease? It's another thing that I spend a lot of time thinking about. The last thing I think a lot about, and I was so pleased to hear from folks in this room, particularly the AHPI and our friends at Villigro, are thinking about the intersection of climate and health, which is again a pressing issue. In my country, we recently had 2 significant hurricanes that displaced a lot of people, who removed them from access to their regular care. And we know that this is going to be an increasingly common occurrence worldwide. And so how do we take the combination of a global workforce shortage of clinicians, more sick people, and then add onto that the instability caused by climate change and conflict, where you have populations on the move? Sounds pretty bleak, right? Here's why I have hope. We heard today and yesterday about many advances in technology that are going to shorten the distance between people and the care that they need. I just learned this afternoon about an amazing technology that is a portable ECG device that can get to communities that are very remote at a price point that's affordable to them. And I think when we think about the promise that AI has, and many of our esteemed speakers spoke to that already today, to detect not just cardiovascular disease, but other diseases from those readings, that will have a great chance at screening people at risk and mitigating disease before it starts. I also think that better data will inform more efficient global health. Here's what I mean by that. In many countries in the world, we don't have a clear sense of the prevalence of cardiovascular disease. So the investments that are being made in India and in other places globally to develop effective and efficient healthcare databases will allow us to better make healthcare decisions, directing resources, to allow governments to identify priorities, and to move the dial more meaningfully on the things that we know are taking a severe toll on our communities. And finally, and this was demonstrated again here today, I've seen governments, NGOs, health organizations like my own that will engage in reciprocal learning to share solution sets. And I want to underscore this concept of reciprocal learning. I live in the United States. I know I have so much to learn from the people here in India, and I'm really eager to learn more about what you are doing here to better close the distance between people and their care. I think another great example of that was what we learned from the Honorable Minister earlier today about the door to ECG time being so shortened here in Karnataka state as one example of a best practice that could be replicated worldwide. So this is why I'm so happy to be here and now and today, because I think through technology advances, and India is a global recognized leader in technology, there are solutions that are being developed here for problems that are faced worldwide. There are so many trials and experiments that are being run, and it's our responsibility as a global community to get that information out to the world so that we can all learn and get better at what we're doing. And it's critical to think globally, because although the nuances of a health workforce shortage might be different in my country than in your country, the problem ultimately is the same. Too many sick people and not enough people to care for them. I think better data is another key feature. Hector and I spoke yesterday to many of you about our global health quality solutions and the ACC's efforts to improve quality of care for cardiovascular medicine. I think that works today, but in order to be a foundational piece for collecting healthcare data. But I think the future lies in building integrated health data sets and in digitization. And I look forward to seeing how that progresses here in India and learning more. Finally, I think countries with political will light the way to ensure efficient and comprehensive health data capture, to understand accurately the global and local disease burden so that we can better personalize health, because what works for me might not work for you. And so how do we understand those differences and get people on care that moves the dial for them? I'll close with one last thought. How can we learn best from each other? From my perspective, the answer to that is from collaboration. The ACC's mission is to transform cardiovascular health and to improve heart outcomes for all. I know my organization is called the American College of Cardiology, but we're actually a global organization. 1/3 of our 56,000 members are outside of the US, and many of those members are here in India. And so I'm here today to meet people like you, who I believe will be essential in crafting the future of healthcare delivery for our planet and for our global community. And I want to thank you so much for your time and for your warm hospitality.
Thank you, Jennifer. It's been wonderful to hear her sentiments and her offer of collaboration for future. She has to leave for the airport, so kindly. Thank you. CAHOTECH has been a signature event of CAHO. CAHO has been traditionally very focused on patient safety and the quality are the two mantras that we always believed, and with the patient being at the center of all our activities. And innovation is a way to move forward, and especially now this afternoon we heard from the Indian Institute of Science director and the medical school, which is going to come, where the technology and the medical brains will come together to evolve a solution, is the biggest, probably the most turning point in our historical movement towards going. At this juncture, I'm also proud to say we have a healthy mix of a very, I don't want to call anybody aged because I fall into that. I say experienced and younger people. CAHO always bring the experience and the younger crowd together. So that's a healthy mix to have bright ideas with the known experience to do. Today, among us, we have our guest of honor, I think very eminent former president of the Asian Society of Quality in Healthcare, ASQA, and the chairperson of CAHO International Advisory Board, Professor Dr. Ravindran Jagasoti. He has come all the way from Malaysia, and last 2 years back, the international wing of the CAHO was started with Samir taking the lead from it, and Professor has been a chairperson of that, and we are fortunate to have him today here, and his achievements are great. He has been a policy-making, part of the policy-making body in the national health in Malaysia, and some of the two countries' challenges are similar. So his views on this occasion will be very, very important to us. I now invite Dr. Ravindran Jadip to please come over and
honored guests, I am very honored to be given this platform to say a few words. It's the end of the CAHOTECH. I have been listening to it over the last 2 days, including the pitch fest, and such an amazing experience for me. I learned a lot. I feel CAHO is going on the right track by having two signature conferences every year, your CAHOCon and your CAHOTECH. And may I throw a challenge to you to maybe have more joint meetings with multidisciplinary bodies, national bodies, maybe the body that represents engineers, represents biotechnologists, and so on and so forth. Because I think that's what I think the message that is also given by Ms. Jennifer just now, collaboration. We need to collaborate with multidisciplines so that we get the best benefit from all our knowledge together. Don't work in silos, work together. I want to congratulate CAHO for having embarked on this conference with the theme of redefining healthcare with technology as the catalyst for change. And we heard so many innovations and possibilities that we could use in our own daily practice. If I look at my own journey, I'm an obstetrician and gynecologist, where maternal mortality was my prime focus. A mother dying in childbirth is no small matter. It affects not only the family, but finally affects the nation as a whole. So in Malaysia, we are very proud to have reduced maternal mortality at the time of independence in 1957 at the rate of about 800 per 100,000 deliveries to now currently 24 per 100,000 deliveries. And that is prevalent throughout the country, including remote states and the urban cities. But we struggled over the last 10 years to reduce the maternal mortality from about 28 to the current 24. Whereas previously, we could halve it every 10 years. I think the message that I get from studying the data is that we now need technology to help us, because many a time, sometimes the same mistakes are being repeated, the same lessons are being learned by a different caregiver who has not taken note of the previous experiences. So one of the main issues that we face is in childbirth, the prevalent use of the CTG, the cardiotocograph. I think you know that, that there is a tracing that is done of the fetal heart rate and the mother's vital symptoms. And often when that tracing is put on, caregivers are complacent that there will be an alert when something goes wrong, and I don't have to look at the patient too much. But sometimes that is the bugbear. When there is a problem and you delay coming in, medical legally, they can find out very fast when the delay occurred. And most important is the human touch. So whatever innovations we do, and I'm very pleased to see innovations like DOSI and so on, which looks at so many other parameters as well. I'm sure they will develop one for CTG as well. And you will have the monitoring being done. But I think the human touch and the alert to the doctor, who is the prime caregiver, still needs to be given. And that's why you may have to use other modalities like artificial intelligence to look at the patient characteristics, because each patient is different, individualized. Maybe the artificial intelligence will develop a system that will provide a prompt alert fast to anybody, anywhere, whether rural or urban. So maybe we look at that as a challenge for all those who are here in your own countries, in your own country, that you may also look at some modality that can be used. I have always used my A to G, which I think some of you will know. I have always talked about it. One is avoid shortcuts. And I think today, when we listen to the Korean doctor talking, also she talked about sharing case studies, which is very important. Don't learn from the mistakes of others. You have to avoid the shortcuts, learn from mistakes made previously. B is benchmarking yourself to the best that you can achieve. C is, of course, communication and checklists wherever possible. D is documentation, and that's where your database communication centers will come in. Evidence-based. And I think we must stress against E, ethics-based. I think don't forget that honesty, justice, beneficence, and non-maleficence have always been talked about in the time-honored custom of medicine. Do not neglect it even as you go along the path of technology. My take-home message from this conference is, again, collaboration. I have a similar take-home message to what Jennifer mentioned just now. Collaboration with all disciplines. Don't work in silos. If you have a research proposal, talk to other disciplines and you might find brilliant ideas coming out from your collaboration with them. So with those words, I would like to again congratulate CAHO and all of you for having attended CAHOCon, which would have made you a better person, a better doctor, and a better professional in whatever discipline that you're working in. And one thing I think I will also put my head out. I feel Bangalore will be the center of the world in future. We have always talked of the United States being the center of the world for everything. But when you look at what's happening in Bangalore, this institute, the building of a hospital that brings multidisciplines together, awarding of postgraduates, the Nobel Prize will come, in maybe in another 50, 60 years' time, where an Indian, hopefully a doctor, will be a Nobel Prize winner. I'm sure of that. So let's not think too lowly of ourselves. We can do lots of things, and CAHO will lead the way in reducing patient adverse events, I'm sure, in India, better data collection, and then you can prove it to the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Ravindran, for those encouraging words and faith and confidence in India and especially in Bangalore. We really thank you. Terima kasih. We would like to place on record our maternal mortality today is 97 for 100,000 live births. I think 70 is the global rate. We are just short of it. Given the diversity and the remoteness that we are challenging, we are slowly inching towards it. And we are very happy about what progress we have achieved on that. Thank you very much. Now to the further part of the valedictory.
Thank you very much, sir. We have some very exciting launches lined up. So I request Dr. Vijay Agarwal and Dr. Lalu Joseph to take us through them.
Good evening, and it's my proud privilege to announce the launch of our infection control program, iComply. This infection control and antimicrobial stewardship program is compliance. It's an excellence certification program. This iComply program provides a structured framework for healthcare institutions to assess their current IPC and AMS practices using the validated tool developed by the best subject matter experts in this country, make data-driven improvements, and ensure that their infection control and antimicrobial stewardship efforts are both effective and sustainable for a better patient care. I invite on stage Professor Dr. J. Jayalakshmi from KMCH, Dr. Parinita and Ms. Danya Michael. If anybody around from the team who developed this program, please come and join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. This is a game changer. We have announced already. Several hospitals have enrolled for this program. I request the team to come forward and do the launch. Infection Control, I Comply program. Now for the endoscopy space, we announce the launch of EndoSafe, the Endoscopy Excellence Program. This is crafted to assist endoscopy facilities in upholding to the highest standards. And we have with us Professor Parivalavan Rajavelu, Consultant Surgeon at Sundaram Medical Foundation, Ms. Danya Michael, Quality Manager at Rajagiri Hospitals. And it's our proud privilege to welcome all of them on stage to launch this program. This is in partnership with ASP. And we have with us Mr. Nikhil, who will be joining us. Please join us on stage. Let's join and celebrate this occasion. It's a great program. Several gastroenterologists from across the country have joined together to develop this wonderful standards, EndoSafe. This is for the endoscopy facility in the country towards excellence. Thank you so much. Please come forward. Let's launch the program. So, as Professor Jagasoti said, we believe in collaboration. We have several verticals. We've got the dental vertical, we've got the rehab professionals, we've got the pharmacists with us, we've got the engineers, and we have more than 7 forums today. I'm extremely proud to announce the launch of our online training program on quality and patient safety in dental practices. This 4-hour online program highlights the importance of infection control, accreditation, medico-legal aspects, patient satisfaction, communication, patient safety goals, and technology adoption in dental field. May I invite the experts on stage, Dr. Balamurugan, Dr. Arjun, Dr. Divya, Dr. Anna, and Dr. Uma Shankar to kindly join us on stage to launch the online training program on quality and patient safety in dental practices. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause, and they put in a lot of efforts towards this training program.
So next we are going to announce our launch of the refurbished health tech directory. I invite Mr. Palani on the stage, please. We are very thankful to Mosero for partnering with us. I think this is one of the very, very important initiative to take the digital adoption and the technology to all over the country. And this platform of the health tech directory allows every startup, allows every innovator to put his idea on this directory. I'm very thankful. You want to just say something about this?
Good evening, one and all. We thank CAHO for the opportunity to work on the health tech directory. We just looked at it as a knowledge management problem because there are so many startups, so many different consumers. You need a place where you can filter, see each of them, what are the scales, which technology or where are they working. So we looked at this as a knowledge management problem, and we came up with a directory which currently has about 600 startups. We'll be curating more of these startups and putting it out there, and also creating an interface for interaction between the startups or the health tech companies and the hospitals. So thanks to CAHO for giving us the opportunity to work with you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So it's healthtechdirectory.in. Just remember that. We'll also be. The other thing is that, in fact, that has been a work almost now for more than 2 years that we have been working on the important problem of consent management. Consent is a very, very important area for the hospitals, for the patients. One of the biggest challenges, I will say, the medical legal cases arise out of the inadequate consent. And to handle that, we have also partnered with the Institute of Medicine and Law. And over a period of time, more than 150 consents had been made, which had gone through the process of various experts going through, the medical legal experts going through it. But the real change happened now with technology. And I invite Dr. Adil Khan, who has been roped in to give a shape to this, Dr. Adil. And that is to make these kind of consents being available in various languages and in audio form and in the video form, and also associated with medical education. Dr. Adil Khan is a medical doctor along with a lot of very strong technology background from Stanford. So,
your comprehensive solution for informed consent and patient education. Obtaining informed consent is crucial for every healthcare procedure. It protects both patients and healthcare providers. But beyond that, it's about empowering patients to understand their care, treatments, and options. Our platform simplifies this process, combining education and consent into one seamless, patient-friendly experience. Healthcare providers can find consent forms for any medical interventions, including blood transfusions, invasive procedures, high-risk treatments like chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and even certain non-invasive treatments on this platform in multiple languages starting with English, Hindi, Marathi, Kannada, and Telugu for free. Patients who want to see a consent form can also download it for free. We offer patients tailored educational materials about their procedure or treatment in the form of videos, graphics, and easy-to-read documents in their language of choice. Using CAHO's consent and patient education platform will ensure that every patient is fully informed, reducing risks and improving compliance. On top of it, it will streamline the consent process, reducing the administrative burden on you. Educated and informed patients are more likely to have positive outcomes and trust their care providers.
Thank you. And I must also inform that while our consent, at the moment, parallelly, also Dr. Prashant Marla from the AJ Medical Institute, he is also making a very consent management program. Both of these are at the moment like work in progress. They are not available from tomorrow, but very soon they are going to be available. And we have to see, our country is very huge. So we have to say that how can the hospitals make use of this very, very important initiative. So thank you, Adil. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I now request the leadership team of Willigro onto the stage, please.
So we have our friend Mr. Srinivasan here, and we are extremely proud to announce our collaboration with this very vibrant organization, Willigro. Okay.
I now request the dignitaries to present awards in different categories. In the first category, we have the hospital innovation winners. The first prize goes to CMC Vellore. I request Mr. Ramesh S. to come and collect the award. I request the presenter as well as their team to come on stage to collect the award. Please give them a huge round of applause. They have worked very hard. In the second place, we have Baby Memorial Hospital. I request Mr. Saji Matthew and the rest of his team to come on stage and collect the award. Please welcome them with a big round of applause, please. In the third prize position, we have Amrita Hospital, Faridabad. I request Miss Melanie Rana and her team to come on stage. Miss Melanie Rana and her team, please welcome them. In joint place in the third position, we also have Narayana Health, Mr. Rohit Unial. Please come on stage, sir, with your team to collect the award. Narayana Health, Mr. Rohit Unian. A huge round of applause, please. Moving on to the next category of early adoption of technology. In the first place, we have BM Birla Heart Research Center. I request Ms. Donna Bose to come on stage with her team, please. Please welcome them with a loud applause. Team BM Birla Heart Research Center, on stage, please. Huge round of applause. In the second place, we have Aster MedCity. Request Dr. Priya Karunakaran and her team to come on stage. Aster MedCity team, Dr. Priya Karunakaran on stage. Huge round of applause. In the third place, we have AJ Hospital and Research Center requesting Mr. G. Vaman Prabhu and his team to come on stage, please. In the third place, we also have NU Hospitals Private Limited requesting Mr. Chokkalingam S to come on stage with his team. Mr. Chokkalingam S from NU Hospitals Private Limited. Huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. NU Hospitals Private Limited, Mr. Chokkalingam S and his team. Please welcome them onto the stage. A round of applause, please. The winner for the Technology and Digital Transformation Award goes to CMC Vellore, requesting Dr. Balu Krishna Sasidaran sir and the rest of the team to come on stage. CMC Vellore, Dr. Balu. CMC Vellore for Technology and Digital Transformation Award. Huge round of applause. The award for AI Research and Development goes to CMC Vellore. Request your team to collect that award as well. Dr. Balu Krishna Sasidaran and his team for the AI Research and Development Award as well. Next, we have Technology-Led Patient Safety Award going to Inamdar Multi-Speciality Hospital, requesting Dr. Shushma Suryavanshi to come on stage with her team, please. Dr. Shushma Suryavanshi and her team. Please welcome them onto the stage with a round of applause. The winner for Technology in Patient Education Award goes to Miss Rupa Gangopadhyay, requesting her team to come on stage from the BM Birla Heart Research Center. Miss Rupa Gangopadhyay. A round of applause, please. The winner in Technology-Led Education Innovation goes to Baby Memorial Hospital, Professor Elizabeth Varki. Please welcome them on stage with a huge round of applause. The Automation of Laboratory Practices Award goes to Sri Ramakrishna Hospital, Multispeciality, requesting Dr. Sushila Paneerselvam to come on stage with her team to collect the award. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause. Dr. Sushila Paneerselvam and her team from Sri Ramakrishna Hospital, Multispeciality. Last but not the least, I would like to give the Special Recognition Award to Dr. Ashok Raj TS. Please welcome him with a very big round of applause onto the stage. A round of applause to welcome Dr. Ashok Raj TS. I now request Dr. Uma Nambiar to come and give us the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. All good things come to an end, and I'm very happy to note that we still have a lot of people sitting in the auditorium here. Thank you all for staying till the end. Can I have the slides? This event actually we could conduct only because there are a lot of people who have helped us, and we will not be able to take the name of everyone, but at least there are a few that we need to recognize specially. So for the hospital innovation, the entire pre-evaluation jury. Next. The grand jury. Again, the grand evaluation jury. The Pitch Fest pre-evaluation jury. The grand evaluation jury. Again, the grand evaluation jury. You see the number of people that are there behind you. And then the Ministry of Health, and especially the Minister of Health, Sri Dinesh Gundu Rao, our international collaborators, Ms. Jennifer B. and Dr. Ravindran Jagasoti. The speakers, we had a plethora of speakers from all technology world, healthcare world, all of them. Thank you everyone for making this event so wonderful and so meaningful for everyone. The panelists who have been with us for all the conference sessions, again, adding to the meaning of this entire conference and taking to another level. The moderators that made sure that we can finish in time. Some of them exceeded time and the others kept up by making sure that it was compensated. So that's the toughest job. No conference is complete without all the sponsor partners. Thank you, all of you. I'm not taking everybody's name here because this is a long list, but it just shows the goodwill that CAHO has and the event that the CAHO does, because everybody wants to participate in order that it is a success. The media partners, the design partners, and the entire Bangalore organization team that made sure that, in fact, today I almost felt that maybe the 700-seater auditorium is going to be less. And this is entirely due to the efforts of the Bangalore organization team, the volunteers, especially my team of volunteers from MS Ramaya led by Steffi, and from IHMR, all the students led by Sachin and Deepa. A big round of applause to them because they made sure that everybody felt at home and everything was made smooth for them. The entire logistics team, a lot of people, this is done by our local support from Mr. Akram and Mr. Satish, who's the administrative assistant in my office. It's very difficult to navigate the Indian Institute of Science, not only territorial-wise, walking through the 400 acres, but it's also the process and procedures which are led by, which have been here for about 100 years. We did not know how to navigate it. Satish helped us navigate every corner and made sure that everything was smooth for all of us. The event management team, all the delegates, national, international, from all the categories, the healthcare providers, the engineers, the startups. There are students who are going to be the future startups and the unicorns of tomorrow. So I really thank all of you. I would be failing in my duty if I did not tell you about one person who single-handedly managed everything. I'm just the face of the event, but I could rest in peace throughout because Meenakshi, I want you to stand up, and Meenakshi, please come on stage. A lot of you would have heard, got her phone calls at all odd times of the day and night, and her emails asking for many queries and supporting you. Meenakshi single-handedly, did, I think, most of the work. We have a team, but it's like she really delegated everything. So all the team that is there, so that we knew things are happening correctly. But having said that, there would still be a lot of mistakes, and I'm sure there are a lot. I own up to those. I'm sure some of you have felt that something could have been done better. We would be happy to take the feedbacks. These are the email IDs on which you can share the feedback, good, bad, ugly, everything. So anything that has not been happening right or anyone has felt discomforted, please, I owe that. I own up to that. But other than that, thanks all my team. Thank you, CAHO, for giving us this opportunity at Indian Institute of Science. So Dr. Agarwal and Lallu Joseph, especially, this event could not have been happening if they have not agreed to giving ISC the opportunity to conduct this event. And I hope that we will be able to live up to most of the expectations that they have, and we'll move forward with more partnerships with them. And on behalf of the entire Bangalore organizing team, special thank you to Dr. Agarwal and Dr. Lallu Joseph. Thank you from Bangalore.
So we'd like to also profusely thank Indian Institute of Science and your director and the entire team for making this happen here. We are proud to announce that the next CAHOTECH will happen. We'll announce the dates, but it will happen in the city of Bhubaneswar. So please try, we'll announce the dates very soon and block it. You would love to visit the city of Bhubaneswar and also the Kalinga Institute of Technology, and also to meet, I will say, the owner, the promoter of Kalinga Institute, who is an institution in himself, Mr. Achyut Samanta. More you will know about him. I think you have to just go and at least see that institution and meet this person. He is what represents, I will say, this country and the progress of this country. This person born in a very poor family, and in 1992 or something, he started with just 2 rooms with 4 students. Today has 2 deemed universities, and each university has 40,000 students. And in one of the university, that is the Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, all the 40,000 students belong to the tribal areas and poor children and are given free education. So let's meet this institute and Mr. Samanta in Bhubaneswar. Thank you very much. And yes, of course, our another signature event, CAHOCon, is on April 11th, 12th, and 13th in the city of Delhi at Hotel Pullman. Also, I will say Diagnosticon, we have the LabCon, the laboratory conference has now become Diagnosticon. So let's hear first of all about Delhi. Thank you. And as I said, we are very proud to announce that the LabCon will be at a very different scale and level, and now called CAHO Diagnosticon, will happen on the 8th and 9th of February, again in the city of Delhi. So all the people who are related to the diagnostic area, the imaging, as well as the laboratory areas, I am sure this will be a very mega conference of the laboratory area. So thank you very much. And we hope to see you again very soon in Dr. Nagendra Swami for the final words.
Finally, I think without thanking Dr. Uma Nambiar for taking this big initiative and successfully ending, I think on behalf of CAHO, all of us extend a big thank you to you.
Thank you. We can play the anthem, please.
विनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you everyone for making the 9th edition of CAHOTECH such a big success. Please join us for tea and coffee and refreshments.
Organizing committee from Bangalore, please come on stage for a picture. Huh? All Bangalore, all organizing committee on stage. Stage is big enough. Acha, sign. My signature.